The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the March the 1st, 2024 episode of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. This is Matt from the past, and let's get started with this day in history. In 1642, Georgiana, York in Maine becomes first incorporated American city. In 1780, Pennsylvania becomes first U.S. state to abolish slavery, for newborns only. So that means babies couldn't own slaves? That's not what it meant. And I told you to stay out of here when I'm recording, Sid. But a seal who follows the rules doesn't get famous. Just look at my Uncle Neil. Yeah, that is maybe, but I don't want you getting famous. I want you out of here. Well, I'm here now. I mean, what do you have against me anyway? Besides the fact that you butt in with silly rhymes in the middle of the show, you're besmirching this segment that I do to try and honor the words and actions of our illustrious forefathers. What are you doing this for? I'm talking about our illustrious forefathers. Oh, thank you to speak for yourself. I only had one father. My mother was a nice woman. So was mine. But if you don't get out of here, I'll break out the club. Oh, come on. I can't disrupt it that much. You think I have forefathers, and that Pennsylvania abolished newborns owning slaves. I think you've wrecked it enough. Let me try reading one, please. Okay. In 1847, Michigan becomes first English-speaking jurisdiction to abolish the death penalty, except for treason against the state. Okay. In 1869, U.S. postage stamps showing scenes issued for the first time. These pictorials showed a post horse and a rider, a locomotive, a shield, and an eagle, and a ship. Ship the Adriatic. That sounds like there was a lot in that one stamp. Oh! Told you I'd get out the club. Now get out of here. I'm going. Alright, in 1872, Yellowstone becomes world's first national park. In 1954, U.S. explodes Castle Bravo, a 15 megaton hydrogen bomb at Bikini Atoll, which accidentally becomes the most powerful nuclear device ever detonated by the U.S. I'd hate to see what they detonate if they tried. Ow! In 1975, color television transmission begins in Harvest UK and Capitol Records US released Pink Floyd's 8th studio album, Dark Side of the Moon. It stays on Billboard Top 200 album charts for most of the next 14 years, selling over 50 million copies worldwide. In 1969, New York Yankees legend Mickey Mantle announces his retirement due to persistent knee injuries. Finishes 18-season career with 536 home runs and that's a lot of home runs to get in 1 year, I'll have to say that. Okay, I'm going. And a 298 batting average. .298 batting average. Well, thank you for putting up with me and Sid. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
It's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Hey, come here, Costello.
Costello, last week Mrs. Niles gave us a job working here in her apartment hotel. Now, when are you going to start doing some work around here?
I am working at it.
What do you mean?
You see this tray?
Yes.
It's breakfast for a new tenant here in 202.
Yeah?
Here's your breakfast.
Costello, what's the idea of throwing that tray of food through the transom?
Mrs. Niles says when anybody rents a room, we throw in their breakfast.
No, you don't. Nothing of the kind.
That's 4 trays I threw in.
Well, you stop it. Mrs. Niles meant that they have breakfast on her.
They have breakfast on her.
Yes, every... Why, that's natural. Every morning, all the tenants have tomato juice, poached eggs, and syrup and pancakes on Mrs. Niles.
Gee, by lunchtime, she must be a fine-looking mess.
Now, will you get busy and do some work around this hotel?
Okay, Abbott, I'll get right to work.
All right.
Call for Hattie Lamar. Call for Hattie Lamar.
No, just a minute, Costello. Nobody wants Eddie Lamar.
Don't pay any attention to him, folks. He got a yo-yo for Christmas.
Costello, the woman in 204 wanted some ice water. Did you take it up to her?
No, we were all out of ice water, so I took up an onion.
You took her an onion?
Yeah, that will make her ice water. Call for new rider. Call for new rider.
All right, Costello. That was a pretty weak joke.
I should have used 2 onions and made it stronger. Still calling for new rider.
All right. Costello, you're wrecking this hotel. What's the idea of putting 5 men in room 21? You know there's nothing in that room but a dresser.
Yeah, that's where they're sleeping, in a dresser.
You mean 5 men are going to sleep in drawers?
No, one guy has a night shirt.
Well, you should have put those 5 men in one room.
Hey, Abbott, the place is crowded. You know, last night I had to take the door off the hinges, lay it across the chairs, and sleep on it.
How was it?
Well, it's a little drafty around the keyhole. Hey, it's really crowded over here in Hollywood, Abbott. You know that statue of Abraham Lincoln sitting in a chair across the street?
Yes.
I looked out there this morning. Lincoln was sharing the chair with Robert E. Lee.
Look, will you stop this silliness? Now you do need riders. Costello. And clean up this lobby. Grab that vacuum and start cleaning that rug.
Oh, I love vacuums.
Well, go ahead. Costello.
Yep.
Costello, look out, Costello, for Mrs. Niles' cat lying there on the rug. Yes. What happened?
The vacuum inhaled up the cat.
Look out, Lou!
Yeah.
Now what happened?
I got the dog, too.
Don't stand there. Reverse the motor and blow that cat and dog out of the vacuum. No, don't point it at me. Point it out the window.
Point it out the window.
Out the window. Oh, you idiot.
Hello, Costello speaking.
This is the man in 310. Will you send me up an umbrella?
An umbrella?
Yes, raining cats and dogs.
Costello. See what that man wants at the desk.
How do you do, sir?
I'd like to rent a room. Is this a modern hotel?
Oh, yeah, we have all modern conveniences, including hot and cold running.
Hot and cold running? Running what?
I don't know. We haven't been able to catch any yet.
Well, thanks for warning me. Here's a lily for you.
The lily? What will I do with it?
You got a pot for it, Shorty.
I'd like to invite that guy to sit on my barbed wire fence.
Now, look, Costello, what's the idea of letting that man get out of here? With a terrible housing shortage, we shouldn't have an empty room. Look, we'll see what kind of a hotel clerk you are. Go ahead.
Okay.
Now, look, you stay behind the desk, and I'll pretend I'm looking for a room. Now, here I come. Don't forget I'm a customer.
You're a customer.
All right, now, pardon me. Good morning, clerk.
Good morning.
Could you give me a room?
Why, certainly.
Could you give me a bath, too?
No, you'll have to wash yourself.
There you go, getting fresh with a customer.
No, you got fresh with me. What's the idea of asking me to give you a
You
bath?
didn't ask me to give me a bath. I know how to wash myself.
You do, huh? Now tell me something, Abbott. Do you wash yourself with your right hand or your left hand?
With my right hand.
Now, ain't that funny, huh?
What?
Use soap.
What do you... Well, please, stop it, Lou. Get serious. I'm going to give you one more chance. Now, get it right this time. Now, here I come.
Okay.
Good morning, clerk. Could you let me have a nice room?
Yes, I can, and it has a lovely shower.
Oh, I don't want a shower. I'd rather have an old-fashioned tub in my room.
Bring her in. Your wife is welcome in.
Oh, get from behind that desk, you dope. I'll show you how a real hotel clerk conducts himself. Now, here. Now, you be a man looking for a room.
Okay,
Now,
here
you-
I come.
All right, you're the customer.
Yeah.
Good morning. Would you like a room?
Yes, we would. Wouldn't we, dear? Yes.
Huh?
We want the finest room in the hotel.
Wait a minute, Costello. Well, what are you doing?
I'm a married couple. I'm playing both parts. Dear, this is Mr. Abbott, the clerk. My, he's stupid looking, isn't he?
Now, cut that out. Cut it out, Costello.
I didn't say anything. She said it.
Now, cut that out. You're not married.
Young man, are you insinuating that we are not married?
Costello, will you cut it out? You know you're not married.
What? Louis, you mean that you have kept our marriage a secret? You are ashamed of me. No, I'm not. Oh, yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. I'm going home to my mother. I hope I never see you again as long as I live. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Come back here, Costello, you dummy. What about the room?
We won't need it now. My wife just left me.
Yes, Mrs. Niles.
Mr. Rabbit, I gave you and Costello a room in this apartment hotel on condition that you two do some work around this place.
Oh, we are working, Mrs. Niles. In fact, Costello's up on the 7th floor washing the windows. Costello, what are you doing?
Hey, I was up on the 7th floor standing on the window ledge, washing the windows.
Well, what happened?
I stepped back to admire my work.
Look, you idiot, I'll give you exactly 1 hour to get this lobby cleaned up. Oh, I wish I could stay here and keep an eye on you, but I have to go to the beauty parlor to have my hair curled.
Well, if you want to stay here, I'll take your hair over for you.
That's enough, Costello. Get to work.
Costello, I want you to stop insulting Mrs. Niles. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Hey, look, Costello. Bessie Maymucho just drove up in front. See if you can help her out.
Hello, Miss Mitchell. Can I help you with your things?
Oh, thank you. I'm very weary. I was over to the Hollywood Country Club playing a game of golf.
Did you say golf?
Sure, Abby. You know what golf is. That's where you walk around with a cootie and a big book of clues.
How was your game today, Miss Mucho?
Well, I did excellent with my brassy, but I just couldn't handle my marshy.
How did you do with your pooter?
up to my boudoir and take my afternoon nap.
Yes, you do look a little sloopy.
Well, adios, and a muchas gracias to you.
And your father's mustache to you, too. Hello, room service.
Hello, clerk. This is the man at 404. I'd like to leave a 6 o'clock call.
Oh, what a 6 o'clock call.
Well, then call me twice at 3.
I'll call him up 3 times at 2. I'll get him mixed up.
Hey, on your toes, Costello. Here comes a couple.
Okay.
Take their luggage.
Right.
How do you do? How do you do? We'd like to get a room. We're Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Ah, I'm glad of that. We've been having an awful lot of Joneses lately.
Quiet, Costello.
You see, we're newlyweds, aren't we, Rodney?
Yes, Genevieve.
Oh, I'm simply crazy about you, Rodney. I love to run my fingers through your curly hair.
Curly hair, it must be on his chest.
Look, clerk. Please, clerk, the people in the lobby are laughing. Clerk, we'd like to have a roomsy-woomsy for me and my ifey-wifey. Wouldn't we, lovey-dovey?
Yesy, wessy, hubby-wubby.
Well, sign your namesy-wamsy on the bookie-wookie.
Never mind, Costello. Show Mr. and Mrs. Smith to room 200. Yes, bellboy. I'll take my suitcase and you grab my wife's trunk.
Right.
All right, hurry up, Costello. See that Mr. and Mrs. Smith are comfortable and report back to the desk right away.
Follow me. Here is your room.
Thank you, young man. Here's a dime for your trouble. Good day.
Good day, thank you.
Genevieve,
Oh, Rodney.
here we are, alone together. Well?
Would you like a big pitcher of ice water?
No. Good day.
Good day.
Genevieve.
Oh, Rodney.
At last we're alone. All day I've been waiting for just one little kiss. Well, what is it now?
How about a small pitcher of ice water?
No. Good day.
Good day.
Genevieve.
Rodney. I think he's gone now.
Yes, at last we're alone together.
You'll have to talk a little louder. I can't hear you.
All right, punk. Out you go.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you shoving?
I'm shoving you.
Okay, it never does any harm to us.
Now, get out and stay out.
Oh, you're so masterful, Rodney. Thank heavens he's gone.
Oh, Genevieve, come here to me. All day I've waited to hold you in my arms and tell you how lovely you are. Oh, my own little bride.
Oh, Rodney, you're the most wonderful man I've ever met. You're my own darling husband.
Well, what is it?
I have a telegram for you.
Take it back to the lobby, you dope. I'll get it later.
Yes, sir.
If that idiot knocks on this door again, so help me, I'll open the door and tear him to pieces.
Oh, the silly boy's gone.
I hope he is, dear. You fat-headed idiot. You're driving me to distraction. What in heaven's name do you want now?
I just want to tell you that the telegram wasn't for you.
Carl Hoffman Orchestra joined lovely Amy Arnell with a hit from the Bells of St. Mary's. Aren't you glad you're you?
Every time you're near a road, aren't you glad you've got a nose? And if the dawn is fresh with dew, aren't you glad you're you? When a meadow lark appears, aren't you glad you've got two ears? And if your heart is singing too, aren't you glad you're you? You can see a summer sky, or touch a friendly hand, or taste an apple pie, or little grandma but ain't life grand. And when you wake up each morn, aren't you glad that you were born? Think what you got the whole day through, aren't you glad you're you? You can see a summer sky, or touch a friendly hand, or taste an apple pie. Pardon the grammar, but ain't life grand? And when you wake up each morn, aren't you glad that you were born? Think what you got the whole day through. Aren't you glad you used?
Who is it?
Mrs. Niles, it's time to get up now. Get down to the lobby and get to work.
Okay. Come on, Costello. Get up and take your shower.
I'm not going to take any more showers. I don't like that stall shower.
What's the matter with that stall shower?
You just opened the door once.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that horse doing in the bathroom?
It must be a plug for the bathtub.
Let's get down. Let's get down to the desk in the lobby and get to work. Come on.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
I wish we didn't have to work today. I wish it was summer and I was going down to the beach. Remember when I took Ruby Pool Cue down to the beach last summer?
Yeah.
What fun I had burying her in the sand.
Yeah.
Gee, I'd like to go down there again this summer.
What for?
It's time to dig her up.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our old friend Scotty Brown. Would you like a room, Scotty?
No, I just came over to use your shower bath.
That would be 50 cents for a bath towel.
I don't need a towel, laddie. I brought along a box of carpet tacks.
Carpet tacks?
Aye. I spread them on the floor and they make me jump up and down and it dries me off every time.
Well, then I'll have to charge you a nickel for a bar soap.
Oh, I won't need that either, buddy. I had a fight with my wife and worked myself into a lather.
Costello, you should have charged him for the water.
He wouldn't use that either. He's
What?
the water underneath.
Hey, that's the switchboard, Costello. Answer it.
Okay.
Room service. Oh, Costello, this is Mrs. Niles. Get up to my room right away. Help! Help!
What's the matter, Mrs. Niles?
There's a big swarm of bees in my room.
A swarm of bees? Don't move, Mrs. Niles. A bee will never sting you if you stand still.
Ow!
Well, hardly ever.
You idiot! Get up here and get these bees out of my room.
I'll go into Hollywood and get Frank Buck.
Frank Buck? What does he got to do with bees?
He'll bring them back to hive.
Costello, what's the matter? What about the bees?
Huh?
What about the bees?
There's a swarm of bees in Mrs. Niles' room.
Good heavens. What are you going to do about it?
Nothing. The bees will just have to defend themselves.
Are you idiot? Those bees will sting you to death. Come on. We've got to get up there.
Oh, heavens! It's about time you two got here. Knock on all the doors and tell the guests the place is full of bees.
Okay, Mrs. Niles.
What do you want?
There's bees in Mrs. Niles' room.
So what? I've got beetles and bats in my room.
Who was that?
Ray Moran.
Young man, do you know what to do for a bee sting?
No, I don't.
Well, first you pull the stinger out, then you wash with antiseptic, spread some mud on the sting, wrap it in gauze, lie down,
Wait a
keep
minute.
quiet.
Wait a minute. You asked me.
I asked you what?
What do you do for a bee sting?
Well, first you put out the stinger, wash it. Oh, my head. Oh, my head.
It was my husband, Kenneth.
Oh, look at me. The bees put all those bumps on my head.
Don't worry, Mr. Niles. Now you won't have to wear your high heels. You're 2 inches taller.
Costello, put your ear to the door and see if the bees are still in Mrs. Niles' room. See if you can hear them buzzing.
Yes, Abbott.
Go ahead.
I can hear a buzzing.
Then the bees must be in there yet.
I wouldn't be too sure about that.
But you heard the buzzing, didn't you?
Yeah, but I hear that all the time.
Save me! Save me!
It's Bessie May Mucho. Miss Mucho, are the bees in your room, too?
Yes, they flew in the window of my boudoir while I was putting on my stockings.
Stokings?
Yes, Abbott. Stoking. That's those knee-loom things the girls wear on their locks.
Just look where one of those nasty bees stung me on my knee.
Those bees sure hang around some classy joints.
Well, don't stand there, Costello. Get in that room and chase the bees out.
When are you going, Abbott?
Well, I'm allergic to bees. I can't even stand to eat bees, honey.
Nobody asked you to eat bees, darling.
Look, you idiot. Who's going in there and chase those bees out? Costello, all you have to do is go in there and lure the queen bee out the window, and the rest of them will follow.
Yeah, but I don't know a queen bee from any other bee.
You don't?
No, why should I? That something that would only interest another bee.
Costello, are you going to act like a coward in front of all these people? I'll get in that room and chase the bees out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, boy, look at all the bees in here. You can hardly count them all. There's 2, 4, 8, 9, 10, 25, 26, 27, 28. That was B29. She's dead. Oh, they're coming at me. Let me out. Oh, gee, they almost got me.
Was it bad in there, Costello?
Bad? I saw a couple of mice under the bed digging foxholes.
Look! There's the queen bee. She just flew out when you opened the door. It's lighting on Miss Rabbit's head.
Costello, quick. Get that bee off me. Grab something and swat it.
Here goes.
Oh! Not with that laugh, you idiot.
Oh, there she is on the drapes cut down sweater with this newspaper.
Okay, come here, little queenie. I'm gonna get you. Take that.
You didn't even touch me.
How you like that, Abbott? The bee says I didn't even touch her.
The bee said that? Wait a minute. Whoever heard of a bee? A talking bee.
Well, you've heard of a spelling bee.
Look, there's the queen bee. She's lying on that chair.
I'll get her this time. Ow! Ooh! Ow!
What are you yelling for?
I'm sitting on a bee and she's stinging me.
Well, if she's stinging you, why'd you get up?
I'm hurting her as much as she's hurting me.
Hey, what's that?
Good night. Here comes the rest of the bees back through the window.
They're coming back for the queen. Let's get out of here.
Everybody run for the swimming pool.
Hurry.
Come on, everybody. We've got to dive into the pool. It's our only chance. Dive in.
What happened?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I drained out all the water in the pool this morning.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. This week, Pepsodent is proud to honor the men and women of our armed forces now in schools and colleges under the GI Bill of Rights. Tonight, Pepsodent brings to the student body of the University of Southern California the Pepsodent Show with Peggy Ryan and a surprise guest, and starring Bob Hope.
Thank you. How do you do? How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from the campus of the University of Southern California, Hope. Telling you students, don't be a sap, remove the cap and use Pepsodent on your trap, and you'll never have a gap in your map that'll frighten a co-ed off your lap. Well, here I am at USC. USC, that's an abbreviation meaning stop looking over my shoulder. I don't know what I'm doing either. I've been playing Army camps, but my sponsor wanted me to appear at a college this week. He thought it'd be nice if I did a show from someplace I've never been. College, that's where you learn how to make money like Crosby after spending 4 years dressing like him. But it's a thrill to be here. They elected a campus queen today, and I'd like to catch the guy who cast 10 ballots for me. I wanted these kids to think I was hep, so I pulled out my shirt tail, rolled up my pants, and whipped down to the campus in a hot rod. Just as I passed the corner, a co-ed hollered, "Hey, fella, UCLA is the other way." And when I arrived here, the faculty invited me over for tea. They were going to give me something a little stronger than tea, but the chemistry class didn't have it finished in time. of the students attending USC live with their folks. The rest write home for it. And they call the boys men of Troy after the ancient days when the Greeks crawled into a horse and took over Troy. Now 20 of them climb into a convertible and take over Santa Monica. I went to USC myself, the United School of Chiropody. Of course, we never had homecomings. Once a year, we just took off our shoes and wiggled our big toes. I started out as a freshman in college, and in 2 months I was a senior in high school. I was known as a very sharp student. Cutting classes was my specialty. Should have cut that joke. But I was a fraternity man for a while, then I decided it would be more fun to wear my own clothes. And while I was in school, things were always missing from the lockers. I wasn't exactly responsible. At the minute I went out with a girl, everybody started calling her Yolanda. I wasn't exactly responsible. At the minute I went out with a girl, everybody started calling. My school was coeducational. In fact, that's what I majored in. I like those co-ed type of sweaters. I noticed one on a girl, and it wasn't exactly big, but it's the first time I ever saw anybody wear a sweater in Los Angeles while her mother was still knitting it in Pomona. And Saturday, they're having the big game with UCLA here, and I won't say they're football crazy, but I bent over to tie my shoe on the campus this morning, and the next thing I knew, I was getting a bird's eye view of Los Angeles.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium, so she waited, poor thing, for the phone to ring.
Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh.
So folks don't be like Miriam, use Irium.
No matter how many toothpaste you've tried, no matter how good a job you think your present brand is doing, change now to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see if you don't find new brightness in your teeth, new sparkle in your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. Because it removes film, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with the armed forces. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium, and in just 1 week, see the difference. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See how it uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of Irium, so the telephone ring is a busy thing.
Hello.
Some number.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Some number.
Uh-oh.
So folks just be like Miriam, use Irium.
As a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I'd say that I had spring fever, but I know it isn't a safari. I am starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have a spring fever when it isn't even a safari? I keep wishing I were someone else, walking down a strange nursery, hearing words that I have never heard
from a girl I have yet to meet. There you are. Have I met you somewhere before? Tourist. I'm as busy as a spider spinning a daydream. I am as giddy as a baby on a swing. Whee, whee, whee. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing. Ah, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way when I know that it might as well be spring. It might as well. It might as well be. It might as well be spring. It could be winter, summer, autumn, almost any other thing. So it might as well be a safari.
That was Jerry Colonna singing It Might As Well Be Spring. I don't know about the springs, but he should really got a mattress. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to meet a young lady who was with us 2 weeks ago and is back again tonight for a little postgraduate work. Universal's Danny Dynamo, Miss Peggy Ryan, right here.
Thanks, Bob, and thank you, students. You know, Mr. Hope, I go for these college men. I
Do
was
it.
out with one last night, and I found out what that SC stands for.
Studious Collegians.
No, Smoochin' Charlie's.
Well, you have these boys all wrong, Peggy. Why, they're no more interested in girls than I am. I can't understand it. It sounded right at rehearsal.
I'm going to have a lot of fun tonight, Bob,
You
since
are?
the girls invited me to their sorority dance here.
Oh, it sounds exciting.
Good, because I wanted you to take me.
You're asking me to go to the dance with you?
Yeah, we had a talk and decided somebody had to bring a chaperone. Bob, do you
What?
think you'll enjoy dancing with a shorty like me? I hardly come up to your lips.
That's all right, as long as you come up often enough.
And after the dance is over, I'll just stay at the sorority house, Bob.
Well, why don't you let me take you home? I'd love to.
Oh, really? I didn't know the streetcars ran that late.
Well, the motorman's my director out at Paramount during the day.
Hello, Peggy. Hello, Bob.
Well, Francis Langford, look at here.
Did you hear, Francis? Bob's taking me to a sorority dance tonight.
Oh, Bob, you're too old for these college girls.
What are you talking about, Francis? Why, every time I dance with a co-ed, she practically swoons.
Bob, they're not swooning. They're just punchy from sniffing that Sloan's liniment.
Maybe you're right, Francis. Maybe I would feel out of place at a college dance.
Yeah, it's really a shame you didn't go to college, Bob. It does an awful lot for a man. A freshman comes to USC green and crude, and 4 years later he leaves the college a worldly polished senior.
Well, let's show the folks. Let's show the folks the difference. First, I'll play the green freshman with Peggy as my girl. Some freshman music, Ken. Well, here I am, a freshman at USC. I think I'll ankle down to the Union Soda shop and see if I can get me a date with a sophomore. I sure go for them sophisticated women. Gee, I'm glad I shaved tonight. It's more fun than rinsing the soap off the regular way. Ah, but it's great being a freshman. The upperclassmen treat you with such respect. It's a pleasure to pay the tuition.
Get off the sidewalk, you bum.
Wonder if I can get a refund. This looks like the Union. I better go in. Oops. Gee, this college life is really rough. Even the revolving doors paddle you. Hey, there's a cute pigeon perched up at the counter. Looks like she might be flying in messages from Cupid. She's wearing one of those sloppy Joe sweaters, too. Hiya, Drag.
Hiya, Sag. Sit down. Tell me, are you a freshman?
That's up to you.
a stoop like you doing in college anyway?
Well, it ain't my fault. I didn't intend to go to college.
Well, what are you doing here then?
On my last birthday, somebody gave me a pipe. Say, how do you like my new pork pie hat?
Oh, I don't know. I think you left it in the oven too long.
I've been worried about my exams. They told me that no-dose would help me with my studies, but it isn't doing me any good.
Oh, well, no wonder. You're supposed to swallow it, not rub it on the pages. Why don't you study the same thing you studied in high school?
I can't. She ain't here.
What do you say, pretzel puss? Want to buy me a Coke?
No, I'm too young to get engaged. I'm still thirsty. I think I'll get me a root beer this time. Hey, Crumb Bum, bring me a root beer and snap it up, you hear?
Okay, wise guy, here it is.
Oh! Keep coming, Robert. There's still some more ice in your hair.
And now, 4 years later, we find the same couple, polished seniors.
Gee, I can hardly believe it. Here I am a senior. I wonder if I should take another walk past the girls' dormitory. On second thought, maybe I'd better not. They make such a fuss over me. My reflexes are in a strange and turbulent mood tonight. I feel wild. I think I'll go over to the library and read the unabridged dictionary. No, that's too dashing. I think I'll go over to the Union for a snack. I hate to go in the Union. It's always full of such raucous characters. But I have my duty to SC. Here I go. Dad, someday I'm going to strike that thing back. Gracious, it's just as crowded as I expected.
Hey, Bud, here's a stool for you.
2, please. I'm a senior.
Well, Ronald.
Well, Francine, darling, I thought that delightful aroma was familiar. Tell me, what is it?
Chanel number 5. You have a definite smell about you. What is it?
Chemistry lab, number 1A. Oh, boy. 1 ice cream cone, please.
1 ice cream cone for the 2 of us?
We'll share it. You may eat from the big end.
Here's your cone.
One moment, my good man, you had your thumb in the ice cream.
Well, I can't stand here all night. Hurry up and finish licking it.
That strawberry or your nail polish? Excuse me, Francine. I think I'll move over to this other stool.
Goodness, Ronald, I wish you'd wear a smaller Phi Beta Kappa key.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. It saves me the bother of carrying a cane. By the way, old bean, how about marrying me?
You want me to marry you?
Yeah, should we give it a whirl?
Well, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Ronald, but I really consider you the ugliest, stupidest, most hopelessly half-witted...
I have 2 tickets to the Rose Bowl game.
You have?
I now pronounce you man and wife till death, or UCLA do you part.
and the dream in my heart, that's for me. Oh, my darling, that's for you. I left you standing under the stars, the day's adventures are through. There's nothing for me but the dream in my heart, and the dream in my heart. That's for you. Oh, my darling.
Thank you very much, Francis. And stick around till we hear from our surprise guest star. How about you, Mr. Niles? That's your name, Wendell Niles?
Yes,
right?
thank you very much.
Step in and tell it, Dad. That's your racket. Tell it.
Despite years of faithful brushing, despite any other toothpaste you've tried, see if your teeth aren't noticeably brighter in just 1 week after you change to Pepsodent toothpaste. You see, Pepsodent toothpaste contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. Brings new brilliance to your teeth. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see the difference in the brightness of your teeth, the sparkle of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of Irium, so the telephone ring is a busy thing.
Well, I'm
Hello.
Right here. Some number.
Uh-oh.
Right here.
Hello.
Some number.
Uh-oh.
So folks just say like Miriam, use Irium.
Excitement here on the Southern California campus is building to a tense peak as homecoming week and the football season race toward Saturday's climax. The excitement has spread to Bob. He had decided to join the Southern California squad. Upon hearing that Bob is to play football for Southern California, the president of the university is aghast. He says,
Extractum gast, expellum, or in English, get that spook out of here.
When Frances Langford was asked to comment on Bob playing football for USC, she said,
I'm very proud. After all, why shouldn't I be? He borrowed my bloomers.
We now take you to the USC locker room where the coach, Rufus von Cravath Colonna, is giving the team a pep talk before the game. The coach is speaking.
All right, men. Quiet. Quiet. Quiet! Who's the jackass doing all that braying? Silly me. Quite an echo in here, isn't there? Listen, men. We're going out there to play football today. We're going to play hard. We're going to play for all we're worth. But above all, we're going to play fair. Oh, no. Don't applaud. Don't applaud. Give that cement a chance to harden around your brass knuckles.
Kelowna, are you the football coach here?
That's right, Hope. J. Crossbar Kelowna. Football coach, lover of clean sport, and champion of fair play. Also answers to all examinations, so cheap.
Professor, you're non-compass metis.
I know. They just pledged me yesterday. Well, that's all, men. Now get in there and win for dear old UCLA.
UCLA, Kelowna. This is USC.
It is?
Of course.
Oh, silly bee. Must have got on the wrong bus this morning. All right, now, men. Get dressed. It's almost game time.
Okay, Coach.
Bob, give me a hand with my uniform.
Yes, they skin look at you. The last time I saw you undressed, you were just skin and bone.
Was I?
Yeah, what happened to the skin?
Ah, stop kibitzing, Bob. I got a strap on this chest protector.
Where? Skinny Ennis wearing a chest protector. That's funny.
Hey, what's so funny about it? You wear a helmet.
You got the band writing material for you now.
All right, men. We're about to go on the field. Now, here are my final plans. Niles, you play left tackle. Ennis, you play center. And Hope, you stay in the car and keep the motor running. Wrong plans.
We're ready, Coach.
Fine. And remember, men, I've got it all fixed. No matter what you do to the referee won't stop the play.
The referee won't stop the play. How come?
I just stole the bean out of his whistle. Now, I've got my final surprise. I've got a new player here for the backfield.
New player?
Yeah. Say something, Flash.
Kelowna, a cow? You're going to put a cow in our backfield?
Sure. Think how confused I'll get trying to figure out whether she's carrying the ball or not.
Look, Coach, could we kind of hurry out on the field? I might have a chance to speak to my girl, Frances.
Oh, is she here?
Yeah, I gave her a couple of tickets so she could bring her little nephew, Junior, otherwise known as Red Skelton.
Come on, Junior, hurry up. Wasn't it nice of Bob to give us the ticket?
I don't know, Aunt Frances. Goodness, this is awful high up, isn't it? I can't stand the heights. I'm getting dizzy. I think I'm going to black out or something.
Now, Junior, we aren't that high up.
We ain't, huh? A P-38 just passed, underneath.
Well, there's the team coming out on the field. There's Bob. Gee, he must have the most important player on the team. He's the only one that's got a bucket.
Which one is he? Which one is he?
He's the one I'm pointing at.
Oh, what a cute little face. Handy, too. He can point without using his fingers. Hey, Hope, put on a nose guard. Without it, you offside.
Junior! Oh, Robert! Yoo-hoo!
Wait, let me whistle at him. I'll whistle at him know he's here. Well, there goes the last of me baby teeth. Gee, now I won't have no use for that tube of Pepsodent he promised me, will I?
Here he comes. Up here, Robert.
Oh, hello, Frances. Say, your face looks very pretty
Yes,
today.
ain't she pretty? You'd never know her face was warmed over from last night, would you?
How are you, Bob? Oh, Bob, this is my little nephew, Junior. I had to bring him along to the game with me.
Oh, what's the matter? Haven't you got a deep freeze locker? Well, hello.
Ah, shut up.
Junior, now say hello to Robert Hope.
I don't want to.
I said say hello.
You let me ignore him or I will bang my head against a cement wall.
Stop banging your head on that wall. Do you want to chip the cement? Come here. I want to talk to you. I'd like to dunk you in DDT. Come here a second. Come here.
You let me go. Let
Come
me
here,
go.
come
My
here,
arm.
come
Let
here.
go. My arm. Let go.
Robert, stop pulling his arm.
I'm not pulling his arm. I'm just holding on. He's doing the pulling.
Now, don't you hold me. Don't you hit me.
I'm not going to hit you. I think you're very cute, and I want you to pat you on the back for it. That's all.
No. Ooh, you hit me. You brought me with a back. You brought me back.
I didn't touch your back. I tapped you on the shoulder blade.
You didn't cut yourself, did you?
Hey, hurry, Hope. Get out on the field. The game is about to start.
Hey, I want to play football, too. Huh? What do you mean play football, too? I want to
All right.
play.
Say, Hope. Pacify this pest. Let him kick the ball.
All right. Here, Junior. Now, I'll hold the ball, and you kick it.
Trusting old soul, ain't you? Huh? Okay, you ready? Here I come.
Little nearsighted, ain't you, kid? For the memory of USC, our host, known from coast to coast, Scholastic's favorite college game, your deeds deserve a toast. And we thank you so much. Thank you very much, Peggy Ryan. And we want to thank Red Skelton, who played the part of Junior, for being with us tonight. I'll drop in on your show next week, Red. You know, Red Skelton has just finished serving a hitch in Uncle Sam's Hospital Ships Company, and we want to wish you every success when you start back in the air next Tuesday with your own show for Raleigh Cigarettes. And thanks a lot. And thanks to President Rufus B. von Kleinsmith, Arnold Eddy, and Bill Chapman, and all you students for a swell evening here at the University of Southern California. You know, folks, a lot of guys who were out digging foxholes not long ago are here at USC under the GI Bill of Rights, digging for an education that got nipped when the nips went berserk in 41. These are the kids who pulled us out when we were bogged down to the axle. Now it's our turn to pull them for a while. And if we're loaded with bonds, we're pulling. But if the maws flew back in our wallets on VJ Day, we're not only taking a free ride, we're dragging our feet. The GI Bill of Rights is America's promise to the serviceman, a promise to make up a little of that time and opportunity he lost when he fought to keep this the land of opportunity. Victory bonds are the teeth in that promise, but to give it a full set of teeth, everybody has to buy bonds. You know, there's a song that goes, good, 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 that's you, that's you. When the U.S. government makes a promise, it expects 140 million of us to make it good. Because the U.S. government, mister, that's you, that's you. Good night.
Tonight, Pepsodent has presented Bob Hope broadcasting from the campus of the University of Southern California. This is Wendell Niles reminding you to always use Pepsodent, the product that's number one with the men and women in the service.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A woman has been murdered, her identity unknown. The body shows the marks of a savage attack. Your job, find the killer.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Sunday, December 25th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Blaine Steed, captain of homicide. My name's Friday. It was 39 minutes past 5 a.m. when I got to San Andreas Cathedral on 1st Street. Churchyard. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Joe. Body's over here.
All right.
Merry Christmas, huh?
Yeah.
Sexton from the church found it about an hour ago. Have a look. Pretty brutal.
Yeah. Okay. Who is she?
No identification.
The coroner checked the body yet?
Yeah.
How long's she been dead?
When it started raining. About midnight, didn't it?
Yeah. The ground's dry under the body.
Oh, been dead 5 or 6 hours, I'd say.
Ben get here yet?
Yeah, he's helping Claudio check the area.
This park here, is this all a part of the church grounds?
I think so. I was stuck out of this rain for a minute. There's an alcove over there by the church.
Yeah, come on. How much we got to go on, Dave?
Not much. Motive looks like robbery. Found a woman's purse near the body. Pretty well picked over. Purse is wet. Lee Jones is dusting the contents for prints. Coroner's checking.
Any idea what the killer used in the woman's face?
Coroner figures a sharp instrument of some kind. A nasty one.
Yeah.
Friday, you look wet.
Hi, Lee. So do you.
Everything happened on Christmas. Purse was soaking wet.
Ordinary black handbag. Huh?
Raise any prints on the stuff inside?
Not a one. Here, you can check the content.
Thank you, Lee. Let's see. Small comb. Most of the teeth out of it. 3 pennies. Hairpins, mirror, lipstick.
That's it, Holy.
A couple more things.
Yeah.
This fountain pen, this door key. Armstrong found them in the grass a few feet from the body.
Can I have a look at those?
Yeah, it's an ordinary ballpoint fountain pen. Buy them in any drugstore for 69 cents.
No sign of rust on the key. Must have been dropped recently.
Maybe this will explain what happened to her face. Broken beer bottle.
Where'd you find that?
Laughlin found it back in the bushes over there. These jagged edges here smeared with blood.
Mm-hmm.
Too much rain. Can't do anything about prints till it dries.
Can you get enough from these smears to run a precipitant?
Think so.
Lee, got a minute?
Yeah, Ben, what is it?
Oh, hi, Joe.
Hi.
Claudio found a set of footprints over by that clump of shrubbery. Rain hasn't spoiled them yet.
Did you cover them?
Yeah, I think you can get a pretty good cast from them.
Better get a picture of them right away. Hey, Charlie.
Right with you, Lee.
I'll get the stuff from the car. You mind giving me a hand, Dave?
Oh, let's go.
Well, this takes care of Christmas, Joe.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to check the body yet?
Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Well, there's no sign of struggle. Could have happened after a Christmas Eve brawl, maybe.
Yeah?
Whoever the victim is, she was probably acquainted with the killer. The two of them came in the park, and the victim got it before she knew what was happening.
Might work easier if we find out who the victim is.
And we can check her prints through R&I when we get back to the office. What'd those footprints look like?
Seemed like a heavy print, maybe work shoes of some kind. Want to see how Lee's making out?
Yeah, let's go.
Gonna miss Christmas dinner again this year. Footprint, fountain pen, and key. Where do we start?
It's a cheap pen. They sell thousands of them. Want to smoke?
Oh, thanks. Footprints will help convict the killer. Gotta find him first. Thank you.
I don't know. Maybe we can work a switch.
How's that?
Find the lock that fits the key. 9 a.m., Christmas Day. Sergeants Dave Arroyo, Robert Claudio, Ben, and I went back to the office and took stock of what we had to work with. It wasn't much. The woman had been murdered. Who was she? Why was she killed? Who was the killer? Dave and Claudio had the dead woman's fingerprints taken, and they were run through the record bureau. Ben and I checked with Lee Jones at the crime lab. The results of the precipitant test showed that the type of blood found on the broken beer bottle matched that of the victim. From the casts of the foot impressions found at the scene of the killing, Lee estimated that they were made by a person approximately 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing about 160 pounds. He figured the foot gear must have been of a heavy type, either a boot or a dress shoe with thick double soles, size 11. 9:40 a.m. We checked in at the basement of the Hall of Justice, the county morgue. Doc, how's it going?
All there, Joe. Death caused by multiple fracture. The skull flashing in the face was a contributing cause. I sent her close to Lee Jones.
Yeah, we know. No laundry marks.
Well, I got 2 things. Maybe they'll help, maybe they won't.
Yeah?
The chemist's report here on the blood analysis shows the victim was drinking. She was definitely under the influence at the time she was murdered. 0.12% alcohol in the blood.
Mm-hmm.
How about the murder weapon, Doc? We gonna rule out that beer bottle?
I'm just coming to that. Step over here.
Yeah?
This mark here on the side of her face, brown smudge.
Well, Jones says that that's shoe polish. He analyzed a few of the particles.
Ties in. The cause of death was brought about by severe blows in the head and face.
Heavy shoe, huh?
That's my guess. Probably a boot or a work shoe.
That doesn't add, Joe.
How do you mean?
If they were heavy work shoes the killer was wearing, why were they polished? How many people polish their work shoes?
Could be waterproofing.
No, Jones says it was a brown paste polish.
And it doesn't figure.
Unless the killer was wearing some kind of dress boots.
Cycle boots, maybe. Hundreds of kids on motorcycles wear them.
Yeah. That's going to be about as helpful as a key or a cheap fountain pen.
Excuse me. County Morgue, Tyson speaking. Yeah, all right, Frank. I'll tell him. Cunningham at R&I wants to see you right away.
What's up?
They made the victim's prints.
During the war years, a complete file of pictures and fingerprints had been kept on all persons employed at local defense plants. Out of this file came our first major lead. The victim's fingerprints matched those of one Maria Camacho, 38 years old, formerly employed at Universal Aircraft. Her address in 1945 was listed as 9230 Sheridan Avenue. Ben and I went over to the crime lab, picked up the key and the fountain pen found near the body, and drove to the Sheridan Avenue address. The house was 3 blocks from the churchyard where the body was found. A young woman with a baby in her arms answered the door. She identified herself as Elena Gomez. She told us Maria Camacho was her aunt. They were expecting her for Christmas dinner late that afternoon. We told her what happened. When she recovered from the shock, we questioned her and her husband, a furniture worker.
So hard for me to believe. Why anyone would do this to Maria?
When's the last time you saw her, Mr. Gomez?
Well, she was around last night, Sergeant. She brought the presents for the kids. Always brought them presents on Christmas.
Did she live here? Was this her permanent address?
No. She stayed with us during the war when Ray was overseas. When he came back, she took a room down the street. I can give you the address.
All right. What time did Maria leave the house last night?
Well, let's see. Must have been around 10 o'clock. Not much later. Don't you think, Elena? About 10 o'clock?
Yeah, that's right. Go see what those kids are doing, huh, Ray?
Yeah, all right.
Did Maria have anything to drink here last night, Miss Gomez?
Yes, we had a glass of sherry together, that's all.
Could you tell if she'd been drinking before she came here?
Oh, it was Christmas Eve. I guess she'd had a few. Why?
Was she a pretty heavy drinker?
Not usually, no. Maybe on the holidays, though. Maria liked to get out and have fun, living alone and all that. Poor Maria.
Oh, did she drink at home, or was there some particular place she liked to go?
A cantina down on Soda Street. She used to go there.
Any others?
A couple of bars on Brooklyn Avenue. I don't know the names.
What did Maria do for a living, Miss Gomez?
She took in some dressmaking. Worked for herself. She wasn't poor, wasn't rich. Her landlady could tell you about her friends.
Kids are hungry, Lana. Dinner's getting cold.
Sorry that we had to break in on you like this.
Well, it's all right, Sergeant. It's just the kids.
Ask the officers if they want some mince pie, Ray. Cup of coffee.
No. That's all right, Miss Gomez. Thank you.
Just one more thing. Would you look at these, please? This pen.
Sure, that's Maria's. Look, Ray, Maria's pen.
Mm-hmm. Now, how about this key?
No, I never saw that before.
Neither did I.
Well, thanks very much, both of you. Sorry to hold up your dinner.
Oh, that's all right. We're not hungry. Hey, maybe I could fix you a turkey sandwich.
No, thank you, Jeff. The same we have to be going.
We'll contact you later on. Here's our card.
All right. I can't think of a reason, Sergeant. Why someone would kill her. Why would they kill Maria? Poor Maria.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Nice kid. Seem to be having a good Christmas.
Too bad we had to spoil it. We drove down the street to the rooming house where Maria Camacho stayed. We talked to the landlady and the rest of the tenants, who failed to come up with a lead. They told us Maria Camacho drank a little, but she was always pleasant, easy to get along with. We checked her room. We went through stacks of Spanish-language newspapers and magazines. We went through her bills, photographs, her letters. We found nothing. There wasn't an item in the small apartment that could help us. We went through the entire rooming house, trying each door with a key that we'd found by the body. It didn't fit any of them, not even the door to the victim's room. 5 p.m., there was a lull in the rain. We picked up Dave and Claudio and started to explore the only lead we had. The victim had been drinking a few hours before she'd been murdered, probably at a neighborhood tavern. For the next 6 hours, we canvassed every bar in the vicinity. 11:15 p.m., Christmas night. The four of us met in a combination bar restaurant at Brooklyn and Soto for a bite to eat.
You had as much luck as we did, huh?
Nothing, Dave. Everybody we talked to knew the woman. Nobody saw her Christmas Eve.
We picked up the names of a dozen friends of hers from the bartenders. Checked them out. They couldn't tell us anything.
Well, we still got another dozen bars to cover at least. She must have been in one of them last night.
Wish we'd find it. My wife's sure mad.
You got company, so's mine. All right, gentlemen. Who had the grilled ham sandwich?
I did.
All right. And the 3 hamburgers? Yep. There we go. Hot plate.
You got some ketchup, please?
Sure. Say you wouldn't like a little eggnog to go with that. It's good. I make the batter myself.
No.
Thank you
Hey,
very much. There is something you can do for us. Yes, sir? Would you look at this picture? All right. See if you can identify this woman. Sure looks like Maria. Yeah, that's her. You know her?
Was she in here last night, do you know?
Yeah, she was.
What time was she in?
Oh, about 11:30. Why?
Was she with somebody?
Oh, half a dozen of them at least. Maria, another woman, and 4 or 5 men.
Were they drinking?
Well, they were well behaved. Just having a little Christmas cheer, that's all. They like my eggnog.
And what time did Maria leave? Do you remember?
Well, no, not exactly, but she left before the others. They closed the place. You fellas cops?
Did she leave alone?
No, Tony followed her out. I think it must have been sometime around midnight. I'm not sure.
Who's Tony?
Tony Perez. He's busboy here. He knows Maria.
Where's he now?
Christmas. He's off. Lives in a hotel down the street someplace. I don't know.
Time fits. Maybe the key does. Dave and Claudio started to check the neighborhood to locate the hotel where Tony Perez stayed. Ben and I continued our canvass of bars and restaurants in the area. 1 a.m. The rain started in again. We checked in at a bar on Brooklyn Avenue near Cornwall, the Cantina Sinaloa.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen.
Police officers. Would you look at this picture, please, see if you can identify it?
Wait till I dry my hands. I'm just getting some of these glasses out of the way. Let's see.
You ever see her before?
Oh, yeah, that's Maria. Too bad. I read in the papers about it.
Can you tell us if she was in here last night?
No, I didn't see her. I read in the papers about it, though. Terrible. Poor Maria.
Is it possible she might have been in? You didn't see her?
No, I always know when Maria's here. She was always full of fun. She liked to sing. I better get these glasses finished.
Ben, you want to call the office?
Yeah, okay.
How about a drink, Sergeant? You don't look so good.
You got any coffee?
It's not very fresh. It's been standing there a couple of hours.
Well, that's all right.
Okay. Here. Here's the sugar.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's not very warm, huh?
Oh, that's okay.
What do you think, officer? The guy was crazy?
I don't know.
Ah, he must have been crazy. Lots of nice rain. That's good for the farmers.
Yeah.
Sure.
You ever see this key before?
Let's see. I don't know.
Joe.
Yeah.
Dave and Claudio found the hotel that picked up Tony Perez. Took him in.
What'd he tell him?
Dave says they're talking to him now. He won't say much.
Did they find anything on him?
He's wearing a pair of dark brown boots.
Yeah.
Well polished.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of skater Larry Jackson, one of the stars of the Los Angeles Ice Capades. This is his actual signed statement.
When the excitement of the show is over, a mild cigarette is important for smoking enjoyment. I found Fatima's the most enjoyable king-size cigarette because it's extra mild. I agree, it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And so do more and more smokers every day. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
Monday, December 26th, 9 a.m. We checked Tony Perez through R&I. He had a record of 7 arrests, but no convictions. During the past year, he'd been booked on suspicion of 211 PC, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, and second-degree burglary. In each instance, he'd been released for a lack of evidence. All of his shoes and clothing were brought to the crime lab for examination. 9:25 a.m. We brought Perez back to the interrogation room. He admitted that he had been with Maria Camacho Christmas Eve, but he denied having anything to do with her killing. He told us that after he had left Maria, he'd gone to a party at some friend's house. Dave and Claudio went out to check his story. I gave them the key found near the body and asked them to try it on the door to Perez's hotel room. Ben and I continued to question the suspect.
How well did you know Maria Camacho, Tony?
I told you already. She was just some old crow who used to hang around the bars, that's all. I used to talk to her once in a while.
You ever have any arguments with her?
No. How many times you gonna ask me that?
It would help a lot if you could tell us exactly where you left Maria Christmas Eve and when you left her.
I told you already. I don't remember exactly. We were drinking. We were all drinking. I don't remember.
How'd you get to that party?
I walked. Place down on Malabar Street. Maria stopped at a bar someplace along the way, and that's the last time I saw her.
Did you go in with her?
No, she went in alone. I went to the party. That's all I know.
Interrogation room Friday.
Lee Jones, Joe.
Yeah.
Check the polish on Perez's boots. It matches with the smear of polish on the victim's face. Wax components are exactly the same.
Good. How about the cast?
Nope, they didn't match. The prints we cast out there were size 11, big heel. Perez wears a 9, pretty small heel. No match at all.
What about the other stuff?
Went over the rest of his shoes, his clothes. Nothing that ties in.
Okay, Lee. Thank you. Do you shine your own boots, Tony?
No. Why?
Where do you get them shined?
I go to Angelo's, Chicago Street, right near First.
When's the last time you got a shine?
Oh, Christmas Eve.
What time Christmas Eve, Tony?
When I got off work, about 2 in the afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, Dave.
See one of you outside a minute?
Yeah.
Perez telling the truth about the party. He was there. We timed out how long it'd take him to walk from the restaurant to the party.
Yeah?
Pretty close. His friends say he got to the party about 12:30. Doesn't look like he had time to kill that woman.
Well, where does that leave us?
Still got those boots.
No, no more. They don't match the impressions at the murder scene.
Well, that makes us even.
Huh?
Here's your key back. Didn't fit.
Tony Perez was held for further investigation. Dave and Claudio took up the canvassing of bars in the same area where we had left off the night before. Ben and I drove down to Angelo's Shine Stand. It stood just outside a barber shop, 4 chairs with an awning full of cigarette holes over them. He identified Maria Camacho's picture immediately. We questioned him while he polished her shoes.
Maria, I used to tell her, Sergeant, running around like that, she had so many friends. Too many.
Did you see Maria on Christmas Eve, Angelo?
Christmas Eve? Let me see. No, last time was a few days before Christmas.
Angelo, do you know a man by the name of Tony Perez?
Tony? Sure. Tony Perez. Tall fella, big shoulders.
Was he one of your customers?
Yeah, all the time he comes to see me.
Was he here on Christmas Eve, Angelo?
Yeah, he was here. I gave him a shine. Good customer.
You remember what kind of shoes he had on?
Sure. Boots. He always wears boots.
What color were they, do you know?
Brown. Always wears brown boots. Well, what's the matter? Tony in trouble?
What kind of polish do you use on his boots, Angelo?
Well, I got the can down here. Yeah, this one here. High-grade polish. You got boots, I can fix them up.
Do you use the same polish on all the boots you shine, Angelo?
Oh, only the brown boots. That's brown polish. You fellas ask too many questions. You make me go too slow.
Well, there's no rush, Angelo. Can you tell me this?
Yeah?
Besides Tony Perez, was there anybody else with brown boots who got a shine from you Christmas Eve?
Well, I don't know. Lots of people get shined. Christmas Eve is pretty busy.
Just the people with brown boots, Angelo. Can you remember?
No, I don't think so. Tony was the only one with the brown boots. There's no others.
And how about heavy brown shoes?
Huh?
You remember the people with heavy brown shoes that came in for a shine?
No, I don't know. Look, please, just let me shine your shoes, huh?
That can of brown polish, Angelo, you say that's the kind you use on Tony Perez's boots?
Yeah, that's the kind. This kind right here.
Well, can you remember how many times you used that polish on Christmas Eve?
Well, I opened this can that morning. I can see how much is gone. Maybe I use it, maybe half a dozen times.
Can you remember the people whose shoes call for this kind of polish?
Yeah, lots of them. Brown shoes. I know the feet when I see them. I don't know the faces.
Don't you remember any of them?
If they like the shine, maybe by and by they come back. They were 3, 4 fellas, maybe. I see them before. I don't know their names. Okay, finished. You like it to shine?
Oh, yeah, fine.
See, I'm going to buy that can of polish from you, Angelo, and we're going to check back with you later.
Okay. Here it is. That's fine polish, Sergeant. Best you can get.
Yeah, but it rubs off. December 26th, 5 p.m. We drove back to the crime lab and had Lee Jones analyze the can of shoe polish. It matched exactly with the particles of shoe polish taken from the victim's body and from the boots of Tony Perez. We arranged for a stakeout at Angelo's shine stand. In case the people with heavy brown shoes returned, Angelo could point them out immediately to the men on duty. 5:30 p.m. Dave and Claudio called in. They thought they had another nibble, this time from the bartender at the El Cedello Tavern, a bar on Soto Street. We drove down to South Main and Harlem Place for a meet.
Hi, Dave.
Hi.
Figured we better move on this tonight.
What's the pitch?
Bartender on Soto tipped me that Maria Camacho was in his place Christmas Eve. Said it was a little after midnight.
Yeah?
Said she had a drink, left the place about 10 minutes past 12 with a guy called Frank Tolano. Nosed around, found Miss Tolano works at the Midnight Mission. Over there.
All right, let's go.
This it, Dave? Yeah. Good Friends Mission.
Come in for a nice, warm, spiritual bath. Coffee and soup free.
Watch the stairs.
Yeah.
Now, brothers, I only hope that our little meeting here has brought you closer and made your souls to glow with the great and glorious light of the Spirit. And yes, brothers, if we be not born again of that light, as the book says, we'll be damned, brothers. Damned. Amen.
Amen.
Now, brothers, while Sister Myrtle Ferguson plays one of her stirring marches, let's join arms, brother to brother, and march into the lunchroom where, through the kind graces of one of our benefactors, Pete Boudouris of the Acropolis Cafe, each one of you will be entitled to a bowl of turkey soup, some of Sister Wilson's homemade bread, and a cut of mince pie. Sister Ferguson, you march.
Guess that's the man to see.
Yeah, let's go.
Sure pack him in, don't they? That soup smells real good.
Excuse me, sir?
Yes, brother? What is it?
Police officers. Do you have a Frank Tolano working here?
Well, what's the trouble?
Does he work here?
Well, yes, he's a very good man, Frank. Anything wrong?
Is he here now?
No, he isn't.
Where can we find him?
Well, I'd like to know what the trouble is.
We'd like to talk to him, mister, that's all.
Well, he has a room at Good Friends Mission Annex. That's over on San Pedro Street.
Is that his permanent residence, the Mission Annex?
Yes, Frank's very helpful. He works for a small salary, and we give him room and board.
Is he over at the Annex now?
Yeah, but maybe you'd better not see him now, officer.
Why not?
Well, Frank's not at his best. He's been drinking again. That's the surest sign.
How do you mean?
Well, whenever Frank starts drinking, that means that he's worrying. He's one of those. He drinks to forget.
Yeah.
He's been drinking for 3 days.
He must have a lot to forget. Come on. 6:30 p.m. We drove over to the Good Friends Mission Annex on San Pedro Street. The man in charge told us that Tolano had a small room to himself at the rear of the second floor. Dave and Claudio went around to cover the Mission Annex from the back. Ben and I went up a narrow flight of wooden stairs. The plain white plaster walls were chipped and cracked and scrawled with pencil markings. We walked down to the end of a wide hallway to a brown paneled door with a transom above it. There was a man in soiled work clothes sitting on the bed. On the table next to him, there were 3-quart wine bottles. 2 of them were empty.
Get out of here.
You Frank Delano?
What about it?
Police officers like to talk to you.
Get out of here. You're not taking me. I'll cut you to pieces.
Drop the bottle, Tolano.
Get out of here.
Drop the bottle.
I'll cut you to pieces.
Like you cut Maria.
I'll kill you.
Put it down, Tolano. Drop it. Get the cuffs on him.
Yeah. Let's go.
Just a minute. Yeah, it fits.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On March 7th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 94, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to extra mild Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the king-size cigarette that is extra mild.
Extra mild because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give it a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Frank Dominic Tolano was tried and convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Patty Page visits Jack Birch tomorrow morning on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Carol Landis, the curvaceous cookie from Hollywood. Curvaceous. What's the difference what it means? It looks great. She's a beautiful dame, Duffy. Has she got what? Mm-hmm. Also, a very high forehead. What? Mrs. Duffy had a shape like that when you married her? Yeah, but since then her figure's been a total loss. Huh? Well, naturally. Everything going out and nothing coming in. Huh? Offer her a job here. Duffy, it'd ruin us. Well, with calves like hers around, who's going to order pig's feet? I'll call you back, Duffy. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Joe Venuti and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Carol Landis, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Let's see now. Leave a spoon neath the moon, dear Miss Landis.
Send us out.
Wait a minute, Eddie. You're making me lose my muse.
In your case, no muse is good news.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen to this poem that I'm writing in Carol Landis' behoof. Leave a spoon neath the moon, dear Miss Landis, while I whisper how dainty your hand is. Joe Cupid has got me over a barrel, but I'll wait for you till Christmas Carol. What do you think of it, Eddie? Huh?
What do you think I think of it?
That's a nasty thing to say. After all, I just dashed the thing off you. Could Shakespeare do better?
Even right now, he could.
Well, I suppose poetry means you've fallen in love again.
Could be, Eddie.
Boy, that love bug must use up all his red points on you.
Well, Eddie, you know it's spring, and in the spring, the old saying is, a young man's thoughts turn to something a little fancy. It happens to every normal guy.
Yeah, but it happens to you all year.
Oh, can I help it if I'm normal more frequently than other guys? Yeah, Eddie, there's something in me makeup that gives me a yen for beautiful dames.
Now all you need is some makeup to give them beautiful dames a yen for you.
What do you mean, Eddie?
Well, now look, I mean every girl you meet. Take Michelle Morgan. She threw you over. Gertrude Lawrence walked out on you. Ida Lupino gave you the air. Veronica Lake gave you the air.
Eddie, are you trying to imply that I am fickle?
Not fickle. Futile.
Leave us not split infinitives, Eddie. You just watch me tonight when Carol Landis comes down here.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, well, Miss Duffy, I ain't seen hide nor seek of you in weeks. Where have you been?
Home, having a battle with a horrible flu germ.
Oh, how is your mother?
Please, Archie, I'm talking about a very contagious germ.
Oh, I beg your pardon. How's your father?
Oh, he's fine, thank you.
Well, that's good. Well, I'll see you later, Miss Duffy. I'm very busy now.
You want to hear how I got the flu?
No.
Well, last week my girlfriend, Vera Fogarty, got us a double date with two sailors.
Vera Fogarty got your date with two sailors. She's picking up sailors again, huh?
She did not pick them up.
She didn't, huh?
No.
Then how did she meet them?
She happened to be swimming past a battleship. Anyways, us and the sailors went out for a drive together, the four of us. And did we have a miserable time?
You did, huh? What happened?
Well, the first thing was they crowded me and my sailor in the back seat.
Oh, two in the back seat. That ain't crowded.
Have you ever been in the back seat with a sailor?
Motorcycle. Now, wait a minute. If this is a motorcycle and you was in the back, where did Vera sit?
On the handlebars, naturally. That is, until the accident.
Until what accident?
When we stopped for a red light and Vera didn't.
I like Vera. That's very droll. So, leave me make a dull story short. You kissed the sailor goodnight and you caught the flu from him, huh?
That is not a very nice thing to say, Archie. You know very well I'm too much of a lady to kiss a man the first time I meet him if he has the flu. Say, maybe he did have the flu. How else could I have got it?
Well, anyways, Miss Duffy, don't think it's nice to have you back again. But do me a favor. We'll keep away from guys. You know, with you, it's like a drug, like a dope. Finnegan?
Well, Miss Duffy, how you feeling?
Better, thank you.
I was deeply concerned about your ill. You know, that flu can turn into a nasty cold. Did you get the box of cough drops I sent you?
Yes, thank you. That was very thoughtful of you, Finnegan.
Well, I always try to be thoughtful. Too bad you got better. You should have seen the wreath I had picked out.
That's the breaks, Finnegan.
Well, anyway, Miss Duffy, glad to see you back.
Thank you.
Hey, Arch, is Carol Landis really coming here tonight?
Why, certainly, Finnegan.
Arch, could you lend me the loan of a quarter?
Wait a minute. What do you want a quarter for?
In case I have to take her out.
Finnegan, you kill me. You want me to lend you the loan of a quarter to take Carol Landis out?
Don't worry, Arch. I ain't going to spend it. I just want to flash it.
Finnegan, flash it. A dame like Carol Landis ain't impressed by a quarter. A quarter wouldn't even tip her coiffeur.
Coiffeur?
Yeah.
So who's that, the guy that drives your car?
No, Finnegan, a coiffeur is a male hair washer. It's what the French call a shampoos. Quarter to take out a movie star.
Oh, what's the matter? To me, Carol Landis is just another...
Finnegan, please. When you mention Carol Landis' name in public, smile. Don't forget, sir, that someday that name might be my name.
You mean that you and Carol Landis are...
Yes, I do.
Ah. So when did it happen?
As soon as I meet her. Watch me work, Finnegan.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Toby.
I hear Carol Landis is coming down here to talk about women taking jobs.
Yeah, she is, but believe me, Toby, if me plans matriculate, she ain't going to be interested in that stuff. I am proud to say that my wife will not have to take no job.
Well, why not?
She's got money of her own. You may play, Mr. Venuti. Hello? Hello, Duffy. How do you like Venuti's band? Oh. Uh-huh. 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 Well, look, what do you think of Venuti himself? Uh-huh, too, huh? Well, look, Duffy, you're too critical. After all, this band could be worse. How? Well, there could be more of them. What, they should what? They should be seen and not heard? Duffy, you're nuts. They look even worse than they sound. Well, look, I'll have a talk with Venuti. Huh? Tell him what? Okay.
Hey, Arch, what was that?
That was a request.
What was the request?
Never mind. You couldn't do it anyway. To be frank, Mr. Venuti, me and Duffy both feel that your band leaves something to be desired.
Namely?
Namely, music.
What are you talking about, Arch? These guys are very good musicians. Over half of them can read music.
Look, Mr. Venuti, I don't pretend to be no Tachkalanis, but I don't even say that I know much about music. All I know is what me ears tell me. And me ears tell me that you don't know much about music neither. Now, will you and your leaf breakers play a number? And remember, A little pizzicato goes a long, long way.
Okay, all right, come on, fellas, let's go. And remember, no crap games during duress. 1, 2...
What do you think? You think there's any improvement in Venuti's band?
I don't know. It seems such a waste to make all that noise and not turn out a single boiler.
Well, at least they're trying. Hey, wait a minute, Eddie. Here comes Carol Landis. What a dish, huh? Oh, boy. And look at her. What a lady. What a lady. Look how she passes the cuspidor and ignores it. There's a real lady for you, Eddie. Well, Carol Landis. Carol, just stand there in all your glorious punkwitude. What a beauty.
What a beast.
Please, don't say a word. Just stand there and leave me drinking me only with thine eyes. Never before has such radiant lassitude ever desecrated our portholes.
Say, whatever happened to the King's English?
I know he is. That's a joke, by the way. Look, Carol, won't you, pray have a seat?
If someone will pray, wipe off that chair.
Well, it's a trifle dusty, but it's easy to clean. Just sit down and wiggle a little. Yeah, that's right. That's it. Yeah. You ought to see Mrs. Duffy do that. She cleans 6 chairs at once. Yeah, but enough of this dish and the dirt here. Miss Landis, this is Miss Duffy, the daughter of the establishment.
Good evening.
Likewise, I'm sure. Gee, Miss Landis, you know, you look exactly the same in the person as you do in the flesh.
Well, thank you.
You and I are lucky to have such gorgeous figures.
Knock wood.
And our hair is both blonde, too.
Isn't that a coincidence?
Yes. What was yours before?
Green with red sideburns.
Oh, then it's good you changed it.
Now, please, get back to the cash register. And, Carol, leave us get back to the eternal triangle. You and me.
Look, Archie, I came here to talk about a very serious problem.
What, that stuff that Toby was saying about women taking jobs?
What do you mean, that stuff?
Carol, dames like you ain't made for Chris, would you were a frail gossamer who should be placed on a pedestrian. You're different. You should be worshipped, cherished, nursed.
I know. Woman's place is in the home.
That's right. It's the first law of nature. Tomatoes should cling to the vine. But, Carol, look how happy you'd be. Think of another world. Think of you and me in our own little home with a couple of ivy-covered kids.
Look, Archie, leave us face it. I ain't in love.
Carol, why do you repulse me?
Just to make it mutual.
Well, you're wrong. A girl like you needs a guy like I. A guy who can protect you, as a man should, with his muscles.
What muscles?
Look, Cal, I'm not the kind of a guy who wears his muscle on his sleeve. Mine is inner spring muscles. Yes, sir, like steel, as many a guy who has learned, who has punched me in the nose.
Archie, I'm supposed to deliver a message to the women, and I'm going to deliver it.
Oh, you and them jobs for dames. I'd like to see a dame in a job like mine. I'd like to see you running my job.
I could do anything you could do.
Anything I could do, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love it. What is it, Eddie?
Mr. Moriarty just tore his pants on a nail, and he wants you to lend him a pair of yours.
Touche, Carol? Just a second, Carol. Hello? Hello, Duffy. You want to talk to Carol? Okay, Miss Landis, the Bonnie face would like to talk to you.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. We met where? I smiled to you from the where? Mr. Duffy, I have never been on a runway. What? Oh, you like the speech anyway. Oh, how would I like a job here? No, I don't think I'd... wait a minute. What sort of a job? General manager. Over Archie?
Hey, wait a minute. What goes on here?
Please. Exactly what would my duties be, Mr. Duffy? Yes. 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 And what? Mr. Duffy.
Miss Landis, did I hear right? Did I understand that Duffy has made you the general manager? My boss?
You heard right.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to think this thing over. Hey, Venuti. Hey, Joe, leave us have a number.
Just a second. That's my job. Hey, Venuti. Hey, Joe, leave us have a number.
Oh. Dirty trick. Putting a dame in here as my boss.
What's the matter, Mr. Arthur?
I'm going nuts. Carol Landis is going to be me boss, me manager. Order me around. Make a slave out of me.
Congratulations. Is she really going to marry you?
Hey, this is no time for levidity. That's dirty, Duffy. Putting a dame in charge. Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Maybe this is a boomerang in sheep's clothing.
What do you mean?
Eddie, I got a hunch this job is going to change Miss Landis' ideas about her work and about me.
Come on, Archie, get busy.
What do you mean?
Well, this place looks awful. It's filthy.
That discovery will not make you no Lady Columbus.
How long has it been since this joint had a thorough cleaning?
I don't know exactly, but you can gauge it by the amount of dust. It figures about a half an inch a month.
Well, don't you have a vacuum cleaner?
Well, we had one, but it got filled up, so we had to throw it away. Anything else, Your Majesty?
Yes. Where do you keep the napkins?
The napkins? We cut the napkins out for the duration 10 years ago.
I get it. You're going to try to make it tough for me, huh?
Oh, Paris forbid. No, we're all going to cooperate. If Duffy wants to have ladies' help, he can have all ladies' help. Oh, Miss Venuti, Josephine.
Yes, Archibald, darling.
Josie, would you have the sweater girls play a number for Miss Landis?
Archibald, you are very inconsiderate. These girls have been standing over a hot trumpet all day.
Well, I don't know, Josephine. Phil Spitali's girls never seem to get tired. Maybe we should get a male band leader, too.
Look, dearie, don't threaten me.
Hurry on. Oh, Miss Finnegan. Miss Finnegan.
Huh?
You look delightful. Is that a new frock?
Hurry on.
Finnegan. Wait a minute. Come here. You don't understand. This is Ladies' Day in Duffy's Tavern.
The ladies' day. Oh. So, Archie, that is a Devon apron you are wearing.
It's just a little thing I picked up in Paris. A Schlepperelli. Oh, by the way, Finny, I love your hairdo.
Do you do? Do you like this off-the-scalp arrangement?
I'm crazy about it. I love it. Wherever did you get the idea?
So in Madame Lefty's pool room.
Oh, cute. Oh, girl, to you, sir. Oh, thank you, Edwina.
So, girls, look how graceful I'm drinking me tea with me pinky finger sticking out.
But, Miss Finnegan, you should take your other 4 fingers out of the tea.
Girl, I have great news. I just found a store downtown where you can buy, guess what?
What?
Girdle.
With real elastic?
With real elastic. Okay. Then let's go buy some. We can make slingshots.
Oh, Finny, you slay me. I just adore your wit.
I'm really glad I came down here tonight.
So am I, Carol. You know something?
What?
You made me kind of proud of the fact that my mother was a dame. Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet eat. Archie the manager speaking. Hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Charles Lawton. Yeah, if you come down here next week, you can meet him face to face, which will be a horrible double feature. Good night, Duffy.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning, the needle comes down. It's music. the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's off to the 7th sea. Don't cry, baby. Don't cry, baby. Bye, 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 baby. When I come back, we'll live a life of ease. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Did you miss out on that big football game last week? Can't get rid of that head cold? Want to get away from it all?
CBS offers you Escape.
You are groping your way slowly through the dark hold of a ship at sea, moving carefully, step by step, searching intently for something you dread to find, because you know that this ship carries a cargo of death.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations presents Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully plotted to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to a harbor front in Venezuela, and a grim voyage that started there, as told by Martin Storm in his gripping story, A Shipment of Mute Fate. I stopped on the wharf at La Guaira and looked up the gangplank toward the liner Chan Kay, standing quietly there at her moorings. The day was warm under a bright tropic sun, and the harbor beyond the ship lay drowsy and silent. But all at once, in the midst of these peaceful surroundings, a cold chill gripped me, and I shivered with sudden dread. Dread of the thing I was doing and was about to do. But too much had happened to turn back now. I'd gone too far to stop. So I set the box down on the edge of the wharf, placed it carefully so as to be in plain sight and within gunshot of the captain's bridge. And then I turned and started up the gangplank. I knew what I was going to do, but I couldn't forget that a certain pair of beady eyes were watching every move I made. Eyes that never blinked and never closed, just watched and waited.
Oh, I beg your pardon. What? Mr. Warner.
Hello, Mother Willis. How's the best-looking stewardess on the Seven Seas?
Well, I'm fine, Mr. Warner. I guess better run along now. Get on with the show.
Now, wait a minute. That's a fine greeting after 2 months.
Well, it's just that I'm so busy.
I don't believe a word of it. Sailing day's tomorrow. You're simply avoiding me, that's all.
Oh, no, really, I'm not.
And on the trip down from New York, you said I was your favorite passenger.
But I'm only...
Here, wait a minute. What's that you're carrying in your apron there?
It's nothing. Just supplies.
Supplies? Well, let's have a look, huh?
No, please.
What do you know? It's a cat.
It's Clara, Mr. Warner.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Bowman said I had to leave her ashore, and I just couldn't.
Well, who's Mr. Bowman?
The new chief steward.
Oh.
Clara's been aboard with me for 2 years, and I just can't leave her here in a foreign country, especially with her condition, so delicate and all.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, I hope you get away with it.
You won't tell anyone?
Not a soul. As a matter of fact, if things don't work out right, we may both end up smuggling.
Happy to have you on board on the trip down 2 months ago, Christopher. I'm very glad you're coming along with us on the run back to New York.
Thanks, Captain Wood. There is one thing, though. I'm having a little trouble with the customs men here, and I wondered if you might...
I can't do it, Christopher. I just cabled your father this morning. Told him I'd done it for you if I possibly could. Sent a request from New York, you know.
Yeah, I thought he would. I wired him from upriver last week.
I hate to refuse, but it's absolutely out of the question.
Well, Captain Wood, I'm afraid I don't follow you there.
Responsibility to the passenger, son. We have women and children aboard. On a liner, the safety of the passengers comes ahead of anything.
But with proper precautions.
Something might happen. I don't know what, but something might.
You've carried worse things.
There isn't anything worse. And any skipper afloat will bail me out. Now, Christopher, I simply can't take the chance, and that's final.
Final? Well, it wasn't final if I could do anything about it. I hadn't come down here to spend 2 months in that stinking backcountry and then be stopped on the edge of the wharf. 2 months of it. Heat, rain, insects, malaria. I'd gone clear in past the headwaters of the Orinoco. Traveled through country where every step along the jungle trail might be the last one. Oh, Sanchez.
Si, Senor Warner.
You better start looking for a place to camp. It'll be dark in a little while.
Si, Senor. Very soon we turn to river. Camp on rocks by water. This very bad country.
This very bad country. You've been saying that for 10 days now. Very bad country.
Well, si, Senor Warner. This very bad country.
Yeah, let's skip it. For all the luck we've had so far, it might as well be Central Park.
Central Park? I don't understand.
Oh, never mind. If we don't find something... Hey, what's the matter? Quiet now. Sanchez, what's wrong?
They're in the path. See? Bushmaster.
Bushmaster. The deadliest snake in the world. Bushmaster. Its Latin name was Lachesis muta. Mute fate. It lay there in the center of the path, a 10-foot length of silent death, coiled loosely in an undulant loop, ready to strike violently at the least movement. Here was the one snake that would go after any animal that walked, or any man. It lay there and watched us, not moving, not afraid, ready for anything. The splotch of its colors stood out like some horrible, gaudy floor mat lying there on the brown background of the jungle, waiting for someone to step on it. Here was what I'd come 2,000 miles for, a bushmaster. Sanchez, I didn't want that snake killed.
He no kill, Senor. He gone. Bushmaster very smart, very quick. Must always see a bullet in time to dodge.
Well, anyway, he's gone, and the only one we've seen in 5 weeks.
Oh, we find others. This very bad country.
Well, lay off that gun the next time. Don't shoot, you understand?
What you say, no shoot? You want Bushmaster?
Sure, but I want it alive.
Hombre Sacristo. Senor Warner, you tell me you want Bushmaster, but you no say alive.
You're getting $200 for it.
For dead man, what is $200? Tomorrow we go back to Caracas.
I'll make it 500, Sanchez.
I catch water snake, rattlesnake, any other kind. But I no catch Bushmaster.
Sanchez, I'll give you $1,000.
We go back to Caracas.
Well, it cost me 1,500 American dollars. But 3 days later, Sanchez brought me the snake in a rubber bag. He was shaking so hard, I thought for a moment the thing had struck him.
One thing you make sure, Senor Warner. Not turn him loose in Venezuela. Because he know I the one who catch him. And he know where I live.
All right, Sanchez, I'll keep an eye on him.
Tambien, he know you pay me to catch him. All the time he watch and wait. You no forget that, Senor Warner. Because he no forget. Not ever.
Well, after going through all that trouble and danger and laying out $1,500, I wasn't going to let a pig-headed ship captain stop me at the last minute. At least not as long as the cables were still in operation between La Guaira and New York. Morning, Captain Wood. The boy at the hotel said you wanted to see me.
That's right, Christopher. Sit down.
Thank you.
It seems you weren't willing to let matters stand the way we left them yesterday.
I'm sorry to go over your head, Captain Wood, but I had to. The museum sent me all the way down here for it. And I'm not going to be stopped by red tape. This will be the only live Bushmaster ever brought to the United States.
Yes, and if I had my way, but... well, orders are orders. I got a cable from the head office this morning. All right. I suppose we talk about precautions.
I'll handle it any way you say.
Got to have a stronger box. That crate's too flimsy.
Well, it's stronger than it looks. And that wire screen on top would hold a Wildcat. But anyway, I bought a heavy sea chest this morning. I will put the crate inside of it.
Sounds all right. You got a lock on it?
Heavy padlock. It's fixed so that the lid can be propped open a crack without unlocking it. The snake's got to have air.
But in dirty weather, that lid stays shut. I'll take no chances.
Fair enough.
I will keep the thing in my inside cabin where I sleep. I can't have it in the baggage room. And nobody on board's to know about it.
Whatever you say, Captain. But we won't have any trouble. After all, it's only an animal. It doesn't have any magical powers.
I saw a bushmaster in the zoo at Caracas once. Had it in a glass cage with double walls. It'd never move. Just lay there. Look at you as long as you were in sight. Gave a man the creeps.
I didn't know they had a bushmaster at the Caracas Zoo.
They don't. Now. Found the glass broken one morning and the snake gone. Night watchman was dead. They never found out what happened.
Well, the watchman must have broken the glass by accident some way.
The way they figured it, the glass was broken from the inside. Well, we sail in 4 hours.
We steamed north into the Caribbean with perfect weather and a sea as smooth as an inland lake. The barometer dropped a little on the 3rd day, but cleared up overnight and left nothing worse than a heavy swell. But in spite of the calm seas and the pleasant weather, I found myself feeling more and more often an ominous foreboding. I was developing almost unnatural fear of that snake. Well, I stayed clear of the passengers pretty much. Got the habit of dropping into Captain Wood's quarters several times a day. He kept the heavy box underneath his berth. I'd approach it quietly and shine my flashlight through the open crack. Never once could I catch that 12-foot devil asleep, or even excited. He'd be lying there, half coiled, his head raised a little, staring out of those beady black eyes, waiting. He'd still be like that when I'd turn away to leave. Maybe that's what bothered me, that horrible and constant watchful waiting. What in the name of heaven was he waiting for?
Well, hello there, Mr. Warner.
Oh, how are you, Mother Willis?
Why, but you and the captain spend an awful lot of time around this cabin. I'm beginning to think the two of you must have some guilty secret.
Oh, no, nothing like that, Mother Willis. I don't know about Captain Wood, but I certainly don't have any guilty secret. Well, she's running quite a swell out there, Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, it's a little heavy, all right, Mr. Warner. Guess a storm passed through to the west of us yesterday when the glass dropped.
Think it missed us then, huh?
Yeah, that's what the mate figures. Sure stirred up some water, though.
This'll put half the passengers in their bunks.
Makes it great for my department. 2/3 of them will want a steward to hold their head.
They'll keep Mother Willis so busy she'll have... Wait, look at the size of that wave.
Huh? But brace your husband. We're going to take it on the port bow. Hang on!
That was a freak if there ever was one. Not another wave in sight.
You see them like that sometimes, even in a calm sea. Well, I got to get below, Mr. Warner. That water probably did some damage on the officer's deck.
Yeah, I suppose it... What did you say?
The wheel companionway was open on the port side. Bridge cabins must have taken a pretty bad smashing up. They're right below the, Here, is something wrong, Mr. Warner?
No, nothing at all, Mr. Bowman. At least I hope not. I looked first for Captain Wood and couldn't find him. Of course, I knew it was only one chance in 1,000, but the chances against that freak wave were 1 in 1,000, too. Well, I couldn't waste any more time, so I stumbled down the companionway and along the passage to the captain's cabin.
Oh, come on in, Mr. Warner.
Mother Willis.
Why, isn't this cabin a mess? Trying to get some of these things out to dry.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to check. Where's that box that was under the captain's bunk?
Threw it out on that, Miss...
But where? We didn't know. It was nearly dark when we met together again in the chart room.
I don't get the thing at
No
all.
other way around it. We've risked all the time we can. We've got to warn the passengers.
Well, how we do it, Captain? Call them all together in the lounge?
No, if we did anything like that, we'd be asking for a panic.
We'll get one, whether we ask for it or not.
Pick a few men and go through the cabin decks. Tell them individually, inside their cabins, Watch for any act that looks as though it might cause trouble. And we'll keep an eye on them. Handle the crew the same way.
All right, Captain.
Okay.
Now, as soon as you've finished, arm all the deck officers and start searching again. Our only chance of preventing a riot is to find that damnable snake.
The slow nightmare that followed grew worse by the hour. None of us slept. All the ship's officers not on duty kept on with that endless search. Passengers locked themselves in their cabins or huddled together in the lounges, knowing all the time that no spot on board could be called safe. Fear was a heavy fog in the lungs of all of us, and every light on the vessel burned throughout the night. Morning came and brought no relief. Terror and tension mounted by the hour.
There now, Mrs. Crane, stop getting yourself all worked up and go back to your cabin. The horrid thing's probably crawled overboard anyway.
You're just saying that. You're paid to say it. You don't know. Nobody does.
Now, everything's going to be all right.
Oh, if you could only do something. If all of us could only get off the ship. They could fumigate it. Yes, that's what we've got to do. We've got to get off the ship.
Now, wait.
Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman is going to jump us.
No, you don't, lady.
Let me go. Let me go.
Nice work.
Let me go.
Nice work, Mr. Bowman. Get her down to her cabin. Whatever you do, don't turn her loose.
Well, you never know when it might strike you. You can't put on a coat or move a chair without risking your life. Now, something's got to be done. It might be right here in this crowd.
All right, mister. You better quiet down. Take it easy.
Take it easy, huh? Well, you're a great officer. Why don't you do something about it? That thing might be crawling around here right under our feet somewhere.
I said shut up. Are you trying to start a panic?
I got a right to talk. I don't want to die. Nobody's going to tell me.
The second night passed, and morning came around again. A gray and rainy day, just as grim and tense, dragged past, and the night came down again. Third night of the terror. Again, every light burned, and the whole ship seethed in the throes of incipient panic. Faced by a horror they'd never met on the sea before, crew and officers alike were on the verge of revolt. Passengers sat huddled in a trance-like stupor, ready to scream at the slightest unknown sound. At 7 bells, I made my way forward to the chart room and found Captain Wood bent over a desk.
Hello, Christopher. Come on in. Sit down.
It's got to be somewhere, Captain Wood. It's got to be.
I don't know. You could search this ship for 6 months and never touch all the places aboard. We can only hold out for 2 more days. We'll be in.
What's the Home Office say?
Oh, here's the latest wireless from them. Keep quiet and keep coming. What else can we do? How is it on the deck?
Pretty bad. Anything could happen.
Yeah. That's why I took the guns away from the men. 1 pistol shot and we'd have a riot on our hands.
Oh, the whole thing's my fault, Captain Wood. That's what I can't forget.
Oh, take it easy, Ned.
There was only some way I could pay for it myself, alone.
No, I know how you feel, but it's no more your fault than mine or the man who asked you to bring the snake back alive. Nobody planned this. You'd better try and get a little sleep.
Sleep?
Mr. Bowman made some coffee down the steward's galley a while ago. You better go down and get yourself a cup. And then rest up for a couple of hours.
Rest? I can't rest.
Christopher, it's no good going. What are you going to do? You can't help anything if you tumble through a hatch half asleep and break your neck. Go on and get some coffee. One way or another, we've got to hold out for 2 more days.
The light was on in the steward's galley, and the coffee pot was standing on the stove. It was still warm, so I didn't bother to heat it. I poured out a cup, carried it over, and set it on the porcelain tabletop in the center of the room. I started to light a cigarette. The door of the pan cupboard beneath the sink was standing slightly ajar, and I happened to glance down toward it. Out from the dark interior of the cupboard shone 2 glittering points of light 2 inches apart. I dropped the cigarette and moved slowly backward. I'd found the Bushmaster. As I moved, the snake slid out of the cupboard in a single sinuous glide, drew back into a loose coil on the galley floor, never taking his eyes off me. I moved slowly back, waiting any moment for that deadly, slithering strike. How had he known it was me? He'd stayed quiet when Bowman was here. How did he know to pick the first time in 3 days when I didn't have a gun? Well, my hand touched the wall behind me and I stopped. Only then I realized in terror what I'd done. The call button and the door were on the far side of the room. I'd backed into a dead end. I stared at the snake in fascination, expecting any moment the ripping slash of those poison fangs. The horrid coils tightened a little, and then were still again. 10 million years of evolution to produce this moment. Homo sapiens versus Lachesis muta. Man against mute fate. And all the odds were on fate. I knew then that I was going to die. I could feel the sweat run down between the painted wall and the palms of my hands pressed against it. My skin crawled and twitched. And the pit of my stomach was as cold as ice. There was no sound but the rush of blood in my ears. The snake shifted again, drawing into a tighter coil. Always tighter. Why the devil didn't he get it over with? And then, for just an instant, his head veered away. Something moved over by the stove. I didn't dare turn to look at it. Slowly, it moved out into my line of vision. There was a cat. That scrawny cat Clara that Mother Willis had sneaked aboard in La Guaira. Its back was arched and every hair stood on end. It moved stiff-legged now, walking in a half circle around the snake. The bushmaster shifted slowly and kept watching the cat. He tightened. He was going to strike at any second. He struck and missed. The cat was barely out of reach. Now she was walking back and forth again. She was asking to die. Missed again by a fraction of an inch. He was striking now without even going to a full coil. Missed. Again and again. Always missing to the barest margin. Each time the cat danced barely out of reach, and each time she countered with one precise spat of a dainty paw, bracing her skinny frame on 3 stiff legs. And then suddenly I realized what she was doing. The bushmaster was tiring, and one strike was just an instant slow. But in that split second, sharp claws raked across the evil head and ripped out both of the lidless eyes. That cat had deliberately blinded the snake. Well, he didn't bother to coil now, but slid after her in a fury, striking wildly and rapidly, always missing, and every strike was a little slower than the last one. Until finally, as the snake's neck stretched out at the end of the strike, the cat made one leap and sank her razor-sharp teeth just back of the ugly head, sank them in until they crunched bone. With tooth and claw she clung as the monster snake flailed and lashed on the floor, striving to get those hideous coils around her, trying to break her holds, to shake off the slow and certain paralyzing breath that gradually crept over him and at last stilled his struggles forever. I took a deep breath. And first in minutes. The cat lay on her side on the floor, panting, resting from the fight just over. And she had a right to rest. That mangy, brave, beautiful alley cat had just saved my life. And maybe others as well. But as I turned toward the stove, I suddenly became very humble. And I knew all at once what a small thing a human being really is. I and others aboard were still alive only by the merest accident. There were 3 reasons why that cat had fought and killed the world's deadliest snake. And those 3 reasons came tottering out from under the stove on shaky little legs. 3 kittens with their eyes bright with wonder and their tails stiff as pokers. Up on the deck, hundreds of passengers were waiting for the news that the days and nights of terror were ended. Well, I could wait a little longer. I pulled open the doors of the cabinet, found a can of milk, and then I dropped down on my knees on the floor of the galley.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you A Shipment of Mute Fate by Martin Storm, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Jack Webb as Chris Warner, Raymond Lawrence as Captain Wood, and D.J. Thompson as Mother Willis. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Feuer. Next week,
at this same time, when you're tired from a hard day at the office, or leaning over a hot stove all day, when you want to get away from it all, CBS again offers you Escape.
Good night, then, until this same time next week when CBS again brings you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now let's see what Fibber McGee and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Louisiana Hayride. At least once to every married man comes this haunting question. Button, button, who's got a button? And here, with a buttonless shirt in his left hand and pointing an accusing finger at his spouse with his right, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
What's more, I'm getting pretty tired of finding my shirts with no buttons on them. Do you realize, Mrs. McGee, that this is the third time that this has happened?
When were the other two times?
Well, once was in June of 1908, and the other time was in 1917, the Army turned me down on account of flat feet. In 1918, they took me anyway. It was in 1919, that's when it was. Or was it?
Oh, never mind, dearie. Hand me my sewing basket and I'll sew a button on that shirt.
Okay. Wow. Is this just a sewing basket? Look at the stuff you got in it. A Reader's Digest, bag of gumdrops, deck of cards, a radio script, a compact... Well, look! A hard-boiled egg.
That's a China egg, foolish. I use it to darn socks.
Oh. Well, I wish you'd keep our scripts and our eggs in different places. Oh, come on, Molly. Hurry up. I got to get downtown on important business.
What important business?
I don't suppose you think it's important who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Why, certainly it's important, but what have you got to do with it?
Oh, I'm going to meet the fellas in front of Joe's Tavern, and we're going to discuss it.
Oh. I see. The pool room primaries. You always... Oh, McGee.
Now what?
I haven't any white thread. I'll have to run over to the 10-cent store and get some.
All right.
Get ready and come with me.
Okay.
Now, hurry.
Well, I can't hurry any faster.
Well, why not?
I'm putting on this turtleneck sweater, and it's slowed me down. All this fuss about a little white thread. Hey, Molly, it's too warm to wear that fur coat.
Oh, it's never too warm to wear a new fur coat, dearie. Anyway, if it gets too hot, I'll just close my eyes and remember how much it cost. That always gives me a chill. Well, let's go. I think I'm going to be a success in this fur coat, dearie.
What you mean?
I just saw the curtains twitch in Mrs. Gildersleeve's front window.
She stands in the window all day and checks up on the neighbors. When she was younger and her hair was redder, they called her the Orange Pico. Hey, look, Molly, here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, goody. I was hoping we'd meet her today.
Goody? Oh, I see, on account of the new fur coat, eh?
Yes. And if it doesn't make her face fall farther than they lifted it the last time, I'll be... Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Uppy, as the amateur ski jumper says when they asked him how the takeoff looked, hi.
May, isn't it a simply lovely day to be... Oh, my dear. Oh, what a gorgeous fur coat.
Here it comes.
Fur coat? Oh, yes, this. Yes, it's just a little thing I had made up to bum around in. It's a Siberian chinchilla.
Really? Oh, you had it made? Oh, then it's yours.
Why, of course it's mine. I got it at the same place where you got the ermine wrap you wear at the opera. You know, the one you always have sent home on approval.
Well, really, it looks devastating on you, Mrs. McGee. It takes away that dumpy... I mean, you don't look so pudgy. Well, it simply does wonders for your figure, my dear.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Uppington. So sweet of you. And I do value your opinion so much.
Oh, now, please, my dear.
No, really. They say you were one of the best-dressed women in the country in your day.
And in the country.
So you really like my coat, do you?
Oh, indeed I do, Mrs. McGee. You know, I think I shall order two exactly like it. They'll make charming little rugs for my rumpus room. They'll feel so lovely underfoot.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, Mrs. Uppington. So few of our guests come barefooted.
Yes, what? Mrs. McGee, do you mean that my guests are... Very well. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Abigail. You should have got a pilot's license with that coat, Molly. I thought the fur was going to fly any minute. I'm kind of sorry, though, that you and Uppy ain't better friends.
Why, McGee?
Well, you two girls could have such a lot of fun together, hunting mice.
Are you inferring, Fibber McGee, that your wife is catty?
Oh, no, but it wouldn't surprise me to see you two sitting on a back fence some moonlight night singing a duet.
Now, look here, dearie. If you think I'm going to stand here and listen... Why, McGee, you're catching cold.
Oh, no, I ain't either.
Why, you must be. Your eyes are watering and your nose is all red.
Now, that don't prove anything. Your Uncle Dennis always had a red nose and watery eyes, too, and he didn't have a cold.
We won't discuss me Uncle Dennis.
Okay. I think he's pretty unspeakable myself. Dad, rat to dad.
Oh, there, Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
Hello, McGee.
How do you do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, hi, Throcky.
What are you sniffling for, McGee? You got a little cold?
Who, me? Oh, no, I'm just rehearsing for a masquerade party tonight. I'm going as a bird dog.
A bird dog, eh? You know, McGee, I'm sorry you're not a bird dog.
Huh?
Oh, I'd love to walk along behind you with a shotgun.
Oh, yeah? Well, look here, Gildersleeve.
You hear that, Mr. Gildersleeve? Don't you think McGee should go home and take care of that cold?
I certainly do, Mrs. McGee. You know, I take him home, give him an ice-cold shower, let him take 20 long breaths in front of an open window, then pile into bed with just a sheet over him and an ice pack on his head.
Oh, heavenly days.
Go on, that'd kill me.
Yes. I believe it would, McGee.
Well, I didn't expect any sympathy from you, Gildersleeve. You got about as much tenderness as a nightclub sirloin.
Is that so?
Yes, that's all.
And you deserve about as much sympathy as a tarantula with a toothache.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Break it up here, boys. Break it up.
Well...
McGee, are you going to do something about that cold?
Yes, and I think the first thing I better do is get out of this big wind that's blowing around here.
What you really ought to do is go home and get a coat on, McGee. That turtleneck sweater you've got on is terrible.
Don't tell me what to wear, Gildersleeve. I know clothes.
Yeah.
I've been known as a snappy dresser all my life. Why, even as a tiny baby, I can remember my nurse showing me off to people and saying, "Ain't he a dapper little fellow?" Dapper Diaper McGee, I was known as. Dapper Diaper McGee, the ding-dong daddy of doggy dressers, devastating dimpled debutantes as I dined and danced from dawn to dusk in my devilish dandifying diggity-duds, duked in denim or dolled up in dinner dress with diamonds dangling from my digits, drawn dirty digs from disappointed dumbbells that didn't dare dude up in decent dry goods, and doggone if I wasn't discussed and derided from a dilly drapery from Dutch Guiana's dells of death to the take it, Billy. I'm out of breath.
While we're waiting for Fibber and Molly to return, I'd like your attention for just a minute. Here's some great news from Racine. Listen to this letter. Dear Harlow, don't forget to tell our listeners about the new consumer dividend we have just declared for all our loyal customers. A dividend of 1/3 more for their money when they buy Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and Johnson's paste or liquid wax. Tell every housewife that right now on most dealers' counters, she will find extra-large packages of glow coat and Johnson's wax containing 1/3 more than the regular sizes. She pays only the regular price. The extra 1/3 is her free consumer dividend. Tell her we declared this dividend in appreciation of the way she has been buying these famous polishes. This offer is good on all important sizes, pints, pounds, quarts, gallons, and so forth, but only while the supply of these extra-large packages lasts. Tell her to hurry if she wants to get 1/3 more free next time she buys Johnson's Glow Coat or Johnson's paste or liquid wax.
Walk any farther. I think you ought to go home and go to bed while you're sniffling and sneezing.
Oh, no,
like...
I'm okay, Molly. Boy, this sure crept up on me quick, didn't it?
Well, try and close your pores a few minutes, dearie.
What do you mean, close my pores? What do you think my skin is made out of, Venetian blinds? Why did this happen to me?
Hi, mister. Hi.
Oh, hello there, little girl. You better not get too close to me.
Why?
I got a cold in the head. Or something.
It must be a cold.
Huh? I says, look, don't you know colds are contagious?
I know it. Say, mister, you remember my doggie, Margaret?
Uh-huh.
He's got a bad cold, too.
Oh, oh, she has he? Incidentally, what kind of a dog is Margaret?
A poinsettia.
Go on. A poinsettia is a flower. It ain't a dog.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it ain't.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it ain't.
Oh, yes. Well, I bet you Margaret is, I bet you.
You mean to stand there with your little half socks full of ankles and tell me your dog is a poinsettia?
I do. His mother was a pointer and his father was a setter. Hey, mister, will you give me a job after school, please, will you?
Go on. What could a kid your age do?
Take care of your baby.
We haven't got a baby. If we had a baby, I'd be glad to help you out.
Oh, that's okay, mister. I'll bring my little brother and take care of him. I got a job.
Hey, wait. Well, grow me a beard and call me Orson. You hear that, Molly? She's going to bring up...
come on, McGee. I think it's time you did something for that cold.
Maybe I had better get a checkup, Molly. What doctor shall we go to?
Well, there's a doctor's office right over there.
Huh?
You see the sign? Dr. Snaffle?
Well, hello there, folks. How's everything?
I got a bad cold.
By the way, Mr. Wilcox, what do you know about that Dr. Snaffle across the street?
Oh, he's all right. Great hand with animals.
Animals? Oh, he's a horse doctor.
Sure, but he'll take care of you, Fibber. You're full of horse feathers. You see, he being a doctor, I often talk to him about
Look,
how...
Harlow, hey, let go.
Oh, what's the idea, Mr. Wilcox? If you pull the neck of that sweater over his face like that, he'll smother.
Oh, no, he won't. But I wanted to tell you how I sold Johnson's Wax to Doc Snaffle. I said, look, Doc, being a doctor, you've got to have an office that's not only immaculately clean, but can be kept clean with very little effort. Just a minute, Fibber, just a minute now. I told him that Johnson's Wax would cut his office cleaning down to a minimum and would give that instant impression of gleaming, polished sanitation so important to a doctor's office. Quiet. Be quiet. No dust, no fingerprints, everything sealed against dirt and damp. Shut up a minute. So I sold him a big order of Johnson's Wax. Okay, Fibber, what were you saying?
Dreaded luck. What's the idea? Pulling my sweater over my face and me with a sneeze coming on.
Well, look. The way Johnson's Wax beautifies and protects floors and furniture is nothing to sneeze at, and you know it. Well, I hope it's nothing trivial, pal. If I were you, I'd try Dr. Cyclops down in the next block. So long, kids.
He sure loves his work, don't he?
Oh, he does.
That guy wouldn't mind going to the electric chair if it had Johnson's Wax on it. It'll be just a love seat to him.
Well, I suppose he certainly is.
Good day, my dear, and good day to you, Knucklebrush. Why, what seems to be a trouble?
Oh, he's got a bad cold, Mr. Boomer. I'm taking him to a doctor right now.
Totally unnecessary, my dear. I have with me the famous old Boomer remedy for a cold which has been in my family for generations.
Which, the cold or the remedy?
Both, Sniffle Snozzle. We were so susceptible to colds and coughs, we became known as the Whooping Boomers. This remedy was devised by my great-grandmother, Beulah Boomer, who was stolen by the gypsies when a mere child.
Oh, not really.
Yes, indeed. But she came back the next morning with 4 gypsies which she'd stolen herself.
Well, let's see the cold remedy, Boomer. Might save me a doctor bill.
Certainly. Now, where did I put Grandma Beulah's cold cure? Have it right here somewhere. Cold cure. Here's a small bottle of nitroglycerin. Have to be pretty careful with that. I remember young Louis the Lamb from Alabama got blown up that way. Careless fellow. But that was Louis all over. Here's a note from another unfortunate lad. Poor chap. Just discovered a gold mine in California. Terrible predicament.
Well, what's so terrible about that?
My dear, he struck gold while digging a tunnel under a wall in Alcatraz. What's this? Oh, yes, a small electric battery for a jockey's saddle. Say, tell me, do the horses around here run on AC or DC?
Can't you tell by looking at the plugs?
Go scratch yourself, Seabiscuit. Let me see now. Here's an entry blank in the Bob Hope baby naming contest. Odd circumstance. Toothpaste program giving a prize to name a person with no teeth. A check for short beer. Well, imagine that. No cold cure. I must get busy with the Ouija board and ask Grandma for another copy. Good day, my dear. Good day, beanbag.
Folks, the King's Men present their own beautiful arrangement of Lazy Rolls the Rio Grande.
Lazy river rolling along, rolling along. Lazy rolls the Rio Grande. It doesn't make a bit of difference what you do. 'Cause lazy rolls the Rio Grande. slime and doesn't care a dime. It sings a song, and that's the reason I'm a feeling mighty strong about the Rio Grande. Life is free and easy there. The willow-shaded banks will be your easy chair, and no one's ever greasy there, 'cause that's the way of living down in Rio Land. You watch the sleepy Rio just a-rolling along, singing a song, headed for the promised land. Lazy rolls the Rio, lazy river, rolling, 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 rolling along.
That was great, boy. Dad dreaded, why do I have to go and catch this?
Oh, heavenly days. Hurry, dearie. The doctor's just a few doors down the street.
Well, for scream's sake. Hello there, Cupid. Hello, Fizzer.
Why, hello, Mr. DePopulis.
Hi, Nick.
What in the name of, for the love of goodness sakes, is the matter with Fizzer, Cupid?
The poor lad seems to have just caught a bad cold in the head.
Oh, that's too bad, Fizzer. Why don't you try the remedies I'm getting from my brother? He just sent it to me day behind yesterday.
Who sent it to you, Nick?
My brother, Laos.
Well, that's a fine way to talk about your brother.
Oh, that is not meaning to be a derogatory remarks, Cupid. That's my brother's name, Laos.
Oh.
You see, when I'm being born, my mother is meaning to call me Nicolaus, but I am turning out to be twins.
Twins?
Sure. And so my mother is calling me Nicky and my brother Lousy. Well, you know, it was all very confusing, I'm thinking. All day long, people were always asking me, boy, are you him?
What about that cold cure, Nick?
Oh, yes. Well, first, Fizzer, you take a Greek steam bath.
Oh, well, what's that?
Well, it's kind of a wet hot foot, but all over.
Kind of a Turkish bath, eh?
Exactly. Only it's entirely different.
Oh.
With a Greek steam bath, you're leaving all your clothes on.
Uh-huh.
It wouldn't hurt that suit a bit.
Well, is that all there is to it?
No, then you're going right to bed and lay all night between the spring and the mattress.
Between the spring and the mattress, what's that for?
To press the suit. Then in the morning, you're taking 3 pills.
What kind of pills?
Personally, I like the round ones. And then you're taking hot eggnogs, and believe me, you're feeling like a different man.
Sounds very efficacious.
Oh, what's the difference how it tastes, Cupid? Can you remember all those directions, Fizzer?
Sure. A Turkish bath, a good night's sleep, a few round pills, and a hot eggnog.
That sounds like a marvelous remedy.
I'll say it does.
Say, it does, doesn't it? I wish you would write it down for me sometime in case I'm getting a case of influenza. And thank you very much for telling me about it. Well, so long, Fizzer. So long, Cupid.
What we really need, McGee, is a sure cure for all the people we know who know sure cures.
Well, here's Dr. Cyclops' office. Let's go in and find.
How do you do? I hope you have an appointment with Dr. Cyclops. He's extremely busy these days.
Well, how's he getting along with his book, dearie?
Oh, he's... Why, how did you know the doctor was writing a book?
Well, why should he be an exception?
I was going to write a medical book myself once, sis, but it was about a doctor that had his practice in Africa. And one day he started to give a gal a hypo, and when he pinched her, she gives him a dirty look and says, real haughty, Dr. Livingstone, you presume. My hot tonight. That ends the first chapter, and the climax of the book starts...
Oh, good morning, Dr. Cyclops.
Good morning, Miss Jones. My, just had an interesting case at the hospital. Man came in and couldn't stop laughing, simply howling with glee. But he's resting now.
Well, what was wrong with him, Doc?
Oh, just overwork. He was a good humor salesman. You waiting to see me?
Yes, we were, Doctor. Me husband seems to have a bad cold.
I'm Fibber McGee, Doc, and this is Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Oh, yes. Just step into my office, please. And Miss Jones.
Yes, Charlie.
Patient's present, my pet. If Mr. Dobson calls again, tell him it is medically impractical to build up the fatty tissue in any particular location.
Yes, sir.
Tell him that if he must go to the doubleheader baseball game this summer, to take a cushion. That's all. Right this way, Mr. McSniffle.
McGee.
Oh, yes.
May I leave me fur coat with you, nurse?
Certainly, madam.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Doctor.
Sit down, please.
Yes.
Now then, Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
You say you're a good humor salesman?
Yes. No, I ain't a good humor salesman. That was the other case. Remember?
Oh, yes.
Now, look, Doctor. Me husband is suffering from a cold in the head. Will you please examine him?
Of course. Pulse, please. Yes. Pulse normal. Stick out your tongue.
Show him how you can wiggle your ears, too, dearie.
How am I, Doc?
Well, it's hard to tell. Ever had appendicitis? Any history of green apple colic? Bicycle knees? Feel any stiffness after seeing Gone with the Wind?
Well, I'll tell... Hey, Molly. Hey, look. I ain't got a sign of a cold now. I ain't even sniffed for 5 minutes.
Mr. McGee is right, Mrs. McGee. He's
Sure.
in perfect health.
Yeah.
No fever, no cold symptoms whatsoever.
No, boy, do I recuperate. I'm an easy bruise, but a quick heal. What's all about that?
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Oh, yes. I'd suggest you leave your name with Miss Jones as you go out for our mailing list. Having a special on fractures next week. Good day.
Well, thank you for watching me fur coat, dearie. And I'm glad to say there's nothing wrong with me husband. Hold me coat, McGee.
Okay. You see, sis, it was probably just some temporary Oh, Dad, I thought that doctor says there was nothing wrong with me.
Oh, dear.
Well, if that's what the doctor said, you can depend on it, sir.
Oh, yeah? I suppose you think I go around sneezing for my own amazement.
Oh, no, sir. But you might be allergic to something. That would give you the same symptoms.
But McGee isn't allergic to anything that we know of.
No, the only thing I was ever allergic to in my life was rabbits.
That's right.
Yeah.
Rabbit fur always did make you sneeze.
Hey, rabbits! Hey, Molly, rabbits! Don't you get it?
Get what?
That fur coat. It's rabbits. You got gypped.
What? I don't believe it.
That ain't a Siberian chinchilla. It's just a house and pepper house coat. Don't you get it, Molly? I says it ain't Siberian chinchilla.
It ain't Bunny, McGee.
Yesterday, a lady asked me, just what is genuine Johnson's wax? I answered, it is a blend of pure waxes, including the extremely durable Carnauba wax from South America, carefully blended to provide the toughest, most wear-resistant material you can possibly put on your floors. In order to have the very best waxes that money can buy, S.C. Johnson & Son maintained their own research laboratory right in Brazil, in the heart of the Carnauba wax country. There are many kinds of natural waxes. Some would be too hard for you as a housewife to use. Others would be too soft. But Johnson chemists have had 50 years' experience in perfecting the blend of pure waxes which you buy as genuine Johnson's wax. They probably know more about protective household waxes than anybody else in the world. That is why genuine Johnson's wax gives such complete satisfaction. Why it protects and beautifies the floors, furniture, and woodwork of so many thousands of homes the world over.
McGee, what's that crate of potatoes on the back porch? Where'd they come from?
Oh, didn't you know, Molly? Governor Batolson of Idaho sent us them.
Oh, no, really?
Sure. Remember how we mentioned my Uncle Spud McGee of Pocatello, Idaho, a couple of weeks ago?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Idaho appreciated the plug and sent us a box of potatoes.
Well, isn't that nice?
Yeah. So next week, we're kind of planning on writing a show around one of the big automobile plants in Michigan. Like, for instance, Cadillac or Lincoln.
Oh, wonderful. Are you listening, Governor Dickinson?
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Comic Weekly, now printed in 32 tabloid-sized pages, each page in full 4 colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. For the benefit of those who may not have heard the earlier episodes, let us explain that Flash Gordon, the internationally famous American athlete, and Dale Arden, his beautiful American sweetheart, and Dr. Zarkov, the well-known scientist, were thrown onto the new planet Mongo when their experimental rocket ship crashed. After a series of adventures with the Emperor, Ming the Merciless, and his beautiful daughter Aura, who fell deeply in love with Flash, the two Americans, together with Dr. Zarkov, soon Prince of the Lion Men, and Prince Baron, were sentenced to the prison city of the Hawkmen. There the men were tortured, while King Voltan, mighty ruler of the Hawkmen, made plans to marry Dale. Flash and his companions escaped from the torture chambers, and Flash found Dale in time to save her from the marriage. But they were trapped by soldiers and again fell into Voltan's hands. Then there was a terrible rumbling sound. The floor started to tip, the walls began to crack open, and the lights went out. Now we continue the story. In the crumbling palace of Voltan, amid the shouts of the disorganized guards, Flash and Dale break away, but the mighty king flies into the air and, hurling himself on Flash, drags him to the floor and prepares to execute him by his own hand. Meanwhile, Dr. Zarkov and Prince Baron are rushing toward the throne room.
My scheme works, Baron. Now to drive our bargain with Voltan if we are not too late.
The light beams diffusing at the present rate, friend Zarkov. The city will remain in midair only for another half hour.
If Voltan will listen to us, there is enough time. But we must not waste a minute. Here we are at the throne room.
Look. Voltan has his sword at Flash Gordon's throat.
Stop! Stop! Wait!
Hey, who dares give me orders?
I can save your city. But if you harm Flash Gordon, I'll doom this city and all of you Hawkmen to destruction.
But all my radium's gone. You destroyed that yourself. How can you save us?
Since Baron and I have been experimenting with other atom rays.
Experimenting. Enough of this. I should have killed Flash Gordon but for your arrival and bluff. Now I shall finish the job.
Oh, Flash, my darling.
Be brave, Dale. This big windbag is bluffing now.
Bluffing, am I? I'll show you.
Listen to us, you fat fool. Your city will remain suspended. Only 20 minutes more. There is no time to waste.
What do you think you can do to save the city, you wizard?
We have found a way to make new light beams to hold the city safely suspended in the air.
What kind of trick is this?
It's no trick.
Then let us see what you propose to do. But what?
I will save your city on one condition.
You know when to drive a bargain, old wizard of the earth. Very well. Flash Gordon shall go free if you save my city.
You must also free Dale and Zarkov and Baron.
Absolutely.
Be quick, Voltan. The precious minutes are flying. Give us your answer.
I'll pardon you all if my city is saved.
Good. Then follow me.
Where are you going to take us?
Into this private elevator first.
Where are we going, Dr. Zarkov?
Baron and I discovered a room under the Hall of Atom Furnaces, which had been stored with scientific apparatus. With the help of slaves, we constructed my newest invention, didn't we, Baron?
Yes, we did, friend Zarkov. I only hope this bull-headed monarch hasn't delayed us too long with this arguing. There isn't much time left to save the city.
We're tipping over.
How much further do we have to descend?
We will be below the foundation in a moment.
What is this remarkable discovery, wizard of the earth?
You shall see, you shall see.
We're here. Hurry out, everyone. Hold fast to my hand, Dale.
Oh, Flash, do you think Dr. Zarkov will be able to save us?
I know he'll do his best.
There is my invention.
What is that mass of tubes and wires?
This electrical machine is an atomic light solidifier.
It will strengthen the beam?
Yes. Keep everybody back, Baron. I must have room to work.
Stand back, everybody.
Baron, do you think this machine will work?
Quiet. Professor Zarkov is throwing the switch.
What is that weird bluish light?
The new rays made by the atoms, Dale. Why, the city seems to be getting back on an even keel.
By Charles, so it is.
How is it working, friend Zarkov?
Splendid so far. The light beams supporting the city are becoming stronger and stronger.
Then the city is saved?
The city is saved.
By Charles, he's done it. All of you are free.
My Dale, you're crying.
I'm so happy we're saved.
Zarkov, come here.
He said he could do it, and he did.
Yes, King Voltan, you summon me?
Zarkov, you shall be my head scientist.
Voltan, this is more than I expect. I am grateful, deeply grateful, and appreciative of the honor.
Flash and Dale,
Yes, Impressive Majesty.
What is it, King Voltan?
as proof of our future friendship, I shall give you a royal wedding tomorrow. And tonight, we shall have a banquet to celebrate it.
Having a good time, Dale?
Wonderful time, Flash. It hardly seems possible that we should be married tomorrow. I don't dare believe it until we are actually being married.
You mustn't feel that way, Dale. It's just nerves. Well, my friend, tomorrow will be the big day.
I'm not so sure.
Dale is just worrying about nothing, Baron. It's almost tomorrow, Dale. What can happen now?
During the excitement of the threatened destruction of the city, the Princess Aura disappeared.
Oh, is that all that worries you? I should think you'd be glad she's not here. I am.
Well, lovebirds, are you enjoying yourselves?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Impressive Majesty.
Majesty, Majesty,
Eh? What is it?
the air fleet of Ming the Merciless is approaching the city.
Oh, this means trouble.
What did I tell you? There'll be no wedding for us tomorrow.
We'll die fighting.
No, Bolton. Let us take our chances on escaping. Give us a rocket ship.
No use, lad. They were damaged when the city tilted.
His Universal Majesty, Emperor of Mongol, Ming the Merciless.
And Princess Aura, now there will be trouble.
Steady, Dale, darling. There'll be a way out of this.
Greeting and welcome, Emperor Ming.
So, Voltan, you have become friends with the prisoners. Turn over this Earthman to my torturers. And to me, deliver my promised bride, Dale Arden. I command it.
No, Father. You promised Flash Gordon to me as my share of the spoils.
Hold, Ming. By the ancient laws of Mongo, by the sacred laws of the great Tao, who is all wise, I call for a tournament of death.
A tournament? And this fellow Flash Gordon would enter?
Yes.
Fine sport. A tournament. And all the planet will see him fail and die. So be it.
Between four mountains nestles a mammoth bowl-shaped arena, toward which most of Mongo pours in never-ending streams. It is the day of the start of the Tournament of Death, in which all of the contestants but one will meet death. And Flash Gordon is going to enter. He and Dale occupy seats of honor in Voltan's box. Princess Aura enters the arena on a golden throne carried by 6 blue dragon men.
Here comes Aura in all her glory.
He's wild, treacherous, and cruel. That's my boy. He's a beauty.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Here comes Ugrid, king of the lion men.
The dragon men are frightened by the lions. They've dropped the princess.
Oh, stay where you are, my boy. Prince Baron is already picking her up.
She seems to be smiling at him. I wonder what he is saying.
Prince Baron, you have saved my life. Why did you do it after the way I treated you?
Because, my princess, you are a woman. A beautiful woman. And I can no longer deny the fact that I love you.
But whatever it is he's saying, I wish he'd get interested in somebody else and leave you alone, Flash.
The tournament is about to begin, Flash. There's your horse. Here, take this sword, my boy. It's the one with which I became king of the Hawkmen. Take it and justify my faith in you.
And my faith, too.
Thanks, darling. And thank you, Bolton. I'll do my best. In another box, Prince Baron reaches a decision.
Zarkov, I'm going to enter the tournament, win back my kingdom, and Ming's daughter, Princess Aura, for my bride.
Do not be a fool, Prince Baron. Why run the risk of being killed?
Wish me luck, my friend. I go to do battle.
It's a battle royal with every horseman for himself. As the fight rages around him, Flash is beset by two yellow guardsmen. He vanquishes one, and as he is attacked by the other, he falls from his horse. Before the yellow man can drive home a death thrust, a masked fighter saves Flash, and the first great test of the Tournament of Death ends. A banquet is held for the survivors.
Are you sure you're all right, Flash?
Why, of course, Dale.
If it hadn't been for that masked fighter, you would be dead now. Oh, why did you enter this horrible tournament?
To win freedom, a kingdom, and what's more important, you.
My dear. Look, the masked fighter is with Princess Aura.
Ah, the masked champion. Are you a criminal fearing arrest or a noble fearing recognition?
Blue blood or red, my lady. It will flow in the arena just as freely. For your amusement.
Yes. Wear the scarf as a token, but do not stain it with your blood.
Fair lady, a kiss from your gorgeous lips, and I would face the legions of Tau.
Insolent one. I'll have you tortured.
Who can punish the living dead of the tournament? Goodbye, you beautiful devil. I go to fight for your hand.
That masked champion. I swear I know his voice. The call has sounded. I must go back to the fight. Goodbye, Dale.
Goodbye, and good luck, my darling. Oh, King Wotan, when will this awful tourney end?
I know it seems horrible to you, little bird, but it is better that Flash should die honorably in the field of battle than at the hands of Ming's torturers. If he wins this final event, he will be a king, and you will be his queen.
The trumpets blow and the last contestants line up. 2 by 2, they mount the sky rope stretched over a flaming pool to joust with swords. And one after another, they are eliminated by death. Finally, only Flash Gordon and the masked champion are left. Flash loses his balance and falls down toward the flaming pool, but his hands catch hold of the rope and he hangs on. The masked champion, thrown off balance, also falls, but saves himself by grasping Flash Gordon's leg. His mask falls off, revealing Prince Baron. The crowd demands that both men shall live, and they are brought before Voltan and Ming the Merciless.
None of your trickery, Ming. Proclaim them both kings.
So be it. But I shall choose their kingdoms. To Prince Barin and my daughter Aura, I give the kingdom of the forest. To Flash Gordon and the Earth Girl, I give the kingdom of the cave.
You fiend. You know neither kingdom has been conquered.
True, Voltan. But these are brave men. Let them try. They can hold their weddings in their own kingdoms if they live that long.
What will happen to Flash Gordon when he attempts to rule over the unconquered kingdom of the caves? You'll know next week at the same time when he'll be back with another chapter of the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. And by the way, what is your favorite picture feature? Bringing Up Father, Skippy, the Katzenjammer Kids, The Little King, Mickey Mouse? Or if you like thrills, then Ace Drummond or Jungle Jim, Radio Patrol or Red Barry. But no matter whatever your favorite, you'll find it next Sunday in the big 32-page comic weekly, along with Toots and Casper, Tilly the Toiler, Little Annie Rooney, Tim Tyler's Luck, and many others. For the big 32-page comic weekly brings you each Sunday the funniest merrymakers and the most daring adventurers in the world of pictures. Be sure to get your copy of the comic weekly next Sunday with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And listen for the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon next week on this station.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
Like that.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to...
You were sorry when you started.
As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man, well, I could say he is America's favorite comedian.
Why not?
Well, tomorrow is Washington's birthday, and as a tribute to Washington's memory, I am going to tell the truth. What he is a matter of opinion.
Yeah.
But here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And congratulations, Mr. Von Zell, in breaking the habit of a lifetime. I appreciate the sentiment that moves you to tell the truth, Harry, but it seems to me that you might have chosen another time and another place. I might say, in fact, I shall say on second thought, you might have chosen another time and place to start telling the truth.
Oh, well, gosh, Fred, tomorrow's Washington's birthday.
Well, I know, Harry, but you could observe it some other way than belittling me.
Well,
You could get a hatchet and chop down a commercial. You could throw Van Steeden across the Potomac. You could observe it.
Well, what's the use? New Jersey would only throw him right back.
That's right, too. And the air is bad enough without Van Steeden in it. Truth is all right in its place, Harry. But do you know what would really happen if everyone on radio started to tell the truth?
You'd be back working in the Boston Public Library, Allen.
And, well, you told me to wait. I waited. And you'd be... He's got one line in the whole show, and he wants you to wait for his laugh. Yes, sir, and you'd be... Now, all you'll hear from him from now on is his arm goes up. That's all. You'd be back, Van Steeden. You'd be back pounding a piano in that Brow House.
Yes, and I'd be the only one left on the program.
Yes, and before someone tells the truth and you're out of a job, too, Harry, we turn to the latest news of the week. See, that was Van Steeden. You didn't hear him, but there he was. Ipana News presents The World in Review. New York City, New York. Mother Nature sends eastern states a cosmic valentine in form of winter's worst blizzard. Heavy snow, accompanied by sub-freezing temperatures and icy gales, tie up highways, slows trains, impede city traffic, and brings chills and spills to millions. Ipana News checks up on effects of last week's storm by quizzing the man in the sleet. First, a little-known official in the New York street cleaning department, Mr. Tinker Dawdle. Now, Mr. Dawdle, is the snow situation under control?
And nothing's under control, brother.
What's the trouble?
The city's short of dough.
Well, I know, but hasn't the mayor done anything about removing the snow?
He called the Board of Estimate into his office yesterday.
To pass an appropriation?
To pray for rain. It's cheap.
But surely the city has allotted the street cleaning department some money, Mr. Dawdle.
That ain't money. It's chicken feed, brother. The snow appropriation is $12.
$12? Well, what can you do with $12?
Well, that's it. I got 2 men out.
Only 2 men clearing the snow in New York City?
Yeah. I got a guy with a whisk broom brushing off Park Avenue.
And the other man removing the snow?
He's a guy with big feet. He's stamping it down in the Bronx.
Well, do you think New York will ever be able to get rid of the snow without any money?
There's only one solution, brother.
What is that?
Get the Democrats and Republicans to open their conventions in New York right away.
Well, how would that help?
Well, with all that hot air, brother.
I see what you mean, and...
Say, confidentially, you think Jim Farley will be in a presidential race?
Well, I imagine he will. Why?
It's going to be the first time anybody caught a mailman running.
Thank you, Mr. Tinker Dawdle. A mounted policeman who had... oh, I wish you'd come on your horse. I can barely see you. A mounted... You guys aren't so big when you get down off of those quadrupeds, are you? A mounted policeman who had an unusual experience in the blinding snowstorm was Officer Cornwall Straddle. What happened, Officer Straddle?
Well, I ride out of the stable Wednesday as usual. I'm feeling tip-top.
Ready for traffic, huh?
Raring to go. I'm riding up 6th Avenue side saddle.
A mounted policeman side saddle? Well, you were kidding, of course.
Yeah, handing the cab drivers a laugh. You know me. Well, I gallop up to 57th Street. I'm yelling, "Hi-yo, Silver," and prancing me horse to a hurdy-gurdy.
Oh, boy, everything's under control, huh?
Yeah, traffic's running smooth. I'm backing me horse in the windshields. He makes his tail go like a wiper. I'm having a lot of fun.
I can imagine.
Well, all of a sudden, it started.
The snow?
I could have been in Florida.
Were it that bad? Huh?
Yep. The snow's coming down so thick I can't even see in between the flakes. I'm sitting there on me horse.
It must have been terrible.
It's brutal. I feel like a hair sticking up in a shower of dandruff.
The snow kept coming down?
At 2 o'clock, the snow is up to me horse's withers.
Yes?
At 3 o'clock, it's up to mine.
Up to your withers, eh? And this kept up all afternoon?
By 5 o'clock, I'm under the snow. Only me eyes are sticking out. I'm just getting ready to quit.
Yes?
I see a lump coming under the snow. The lump pulls over to the curb.
And?
It's a car. The guy's parking next to a hydrant.
The lump.
Yeah.
Well, what did you do?
I gets down off of me horse. I'm in 8 feet of snow. I burrow me way through and give the guy a ticket.
Well, did you find your way back?
Well, I come burrowing back, feeling me way to the horse.
Uh-huh.
I can't find the stirrup, and it jumps up on top.
Yes?
All but me head is still under the snow. I yell, "Giddy up," and I'm off.
On your way back to the station?
Yeah, I come to 59th Street, me horse won't turn. I'm yelling, "Whoa, Malcolm," nothing doing. I shoot up Central Park West.
With your head sticking out of the snow?
Yeah, I'm yelling, "Whoa," I'm still going. Through Yonkers, through Mount Vernon, I come to Stamford, bang, I stops.
Your horse must have been exhausted.
What horse?
You mean that in that snow you hadn't gotten back on your horse?
Nah, I mounted the Boston bus.
You're the first jockey that's ever been on a Greyhound. And thank you, Officer Straddle. A downtown housewife who enjoyed a freak adventure in the heavy snowstorm was Mrs. Maxine Messbaum. You had an unusual experience, Mrs. Messbaum.
What is happening to me could be by Disney.
It was so funny, you mean?
Funny, but with complications.
What happened?
Well, where I am living is a ground floor. Upstairs, it's a tenement.
I see.
All day long, my husband Neville is away working.
Neville Messbaum?
Yeah.
Your husband was named after the great statesman?
No, it's a street in Brooklyn.
Oh. Now, about the snowstorm.
Well, as previously I'm stating, I'm living on the ground floor.
Must be convenient.
It's also handy.
Well,
When I'm going by the A&P, Always I'm stepping out the window and I'm already on the street.
You never use the door?
Always the window. Coming back from the A&P, I am again stepping in the window and zip, I am home.
And on the day of the storm?
I am stepping out the window and going to a movie.
And while you were in the theater, of course, it started snowing.
And when I'm coming out, the streets is mountains. Snow is over all.
What did you do?
I am climbing on the snow, giving a yodel.
And starting for home?
Well, first I'm stopping by Irving the delicatessen and buying cold cuts. On Wednesdays, Neville is liking cold cuts.
A gourmet.
Every time.
Well, after buying the cold cuts, did you come right home?
Lickety-spittle.
Lickety-spittle.
I am walking down the street on top of the snow, stepping in the window. I am home.
And then?
I am fixing up the cold cuts and sitting down to wait for Neville. Then it is happening.
What?
A man is stepping in the window. I am coming from behind and kissing him. He is turning around.
And?
It is not Neville.
You mean that you were in the wrong apartment?
The snow is so deep, I am stepping in a window 3 flights up.
Well, what happened?
Well, luckily the stranger is liking cold cuts. Dinner.
Naturally. Well, what became of Neville?
Who knows? Next week I am no longer Mrs. Neville Mesbaum.
No?
I am Mrs. Pierpont Weintraub, M.D.
M.D., a doctor, huh?
No, a millinery designer. From now on, my hats I'm getting wholesale.
Congratulations, Mrs. Pierpont Weintraub, on your Snow White adventure. And now a man who really, honestly, I might say, welcomed the snow was poet Thorndike Swinburne. Your name sounds familiar, Thorndike. Weren't you here a couple of weeks ago? Didn't you recite some poem about the cold?
Yes. When zero is below, the world is decked in ice and snow.
I knew it. You crumbed up this program about 4 weeks ago.
So I did, and you threw me out the 49th Street door.
So I did.
Before I recite tonight, may I ask a favor?
What?
Will you throw me out the 50th Street door? I'm going uptown.
It can be arranged, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Now, this poem tonight you have, is it dedicated to the recent snowstorm?
Yes. It's called Snow is Snow.
A catchy title, albeit redundant. We'll go right ahead.
Snow is snow where'er you go. Pile it high, pile it low. Still it's snow.
So it is.
Snow is snow when it's in a ball, when it's in the street, when it's in the hall. Still it's snow.
Yes.
Snow is snow, though it seems a blanket when it's in your motor as you try to crank it. Lump it, dump it, stack it, bank it, still it's snow.
You've got a one-track mind, that's all I can say. That is the end, I hope.
Yes. You may throw me out now.
It will be a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
And thank you.
The 50th Street door, I'm going uptown.
We'll throw you uptown. Let's get you started off right. And thank you, Thorndike Swinburne. And while the East was in the grip of the snow and sleet, California, too, had its share of trouble. Out of Hollywood came the biggest frost of the year, the Hollywood frost.
Hello again. This is...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs sit down at their song Ouija board to try to bring back for us an old friend, Ragtime Cowboy Joe. Well, it may may surprise you, ladies and gentlemen, but more than $2 million is going to be given away in prize contests this year alone. And to help you get your share of the prizes, we're going to drop a handful of hints that may come in handy. Now, these hints will be dropped personally by that old booby contest winner, Herschel von Z.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before you enter any contest, read the rules carefully. And in writing your entry, you should make it simple and personal if possible, but above everything else, you should be sincere.
Well, how about a for instance, Harry?
Well, all right, Fred. For instance, suppose you had to write a short statement on why you like, well, what should we say? Why you like...
Oh, that's a sticker, Harry. Now, let me see. Now, why not say Sal Hepatica, Harry?
Yes, well, that's fair enough. Why you like Sal Hepatica. Well, now, first, you should tell how it helped you in some specific way. Like this.
Whenever I feel a cold coming on, I always take Sal Hepatica.
Thank you. Pietro Van Pancho and his Hacienda Hillbillies have just played Say CC. And now we turn from questionable melody to our guest. She's a cute little girl with flaxen curls.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Oh, no, not you, Portland. I was talking about our guest.
Oh, well.
Wait a minute. No ad-libbing. You keep those O's out of there. Just say what it says there.
Well, your guest isn't here yet. If you want to kill time, you can talk to me.
That's a nasty weapon to pull on time. But my credit isn't that good. I don't think to pull a weapon on time. But tell me, what's... We'll wait around. I mean, if anything cooking, just let us know. But tell me, what's new, Portland?
Nothing much. Mama and I went to the dog show.
You didn't win any prizes, did you? See, when you're mugging, you turn all the way around. A mug is wasted over there.
If that was supposed to be funny, I'm not laughing.
Yeah, you joined the great majority, huh? What kind of... that's not the thing. Well, what kind of... just noticed it's the wrong line. What difference when you haven't got a laugh? You just read anything. What's coming up now? What kind of dogs did you see at the show, Portland?
We saw some setters, bloodhounds, bagels.
I know. Wait a minute. What is that bagels? A bagel isn't a dog. A bagel is a delicatessen halo. It's a solid nimbus that occasionally rises over a steaming hot cup of coffee in the hand of a customer. It's not a bagel. The dog is a beagle, Port.
Yes, a bagel.
Well, that cleans... Don't mix me up in it. Just... that cleans that. You say you saw some bloodhounds over there, too?
Yes. We saw one bloodhound that sure had imagination.
How could you tell?
He made a big fuss over Mama, and Mama's anemic.
Say, You know, I bet that's the same bloodhound that bit Benny one year on speculation. Did you see any dachshunds over there?
You mean those little dogs with the sunken chassis?
Uh-huh. Their stomachs hang down like skin snoods.
Are those dachshunds?
Oh, yes. They're built so low when you feed them, you have to bury their food so they can get at it. If you ever buy a dachshund, be sure and ask for the shovel that goes with it.
Well, I certainly will.
Say, tell me, did you see any English bulls at the show?
Those dogs with the Ubangi lips?
Yeah.
We saw lots of those.
Oh, you have to be careful with those English bulls. It's not... What are you laughing at? I'm not even into the thing here yet. It's not that good. I heard at the other show and nothing happened. Sure, an English bull, you have to be very careful. Its lower jaw sticks out so far. If you leave it out in the rain, it's apt to ship water and drown. Well, so much for putting... I never knew a dog could lay an egg until tonight. So much for putting on the dog. Now, what about our guest?
Tonight, you're going to meet a little girl, a star of tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Is she previewing tonight for 1960? What does she do?
She's the youngest xylophone virtuoso in the world.
Really?
Yes.
Mr. Allen, meet Miss Barbara Del Rose.
Well, good evening, Barbara. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to step on your greeting. How is your itsy-bitsy Babsy this great, big, beautiful evening?
If you're talking baby talk for me, Mr. Allen, you can dispense with it.
That kid's been monkeying with the dialogue. There's going to be... Well, I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm sorry, Barbara. You're so little I didn't know.
I stopped baby talk years ago.
You did? How old are you, Barbara?
I'm 6.5.
Only 6.5. Well, Portland tells me that you are an expert on the xylophone.
I don't know if I'm an expert, Mr. Allen, but Mama says I'm good.
That's good enough for me. When a mother says that her little girl has talent, I'm sure. Now, when did you start playing the xylophone, Babs?
When I was 4 years old.
Well, how can you ever reach up to beat those splinters? You look like a fugitive from Edgar Bergen's knee.
No, I can play all right.
Well, tell me, of all the instruments in the band, why did you ever choose the xylophone as an outlet for your musical talents?
That's kind of a long story, Mr. Allen.
Well, I sat through Gone with the Wind. Shall we carry on?
I think Mama can tell it better than I can.
Oh, you're just saying that. You know you can do it justice. Where is your mother?
Right there.
Ah, excuse me, Mrs. Delrose, and good evening.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Well, tell me, did Barbara... Uncle Jim was handling the script. We could have put a stand in here and saved all this wear and tear on Uncle Jim. You're trusting me, turns over 8 pages at a time, you'll wind up in a sketch yet if he doesn't... Tell me... No whispering. They hear it in California. Tell me, how did Barbara come to take up the xylophone?
Well, my sister used to play, and she gave me an old xylophone she had discarded.
She did? Well, I often wondered what people did with their old xylophones. Now it comes out they give them to relatives. Well, did Barbara make any progress spanking the slats?
Yes. She picked it up so quickly and liked the instrument so well, I took her to a teacher, and she's been playing ever since.
Well, has Barbara appeared professionally before?
Yes. She's played at several clubs and private shows.
Well, are you planning a musical career for Barbara when she grows up?
Yes, I am.
Well, isn't that nice? In years to come, you can sit back in Carnegie Hall, look up on the stage, and there will be Barbara playing with old Phil Spitaldi. What do you think about it, Barbara?
About what, Mr. Allen?
Barbara Del Rose, you dozed off while your mother and I were trying to earn an honest dollar here at the microphone.
No, Mr. Allen, I'm wide awake.
Well, I guess you're anxious to play your solo and get back to your homework. I hope you don't let your music interfere with school, Barbara.
Oh, no, I get very good marks. I've skipped twice.
Fine. You know, when I was a little boy, the only way they could get me from one class into another was to extradite me. Explain it to the child later, Jim. Do you play any other instrument? Have her explain some of her lines to me, too. Do you play any other... How are we doing, Babs? Very good. Do you play any other instrument besides the xylophone?
Not yet, but I'm going to start studying piano soon.
Well, that's good. It's always nice to have a sideline, Barbara. You know, the xylophone is a risky business when you get a little older. I read about a concert xylophonist who gave a recital out in Hollywood. It seems he broke his glasses and couldn't see his instrument, and before they could stop him, he had played half of Liebestraum on the ribs of one of Bing Crosby's horses. The horse ran a race that afternoon. The xylophonist came in second and paid $7.20 for play. I'm Pistol Pete beat him out. But I'm boring you, Barbara. What are you going to play for us now?
The Overture to Poet and Peasant.
Oh, well, that's pretty long, Barbara. Just give us a digest version. You just play the poet, and we'll play peasant some other night. you. Thank you. And now, take another bow, Barbara. Oh, it's Win Murray. Do I need glasses? And now... Oh, you're not mad, are you, Win? Huh?
No, I'm not mad.
Oh, that's swell. Just let it accumulate and get good in there someday. Miss Win Murray, our little vocal pixie, prances out of the dell to sing for us Chirry Birry Bee.
Chirry Birry Bee. When the moon hangs low.
From the daily reports that my talent scouts bring in, I gather...
How do you get out of this place? How do you get
Not
out
so loud, we're on the air, I think.
All right, you're on the air. But where am I? I turn my head for 1 minute and zippo, they're gone. The whole bunch of them, guide and all.
Of a party being guided through the studios on a 55-cent tour?
Well, I wasn't exactly a member. Not in good standing, I wasn't. That is, I was a sort of a stowaway.
Oh, I think I do. I think, don't twist yourself out of shape. Now that you are here, why not just sit down and try to enjoy the show, brother?
Oh, not me. I want to get home, because I'm getting a cold in the head, and hanging around here won't do me any good.
Well, I think you're mistaken about that now, and if you'll just hang around here for about 2 shakes of a sentence, we can prove it to you, can't we, Harry?
Yes, I'm sure we can, Fred. Because if you learn to get after a cold at its very beginning by putting 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and drinking it, then you've learned something that will do you a world of good. Because sparkling sal hepatica helps fight colds faster. There are 2 very good reasons why it does, ladies and gentlemen, which you can check with your own doctor.
First, sal hepatica is speedy, yet it's very gentle. And speed is mighty important in fighting a cold. Second, and just as important, this famous saline laxative also helps nature counteract the acidity that so frequently accompanies a cold.
Remember, in a recent survey, it was found that 7 out of 10 doctors recommend a saline laxative in treating a cold. And sal hepatica, we believe, is America's outstanding saline laxative. So, for faster action against colds, go to any drugstore and get a bottle of gentle, quick-acting sal hepatica. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed. Fred is taking his place now at the round table, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready, Fred?
Yes, I am, Harry. Fordman will kindly introduce our first guest this evening.
Yes, Mr. Hewitt H. Thomas from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Thomas.
Good evening, Fred.
May I make so bold as to ask your profession, business, or calling?
I'm a music copyist.
A music copyist?
Yes, sir.
Well, what is the function of a music copyist? I may be a little dumb, but all I ever see is musicians' backs. I don't know what they're doing. They seem to be...
You copy parts for each of the instruments from a score.
Oh, the copyist copies these separate parts that later show up here in a played-off key by members who are under contract to Mr. Van Steven. But do you think that modern music will last, Mr. Thomas? The numbers, the type of music that we're getting today, the popular variety?
I think so.
You do think it will last? You won't say for how long, though. You wouldn't care to be quoted?
No, sir.
Well, why is it, then, if this present music will last, why are we having revivals of Oh, Johnny, and those songs that can't be more than 8 or 10 years old? Why are they coming back so fast, do you know?
Well, they're brought back in the style that we play numbers today.
Oh, I see. Just the old numbers come back in another style. Wolf in sheep's clothing, Chopin's clothing, huh? Well, thank you a lot, mister. I was wondering where songwriters, composers get their inspirations for those crazy numbers, chop, 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 excavate, that English version. And I think I've traced the thing now. I saw a songwriter over in Lindy's this afternoon. He was copying down the caraway seeds on a roll over there. I think he's got a hit. Meantime, he was eating the roll, to be sure. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And now, Portland.
Miss Rita Walker from New York City.
Good evening, Miss Walker.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Do you work here in New York, may I ask?
Yes, I do, Mr. Allen.
In what capacity, may I further
I'm a
encourage?
hostess
A hostess?
in a gypsy tea kettle.
A hostess in a gypsy tea kettle? Is there a room in the kettle for a hostess with the bag and the hot water? Oh, now, let us control ourselves, Miss Walker, if we can. I know it's hard when we're confronted by one of America's foremost comedians, as they say. Two men said it today and were rushed away for observation. But tell me, in those tea shops, I know the food and fortune-telling seems to be the vogue in most of the gypsy tea shops. Tell me, do many men go in those places to have their fortunes told?
Well, sometimes. They don't like to admit it. They say it's kind of foolish, but they like to go in,
They
though.
sneak in. Huh?
Sneak in, yeah.
For the oolong in the future, huh?
Yeah.
But, well, I know, of course, some of the wealthier men don't have to. The newspapers are telling their fortunes for them once a year. They don't have to bother with the tea shops. I noticed in the list this year some soap men seem to have made the most money for 1938 or 9. I guess Sally Rand using so many bubbles during the year, it runs into soap, and naturally they profit through it. I don't know. Tell me, how is it possible to tell a person's fortune through scanning the grouping of a lot of irrelevant, dank tea leaves? How is it possible?
Well, you see, all the tea leaves get in a huddle, and then
Yeah.
you separate them.
Oh, man's destiny is controlled by a lot of wet leaves. Well, he may as well have a go at it. Everybody else has. Well, thank you a lot, Miss Walker. I had a joke I was going to tell, but it slipped my mind. I had bacon for dinner. Things are slipping my mind. Now, Portland. Quiet, please.
Mr. Peter Russo from Fairfield, Connecticut.
Good evening, Mr. Russo.
Good evening, Fred.
You look to me like a professional wrestler, are you?
No. Fred, I'm vice president of the Kitchen Bouquet Company. You know Kitchen Bouquet?
You're vice president of the Kitchen Bouquet Company?
Yes.
You're not sneaking in a commercial here by any chance, are you?
By no means.
What is Kitchen Bouquet? I've heard of it.
Well, some people think that Kitchen Bouquet is a bunch of flowers that you keep in the kitchen, but of course it isn't.
No.
Kitchen Bouquet is savory seasoning sauce used to give flavor and enrich the color of gravy.
Uh-huh. I don't think we've had it. Portland cooks.
Yes, you have had it.
We have had it?
Mr. Allen, Mrs. Allen told me before I came in here tonight that she often uses it in the lamb stew that she serves you and which you like so much.
Well, I tell you, the first lamb stew Portland made, I didn't taste. We put it in the goldfish's bowl, and the grotto disappeared. If a grotto can't take it, I wouldn't. Well, thank you, Mr. Russo, and good luck to your Kitchen Bouquet enterprise. Well, we seem through some strange prank of verbal romping here to have come to our question. Now, many discussions have been held in the past about the traditional vanity of woman. Tonight, we prance verbally in new pastures and take up the vanity of man. And not under the head of vanity, but over the head of man, we find the toupee. Now, our question tonight is, do you think that when a man is losing his hair, or has lost all of his hair, he should wear a toupee? Now, Mr. Thomas, how do you feel about the toupee?
I think it'd be a matter of choice.
A matter of choice. You think if a man feels as though he should wear a toupee, he should?
Yes, sir.
Do you think actors should wear them to conceal their bald nubs from their loving public?
I think they should.
If it would enhance their beauty. Well, all right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. And now, Miss Walker, what do you think about the toupee?
Well, of course, all men look like little babies when they're bald-headed, you know.
When they're bald-headed? Well, would you marry a man with a brow doily? Do you think, all we want to know, yes or no, do you think a man should wear a stoop to cranial deceit? Yes
Well,
or no?
if it looks good on him, yes.
He should. All right, now we've got 1 and 1. Mr. Russo, how do you feel about the frown bib?
I'm against toupees.
You are against toupees.
Yes.
All right, that's 2 against and 1 for. I'd like to go into it. Do you think that if people were able to get a bottle of kitchen bouquet with a toupee, that the toupee would be permissible in the better circles?
It might be that.
You think a man would look better with a bottle of kitchen bouquet on his head than he would with a toupee? If you could part the kitchen bouquet in the middle? Well, that seems to be 2 to 1 against the toupee. And I don't imagine that our attitude towards the toupee, or hair beret, as it's sometimes so lovingly called, will have any great effect on the future of the skull antimacassar. I am sure that folks with hair will... No one is old enough but Uncle Jim to know what an antimacassar is. I am sure that folks with hair will continue to use Vitalis, and men without hair will continue to use their own judgment. On this note of confusion, our forum is adjourned, and thank you greatly for your kind participation. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a mighty welcome guest, Miss Anderson, who will favor the microphone with a carefully considered statement.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. When Wright certainly is, Elvon Harry, Brighter Me Give helps paste tooth Ipana that says he smiled attractive more and the teeth.
Well, perhaps it's the echo that confuses me, Miss Anderson, but frankly, I don't get it.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Really.
Allen. Well, you see, I was just repeating an impression I received while looking in the mirror last night.
Oh, and now I get it. And you said it the way it would look in a mirror, backwards.
That's right. But frontwards, it goes like this. Harry Von Zell is certainly right when he says that Ipana toothpaste helps give you brighter teeth.
Players, ladies and gentlemen, tonight they present another dripping one long pan mystery. This case is dramatized from a few notes found on the back of an old laundry bundle. It is called The Missing Cat. The time, the present. The scene, the Rumpus Room in the Van Drone mansion. Mrs. Van Drone rings for her butler.
You rang, Mrs. Van Drone?
Yes, Hillpot. What news of Persian Lady?
Dr. Fink is still with her, Mum. He's trying to get the cat to say ah.
Did Persian Lady eat her lunch?
She barely touched her caviar ragout.
And how about her fillet of tomtit?
She just sniffed it and turned away.
Did she lap up her demi-tasse of champagne?
Not a lap, Mum. I served our best vintage, Chateau Lefkowitz 29.
Oh, I do hope Dr. Fink finds the cause of her trouble.
Have you entered Persian Lady for the $50,000 prize at the cat show, Mum?
Yes, and if she doesn't win, Hillpot, I shall have to close the townhouse and join the Nouveau Poor. Oh, Dr. Fink,
Yes.
have you...
Yes, I have completed my diagnosis, Mrs. Van Drone.
And what did you find?
May I speak to you in private?
Yes, Dr. Fink. Hillpot, go to Persian Lady and comfort her.
Very well, madam.
And now, Dr. Fink, what is wrong with my prize Maltese?
Persian Lady is a whirlpool of inhibitions. She is a victim of faulty diet, rich food. She is suffering from mousophobia.
Mousophobia?
Exactly, the medical term for rodent deficiency. That cat should be fed a mouse at once.
A mouse?
Yes, even if it's only a Mickey.
Mrs. Van Drone, oh, Mrs. Van Drone.
What is it, Hillpot?
Persian Lady's gone.
Dead?
No, disappeared. There's a hole in the window.
Catnapped.
Good heavens.
I'm calling the police. Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters.
Word of the missing cat is flashed from coast to coast. It is picked up by that Oriental Dick Tracy, one Long Pan. Long Pan jumps into his police car through the streets of Chinatown, his siren screaming. Long Pan speeds to the scene of the crime. Taking the front stairs, one at a time, Long Pan is at the door. He knocks.
Come in.
Greeting, Gag, less Schumagate.
Who are you?
I am Detective One Long Pan, China gangbuster. Nya, 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 said I, J. Fox. Nya, 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 said I, J.
Good
Fox.
heavens, a Chinese Merrimack.
Long Pan, not Mellymac. Guess who? Hiya, students. Yes, go, students. Guess who?
Oh, here, hold my stethoscope, Mrs. Van Drone. I'll throw this yellow peril out.
Not throw out peril, roll out peril. Roll out the peril, we'll have a peril of fun.
Now, see here, you Oriental jitterbug.
Long Pan, not the fritterbug. Long Pan is detective. What confidentially, what is crime?
My prize cat, Persian Lady, has disappeared.
Persian Lady disappear, catastrophe.
Yes. Mrs. Van Drone was counting on Persian Lady to win the $50,000 prize at the cat show tomorrow.
And who are you, Mr. Huff and Puff?
I am Dr. Orestes Fink, the famous animal doctor.
Dr. Fink is here to treat my cat.
Yes.
Who else here when cat disappear, Mr. Van Drone?
Just Dr. Fink, myself, and Hillpot the butler.
And final triangle. Long Pan catch on, difficult case.
Do you think some thief has stolen my cat, Mr. Longpan?
No thief take your cat, lady. Your puss scare any thief 20 paces. Some funny joke. Oh, Longpan hot tonight. Oh, Longpan so hot. Fire engine come.
Come in.
Where's the fire? Quick, where is the fire?
Who are you, Mr. Fire Helmet?
I'm Mayor LaGuardia. Isn't there a fire here?
There's no fire here. There's a cat napping.
Oh, shoot, the wrong house. So long, folks. Don't waste your water.
Good old Fialello, little man who all the time there.
Yes. Yes, they say the mayor will ride 20 miles to see a hotfoot.
I hate to appear inquisitive, gentlemen, but are we getting anywhere?
You bet. Long Pan whip into action. Long Pan concentrate. Long Pan sing dit, they catch 'em clue. Yeah. Shout at the border, the landlady stand. When border reach for second piece of meat, get the knife in hand.
Will you stop that, John Charles Fu Young?
If you're a detective, I'm Pinocchio.
I am detective, lady.
Then I am Pinocchio.
Well, who does that make me?
Maybe Orson Welles.
I remain obediently yours.
You stop Orson round. Long Pan go into action. Maybe Persian Lady hide. Maybe cat hide. Pay puss in the corner, maybe. Long Pan examine loom. You see closet. Long Pan open closet door. Chinaman in closet.
Who are you, sinister one?
I am Confucius.
What you know about missing cat, Confucius?
Confucius say best way to discover missing cat. Start poker game, sure to find kitty.
Good heavens, who was that?
Oh, no, maybe part air condition, maybe cooling system. Long Pan open other door. Holy smoke!
A second Chinaman.
Who are you, big boy?
I am Confucius.
What you do in second closet, Confucius?
Confucius say, man hide in closet in suit. Man hide in bureau in drawers.
Oh, pokey. Confucius need no lighter. Long Pan open next closet. Holy smoke!
Another Chinaman.
Who are you, buddy?
I am Confucius.
Again Confucius. Long Pan open 3 closet, Confucius, every closet.
Yes, Confucius say, that's me all over.
Confucius, crazy Confucius. Confucius, every closet, very confusing.
Yes. Well, I've got to get back to my clinic. I'm doing a tonsillectomy on a leopard at 3.
Nobody leave this house. Long Pan grill everybody. Where's the Philpot? Where's the butler?
I'll ring for him. He'll be right in.
You rang, Mom?
You Bertland. You come clean, Mr. Sideburn. You pilfer pussy.
No.
You lie, flunky. You kill cat. You sell fur. You fess up.
No, I'm innocent.
This is ridiculous. I'll vouch for Hillpot.
Who will vouch for you?
I'll vouch for Mrs. Vendrone.
And who will vouch for you?
I'll vouch for Dr. Fink.
And who will vouch for Long Pan?
Confucius say, Bolivar vouch for Long Pan. It is now Bolivar vouch time.
Confucius for Bolivar.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, will you get on with this mystery?
And how get on? Long Pan go to town.
It's about time.
Now you come clean. You tell Long Pan when cat disappear.
Right after Dr. Fink examined her.
What all the same wrong with Kitty?
The Persian lady is suffering from rodent deficiency, mousophobia.
Mousophobia.
Yes, exactly. Mrs. Van Drone refused to feed her mice. or tenement mink, as Meister sometimes calls.
Okay, Pokey. Long Pen, now go to see the climb.
Persian Lady's suite is right next door.
Is it here? This way, please.
Oh, some snappy stuff. Platinum saucer. Ooh, gold bed. What is piece of silk on bed, Monsieur Van Dome?
The cat's pajamas.
Oh, you make funny crack, Toots. Oh, you bad Toots. Long Pan take candor.
Yes, you see, there's the hole in the window.
Long Pan examine hole. Broken glass, you say, not on floor. Hole cut inside. Glass pushed out.
But how was the hole cut?
Aha! Window glass cut by diamond here. Who left diamond?
I did. It's only an old dirty diamond. Persian Lady liked to play with it.
Exactly. Oh, dirty diamond. Cat cut hole in window with old dirty diamond. Crawl out. Smart cat.
Yes. Persian lady's feeling IQ was 97. Mousophobia was her only weakness.
Oh, you see, feeling IQ, he say. Who left open newspaper on floor?
It's the New York Times. Persian Lady liked to glance through it every morning.
Long Pan examine open page. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Rousseau.
What?
Then where is Persian Lady?
Persian Lady be back home here exactly 2 seconds. 1, 2. You see, Long Pan right on time every time. Come in.
Mrs. Van Drone, is this your cat here?
Persian Lady. Oh, thank heaven you're back, darling. Down, dear, down. Who brought Mother's pet home?
I'm the doorman at the Roxy, lady. Your cat sneaked past me into the theater. She climbed up on the stage and was jumping at the screen. We finally subdued her, and here she is.
Extraordinary. And you knew where she was, Long Pan.
Exactly. Dr. Fink say cats suffer mousophobia. Star for mice. Newspaper ad give clue.
But why should Persian lady go to the Roxy Theater for mice?
Long Pan tell you why. What picture you show at Roxy Domain?
Of mice and men.
Oh, mice and men, exactly. Mistress Shaw.
You're a genius, Long Pan.
Oh, you bet. Next week, Long Pan on information, please. Long Pan China Johnny Kieran. Go to sleep, America.
Thank you very much, Peter. Well, ladies and gentlemen, not so long ago, we passed along to you a bit of very gratifying information that came to us entirely unsolicited. Information concerning a recent survey among dentists, in which it was found that more dentists personally use iPana toothpaste than any other dentifrice of any type. Now, there's a very close parallel between that and the public's choice. For so many of you have chosen iPana as your personal dentifrice that iPana has become the largest selling toothpaste in America today. The reason for such high public and professional regard can be summed up in the two following short sentences.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Ladies and gentlemen, later on tonight's program, you'll hear a special message from the Honorable Edward F. Arnn, Governor of the state of Kansas. But now we bring you the first act of Gunsmoke.
I'll swear it's going to be spring before we know it, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, this weather won't hold, Chester. We always got a rip snorter after a spell like this.
It sure don't look much like it today. I even heard a meadowlark this morning.
It's early for meadowlarks, isn't it?
Yes, sir, that's what I'm telling you. Spring is downright staring us in the face. Well, the Texas Trail's kind of lively for this time of the afternoon.
Well, it'll be livelier if you're right about spring and those trail herds start rolling in.
Well, look who's here. And in the daytime, too.
Well, howdy, Miss Kitty.
Miss Kitty.
Isn't it wonderful out? And guess what, Matt? I heard a meadowlark this morning.
You and Chester.
Huh?
I've been telling him, Miss Kitty, spring is just around the corner.
Kitty?
Yeah.
How come there's such a crowd in here?
Oh, you mean the boys at the bar?
Yeah.
Well, it's some of the riders from the Cyclone Ranch. They're celebrating.
Well, it seems to me they were celebrating Saturday night. They're making kind of a long weekend out of it, aren't they?
Oh, Jim Paulson said they all went back to the ranch Monday morning, but they got paid off.
What?
Yeah, the ranch was sold.
Sold? You mean old man Bartlett sold out? Well, I hadn't heard anything about it.
Well, that's what they said. The new owner had already taken over, some stranger. He's the one who paid him off. He brought his own riders with him.
Well, what's this stranger's name, Kitty?
Well, I don't know, Matt. Ed Revere over there was Bartlett's foreman. Ask him.
Yeah, I think I will. Excuse me.
I figured old man Bartlett would stay on.
Howdy, Marshal. Figure on throwing us in the hoosegow?
No, Ed, I wasn't planning on it. Do you happen to know where I can find old man Bartlett?
Well, afraid you're out of luck. Him and his wife's left the country. At least that's what the fellow that bought the ranch told us.
You mean he didn't even stay around to pay you all?
Nope. Made up his mind right sudden, I reckon. Guess this fellow Jed Wade made him a mighty good offer.
Jed Wade, huh?
Yeah. Texas man, more than likely. Ain't from around here, anyways. None of his cowboys, neither.
Then you haven't seen old man Bartlett since you left the ranch and came into town Saturday morning, huh?
Mary hiding her hair.
And he didn't say anything last week about planning to sell?
No, it didn't. Sure can't figure old man Bartlett selling out. Said he put half his life into that place and planned on living out the rest of it right there.
Well, listen, Ed, let me ask you something.
Oh, yeah.
What do you figure about all this?
I don't know, Marshal. Except it ain't quite right somehow.
You don't think there's something crooked about it, do you?
Marshal, I don't know what to think. But it just ain't like Bartlett to run out this way. If there's anything I can do...
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ed.
Marshal, I don't even have to look it up in the records. There's been no deed of sale on the Cyclone Ranch filed in this office. If there had, I'd know about it.
Yeah, well, all right, thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
Furthermore, there won't be one filed. Old man Bartlett will live out his life and die right there. You take it from me.
Yeah, well, that's what I figured.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, come on in, Chester.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mifflin.
Oh, quite all right, sir. I believe our business is completed.
Yeah. What'd you find out, Chester?
I checked the depot and the stage lines, Mr. Dillon, and nobody in town hasn't seen neither one of them since last week.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right, Chester. I guess we better ride out to the ranch.
Looks like that new outfit brought some of their own cattle up from Texas, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. And they're wasting no time slapping a brand on them, either.
Want to take a look at them?
No. Let's ride on up to the house.
I sure can't figure it, Mr. Dillon. Working night and day to build up a good feeder ranch like this and then up and selling out without even thinking it over.
Well, I can't figure it either, Chester. All right.
Oh. My golly, it sure is a fine ranch.
We ain't hiring anybody. Better mount up and ride.
Are you Jed Wade?
Name's Dallas. I'm the range boss.
Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Mr. Wade here?
He's out in the barn. What do you want to see him about?
Well, suppose I take that up with him, huh?
And suppose you turn around and hightail it out of here. Whenever Jed's got business with the law, he'll come to you.
Now, look, mister.
You hadn't ought to talk to visitors that way.
Jed don't want strangers hanging around, Miss Wade. And he don't want you talking to strangers either. You better go on back in the house.
I guess I know better than you what my own son wants. I'm the only one that understands him. You come right on inside, gentlemen. Mr. Dillon, did you say that was the name?
Yes, ma'am, that's right. This is my partner, Chester Proudfoot.
How do, ma'am?
How do?
You fellas wait right there. I'll go get Jed.
I think we'll accept the lady's invitation. After you, ma'am.
Why, thank you, Mr. Dillon. Surely does perk a body up to be having callers in her own house. Especially when you live so long from hand to mouth.
I understand that you're new here, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Yes, we were camped for 3 weeks down along the river. Nary a caller, just living in a wagon. Oh, do be seated, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ain't this a real pretty place now? Why, when Jed and Dallas rode back to camp Sunday morning and said they just bought a real bargain, I couldn't dream they meant something like this. A body just can't figure why the owners would ever want to sell it and leave. Would you gentlemen care for some cold buttermilk?
No, thank you, ma'am. You didn't meet the owners yourself then, huh?
No. They're already gone when I came over. Oh, you mustn't mind Dallas, Mr. Dillon. He's really a good boy at heart. Him and Jed just picked up a habit of talking mean like that sometimes, and seems like people just don't understand it. Mr. Dillon, Jed ain't got himself into some kind of trouble again, has he?
Again, Mrs. Wade?
Well, it's like I said. People just don't understand Jed lots of times. It ain't easy to bring up a boy alone, and a body don't always know what's the right way to do and what's not. But Jed's real good-hearted down underneath. Once you understand him like I do, why, the way he even talks to me sometimes would make you think that he was... Well, son,
What did I tell you about mouthing off to strangers?
But I was
Go back, get in the kitchen.
Well, all right, son. You said so.
She's getting old, and it's been a hard trip up here. Dallas told me you was here, Marshal. What can I do for you? What do you want?
I'd like to see your bill of sale for this ranch, Mr. Wade.
What for?
Well, I'll tell you after I see it.
Are you trying to accuse me of something?
Not if you got a bill of sale signed by old man Bartlett. Well?
All right, Marshal. There you are. Take a look.
Uh-huh.
Satisfied now?
Where did the Bartletts go, Mr. Wade?
They said they was leaving the country, and that's all I know about it. Yeah, you want to give me back my bill of sale now?
Well, I'd like to take it into town and check the signature, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. It'll check.
And then you got nothing to worry about, have you?
Nary thing, Marshal. Now, I don't know what's on your mind, but you're barking up wrong tree.
If you ask me, Mr. Dillon, I'd say that Wade and his partner are ornery enough for anything. Just plumb cussed, downright sneak-in mean.
Maybe so, Chester. But you can't jail a man for meanness, not as long as it only comes out in words.
I suppose. There ought to be a law of some kind. Now, take like the way he talks to his mama. I don't see how she can put up with it.
She's his mother, Chester.
Well, I know that, but there's
Hello,
no...
Matt.
Oh, hiya, Doc.
Yeah, just getting ready to close up the office. How about feeding with me?
Later, maybe, Doc. Say, Doc, you still got that bill of sale on that horse you bought last fall from old man Bartlett?
Oh, sure, I guess so, Matt. Why?
Well, I just want to check Bartlett's signature.
Why, what do you got there? I know his signature pretty well. Let me take a look at that now, man.
Oh, here. See what you think, huh?
Sure. Oh, yes. That's old man Bartlett's scrawl, all right. Of course it is.
Well, maybe I was wrong.
Yes, sir. It looks that way, Mr. Dillon.
But only about the bill of sale, Chester. We still don't know what happened to the Bartletts.
At this time, it is with great pride that Gunsmoke is able to bring you a specially recorded message by the Honorable Edward F. Arnn, Governor of the state of Kansas. Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Arnn.
It's a real pleasure for me, on behalf of Kansans everywhere, to congratulate the CBS Radio Network, the writers, producers, directors, actors, and technicians on the splendid job you are doing with Gunsmoke. Here is real adult Western drama, without the usual horse opera cliches portraying an era and community of Kansas that graphically marked the formative years of our great state. Let me point out, however, the Dodge City of today is a far cry from the Dodge City so vividly brought to life in Gunsmoke. From those early pioneer and frontier days, Dodge City has developed into one of the fine cities of our state, industrially, agriculturally, and historically. The folks of Dodge City, and indeed all the people of this great sunflower state, thank you for a good job well done.
Thank you, Governor Arnn. And now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Big crowd in town tonight, Mr. Dillon. In here, too. Must be the feel of spring in the air. You get the man on the prod, makes him feel good.
Not me, Chester.
Yes, sir, I've been noticing that. You haven't said 1 words in the last hour. It don't do a man any good to stay down in the dumps that way.
Oh, drink your beer.
Well, now, we just made a mistake, that's all. Got the wind up over nothing.
Now we know it's old man Bartlett's signature, but I just can't help feeling that we haven't made a mistake.
Well, maybe you ought to make one, Matt.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
Everybody ought to make a mistake once in a while. Keeps them from getting old.
Or else helps them along.
What's your trouble, Matt?
Oh, feeling that somebody's guilty of not being able to prove it.
It's that Cyclone Ranch business, Miss Kitty.
Now, I know Bartlett didn't sell out.
His signature is on that bill of sale, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, but a man can be made to sign something, Chester.
Well, why don't you find Mr. Bartlett and ask him?
Well, I'd settle for just finding him. I don't think I'd need to do any more asking.
Do you mean that the way it sounds, Matt?
Yeah. I know I'm jumping at conclusions, but the way things add up, it's the only answer that makes any sense.
Well, I hope you're wrong, Matt.
Well, so do I, but I don't think I am.
Anyway, there's not much you can do about it right now. Why don't you forget it for a while? How about a round of drinks, Matt, in honor of spring?
Spring, huh? You and Chester.
Well, it is, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, even the coyotes feel it. Did you hear him just after dark tonight yapping down along the river bottom?
Yeah, I heard him. Kitty, would you mind if we had that drink later?
Well, all right. But where are you going?
Well, I just thought that Chester and I might take a little ride, that's all. up a minute, Chester.
Yes, sir. Be all right to roll a cigarette, Mr. Dillon?
No, you better not. We're too close to the Bartlett place.
Miss Kitty sure was right about those coyotes. Every one of them and his brothers out tonight, all yapping their fool heads off.
Yeah.
You suppose those coyotes really know it's spring coming, Mr. Dillon?
It could be.
They're sure scattered all over the countryside.
There seems to be more of them off there toward the river bottom, though.
Yes, sir. I believe you're right, Mr. Dillon. Wonder why.
I don't know. Might be worthwhile taking a look.
Yes, sir.
You know, it sounds to me like most of those coyotes are up around those river bluffs there by the bend.
Yes, Mr. Dillon, I believe it does just that.
Come on, Chester, let's ride over that way. They're on the other side of that willow thicket.
All right.
Now, let's cut through the thicket here.
Yeah. They must be awful interested in something, or they sure wouldn't let us get this close.
Well, I guess they heard you, Chester. I think most of them are over there at the foot of the bank. Let's take a look. Come on.
Chunk of the bank's caved off there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Yeah, but the coyotes didn't do it. They've been trying to dig something up, not bury it. I wish there was more moonlight.
Yes, sir. Well, if you'd have told me what we were up to, I could have brought a lantern.
Well, I didn't know we were going to run into anything, Chester.
Yes, sir.
See if you can find a stick and let's scratch around in this loose dirt, huh?
All right, sir. Anybody had tried to tell me this morning that I'd be out here in the middle of the night digging in that dirt like a groundhog, not even knowing what the Sam Hill I was...
What is it, Chester? Did you find something?
Yes, sir. I sure have.
Here, let me see.
Mighty lucky hunch you had, Mr. Dillon.
Well, now we know why nobody saw the Bartletts leave town.
They killed him. They killed both of them.
Yeah. After they made him sign that bill of sale. Hit the dirt, Chester. They came from the edge of the bank up there. Watch for the next flash. Is that you, Wade?
Just to the left of that sumac, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I saw it. You're under arrest for murder, Wade. Now throw down that gun and come out of there with your hands up. All right, Chester, let's open up on him. Careful, Chester. He may be faking it.
Yes, sir. Only one thing, Mr. Dillon. It's not Wade. It's Dallas.
Then let's go find Wade.
Ranch is dark. Looks like they're all in bed.
It may be easier that way.
Yes, sir.
wish there was some way of keeping his mother out of it. I don't see how it can be.
Dallas? Is that you? Did you scare the coyotes away? I heard the shooting and
It's not Dallas, ma'am.
Why, it's the marshal and Mr. Proudfoot at this time of night. Well, this is quite a surprise.
Yes, ma'am, I reckon so. Is Jed here?
Well, I guess so. Maybe he's out in the barn or somewhere. What's wrong, Mr. Dillon? I sure do hope Jed ain't in some kind of trouble.
I just want to talk to him, Miss Wade. Now, why don't you go on back in the house, huh? And we'll see if we can find him.
Well, all right, if you think best. You just go straight on back through the barn. I reckon you'll find him all right.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I know. Keep yourself covered.
I will. Sounds like he's working back there.
Yeah.
Bartlett put up enough prairie hay here to last for 3 years.
Right on back, Dallas. Just about. Got these here running irons finished. Dallas won't be needing any running irons, Wade, or anything else. He's dead. We found where you buried the Bartletts.
That's where that shooting was. You and Dallas.
You're under arrest for murder, Wade. And if you make a move, you're going to end up the same way Dallas did.
How could I do anything, Marshal? I got no gun.
I noticed it hanging on the wall there behind you. You leave it there.
Sure.
Now lay down that hammer and stick out your wrist.
Sure. Anything you say.
He smashed the lantern, Mr. Dillon.
Don't watch it, Chester. He'll have his gun now.
That's right, Dillon.
Get back, Chester. Get back toward the door.
I can't see a thing in all this smoke.
Yeah, that haze is dry as powder. This burn's going to go up like a tinderbox. Wade, you haven't got a chance. Now come on out of there while you still can.
Why don't you come back here and get me?
You crazy fool. Come on out now.
The heat's getting awful bad, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know. Back toward the door, Chester. We're going to have to get out of here.
Let's go on. Cave it in.
Hold tight, Chester.
Even for a man like Wade, that's not a good way to die, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, no way is when you come right down to it, Chester.
Jed! My son Jed! He's in there, Eddie. He's there in all that fire.
I'm sorry, ma'am,
You
but...
got to do something. You got to go get him out of there.
No, I'm afraid there's no use, ma'am.
Go in there myself.
No, it's too late to help him.
I always knowed it was going to end like this sometime. I always knowed it.
I'm sorry, Miss Wade.
Jed done something real bad, didn't he, Mr. Dillon? Him and Dallas. That's why you come back here.
Yes, ma'am, I'm afraid so. They killed the people who owned this ranch. They buried them down along the riverbank.
Those boys done a lot of bad things, Mr. Dillon. But I don't hold with killing.
I'm sorry it had to happen this way, ma'am.
Mr. Dillon, I'd like to ask a favor.
Oh, why, certainly, ma'am.
I come out here in a wagon. It's out back of the house. Now that it's getting light, if you'd hitch up my team to it, I'd like to go back to town with you.
Chester?
Yes, Mr. Dillon, I'll do it.
I'll just take what I brought, Mr. Dillon. Nothing else.
Well, just as you like, ma'am.
It's all in the trunk. Funny thing. I never did unpack it.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, Joe Cranston, and Jerry Hausner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Theater of Stars brings you Dana Andrews as a New England fisherman of the old school in a colorful, exciting drama of the clipper ship days titled The Token. Hear what happens when a determined young lady steals her sister's betrothal token and then sets out to steal the stalwart young fisherman as well. It's on Theater of Stars tomorrow night on most of these same stations, a feature presentation of CBS Radio at the Stars address. And you've heard of people stopping the show. Well, there's a show on CBS Radio every Sunday evening that stops the people. It's the Jack Benny Show, of course. And when it comes on the air, practically everybody stops doing practically everything except laughing. So tomorrow night, just stop everything and listen to Jack Benny. He'll be on your favorite CBS radio station. George Walsh speaking. And remember, Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks also teaches you how to laugh Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
K-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Life Begins When You're in Love. A familiar tune, a fragrance, or a taste often brings us back very pleasant memories. So if you're away from home sometime and you're missing a touch of real homey feeling, go into a restaurant and wind up your meal with Jell-O. You can count on Jell-O being just as good in a restaurant as at home, but you must make sure you get genuine Jell-O. No other gelatin dessert has Jell-O's extra rich, twice as good fruit flavor. No other has found Jell-O's secret of capturing that luscious, ripe fruit taste and sealing it right in. So if you want the best, always order Jell-O by name. Whether you order at a grocer's, in a restaurant, or hotel, insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O. And now we bring to you a man who took Horace Greeley's advice and went west, then took Jell-O's advice and came back east. Jack Benny.
Well,
sick, eh? Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you with the latest old jokes and quips through the courtesy of what is that name again, Don?
Jell-O.
That's right, of course. I'm so bad at remembering names.
Yeah, I can understand that, Jack. I don't mention Jell-O very often.
No, Don, only every time you exercise your lips.
Well, Jack, Jell-O is so easy to say and so much easier to eat, and that's why it's the largest selling gelatin dessert in the world.
You see, folks, what Don is really trying to prove is that this is not a toothpaste program.
All right. Well, not changing the subject, Jack, but I believe you had a birthday this month, didn't you?
Yes, Don, February the 14th. I'm a little Valentine.
Well. Congratulations. And how old are you, Jack?
What's that?
I said, how old are you?
Oh, yes. Tonight, folks, we are beginning a contest. The one I started to tell you about last week, in which every member of your family can participate.
Well, you certainly don't look it.
Thanks.
Come on, Jack, how old are you? Now, what are you ashamed of?
Well, Don, you know life begins at 40.
Yes?
And that makes me just 2 years old.
Well, Jack, all I can say is that I hope you live to be 100.
It won't be long now. Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
I just thought I'd drop in and earn the few bucks I get here.
Well, that's nice. Say, Mary, you know I had a birthday 2 days ago.
I know it, Jack. Here's a present I brought you.
Oh, thanks. A book. What's it about?
How to prevent rheumatism at your age.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not that old.
Say, Jack, your birthday was February the 14th, wasn't it?
Yeah. Why, what are you laughing at?
Gee, if you'd have waited 8 days more, you'd been the father of our country.
I suppose if I'd have been born 2 days sooner, I'd be Abraham Lincoln.
Imagine your face on a penny.
Well, anyway, Mary, it's a great honor to be born in the same month as Lincoln and Washington. Imagine the three of us crowded into such a short month. I don't know how February did it.
Yes, Jack, it certainly is a great honor.
Yeah.
Jack Benny, first in war, first in peace, and second in the Crosley Report.
I hope. Who's there?
I can't tell a lie. It's Kenny Baker.
Oh, come in, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year.
What?
I mean, happy birthday.
That guy can't even read.
No. Well, Kenny, you've been in New York a whole week now. How are you getting along?
Fine, Jack. Gee, it's one thrill after another.
Have you been to a Madison Square Garden yet?
Yeah, I was there last week. I saw a bunch of fellows on skates with big sticks beating up a donut.
Kenny, listen, they were playing hockey.
No, they all showed up. Tropical twilight descending signals the end of the day. Palm trees are bowing and bending to all the sweethearts who say, moon over Miami, shine on my love and me, so we can stroll beside the road of the rolling sea. Moon over Miami, shine on as we begin a dream or two that may come true when the tide comes in. Heart to the song of the smiling troubadour, heart to the throbbing guitar. Hear how the waves offer thunderous applause after each song to the stars. Moon over Miami, you know we're waiting for a little love, a little kiss, a little that, a little this on Miami.
was Kenny Baker singing Moon Over Miami. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I understand the moon isn't over it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, if possible... That flopped, didn't it? And now, ladies and gentlemen, if possible, without further interruption, I would like to tell you about our contest. Tonight we are starting a contest that really does require brains.
Why don't you start something we can all play?
We're not in it. Well, anyway, folks, this contest will go on for a period of 10 weeks, at the end of which time 3 valuable prizes will be given away. To the winner, the first prize will be a cash payment amounting to... The mailman. Mary, hold this bag of gold. We'll give it away yet.
Okay. Here's your letter, Jack.
Dear Mr. Benny, we have been listening to all of your programs.
Why don't you open it?
Oh, yes. Dear Mr. Benny, we have been listening to all... Funny, says the same inside there, doesn't it? We've been listening to all of your programs and have enjoyed your new series very much. But as your program is only a half hour and you only work half of that, would like to know what you do with the rest of your time. My 3 sons are also loafers and would appreciate a few pointers from you. Signed, Mrs. Hugo Chase. Mary, take an answer, will you? Hey, wait a minute, will you? Dear Mrs. Hugo Chase, received your letter, and I'm very happy to know that you like our program. Regarding my spare time, I beg to state that besides being on the air, I am also a druggist. Having studied chemistry, physiology, and pastrami. Make that hot pastrami, Mary.
How do you spell hot?
Some secretary.
Well, I get paid for my looks.
Oh, continue the letter. I have my own drugstore, and I might add our program has helped my aspirin business tremendously. If you care to listen in, I'll be back to work immediately after the next number. Did you get that, Mary?
Yes, but there's no ribbon in the typewriter.
Mary, what do you do in your spare time?
I certainly do.
Play, John, will you?
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 24th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Under Two Flags with Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lucy Velez, and Lionel Atwill. Presents Hollywood. Under Two Flags comes to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Flakes. May we thank you for supporting the Lux Radio Theater through your regular use of Lux. Tonight, our stars are Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lucy Velez, and Lionel Atwill. Our guest, Miss Fanchon, of the famous team of Fanchon and Marco, now Hollywood's first major studio woman producer, and Louis Van den Ecker, former sergeant in the French Foreign Legion. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. So do we welcome you to another hour in Hollywood. Before Before starting our play, let me say that from all I hear, Lux Flakes seem to be mighty popular with modern brides. They're not going to risk dishpan hands if they can help it. They know that we men don't like red, rough hands. Such a hand feels coarse and unpleasant, makes a man wince inside, so naturally he tries not to show it. Mrs. John McGuire, who was married this year, puts it very well when she says,
Maybe men respect them, but believe me, they don't admire dishpan hands. I'm not going to have them, thanks to Lux.
As Mrs. McGuire knows, Lux guards against dishpan hands. It has no harmful alkali to dry and roughen the skin. You'll find it speeds up dishwashing, too. I turn the microphone over now to Hollywood's celebrated producer and star finder. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil C. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's production of Under Two Flags recalls memories of the golden age on Broadway. David Belasco was starring Blanche Bates in this great play. I was acting in another production nearby, and frequently members of our company would slip into Belasco's theater to watch Miss Bates rehearse as Cigarette. Among us was a very young girl, also destined to leave the stage and try her luck in a fad that was soon to sweep the country, moving pictures. She did rather well. Her name was Mary Pickford. Our story is from the celebrated novel of Louise de la Ramée. And tonight, thanks to Paramount and RKO Studios, we star a gentleman of long acquaintance with our microphone, Herbert Marshall. Bart leaves the set of Angel, his new picture with Marlene Dietrich, to portray the role of Corporal Victor. As Cigarette, there's Guadalupe Villalobos, the hard way of saying Lupe Velez. Born in San Luis Potosi, daughter of a colonel and an opera singer, Lupe flared to fame on the Mexican musical comedy stage, and her firecracker personality prompted me to cast her in the third version of The Squaw Man. Olivia de Havilland's third appearance in the Lux Radio Theater finds her in the part of Lady Venetia. Lovely, talented, and youthful, Olivia can look forward to a most brilliant Hollywood future. She's just completed Call It a Day and has begun work on It's Love I'm After for Warner Brothers. Just as busy as Lionel Atwell, who, like Lupe, is home from picture making in England. He's just finished The Road Back for Universal and Last Train from Madrid for Paramount. We meet him tonight in the role of Major Doyle. From this point on, let our stars account for themselves. Up with the curtain, then, as once again we bring you the magic of the Lux Radio Theater, presenting Under Two Flags, starring Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwell. Algiers. Land of shimmering sands and blazing sun, of trackless desert wastes, of scorching days and magic star-swept nights. Land of the Foreign Legion. On the edge of the Great Sahara, the little Arab town of Saida lies drowsing in the midday heat. Only in the Café Cigarette is there any sign of activity. Cigarette, herself, a vivacious young French girl, moves from table to table, chatting with the patrons. Suddenly the doors flung open as her father waddles excitedly into the room.
Cigarette, where are you?
Papa, what is wrong?
Cigarette, it's Joaquin's company of legionnaires. They have marched away.
What? That is impossible.
No, they are gone. With my own eyes, I see them go.
They cannot do this to me. They owe me for wine, for beer, for food.
Oh, they will never play now. We are ruined.
Oh, Papa, you donkey. Why did you let them go?
Why? I am one man. Can I stop a whole regiment?
And I am one girl. But I will stop it. I will see the commandant.
Oh, no, it is too late. Already they have marched across the desert.
The commandant will make the march back. Wait here. I tell you, I will see the commandant. I will.
I'm sorry, little one, but Major Doyle is busy.
Get out of my way.
Here, what's this? Oh, hello, Cigarette.
Hello. These fools here would not let me speak with you.
It's all right, orderly. Well, it's nice to see you.
Thank you, Monsieur le Commandant. So you robbed me, eh? You ruined my father, my cafe. Oh, you pig!
Easy there, easy. What's all this about?
Look at this bill. What you fine legionnaires saw me. And what do, huh? You march him away. Now I never get my money. Oh, never.
There, now, Cigarette. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I never gave you a thought.
No, you never do.
Well, what can I do about it now? The company's gone.
You can order them back.
Call them back?
Mm-hmm.
But I can't countermount an order.
But, Commandant, for me? For cigarettes?
No.
No?
No.
Ooh, what a great big no. And yet you say you love me. But when I ask you such a little thing like this, you say no.
Now, look here. Have I ever refused you anything in reason?
Mm-mm. You always been very, very kind.
Yes, and too blasted patient. Now, I've waited a long time for you, Cigarette.
Ah, but you will soon be a colonel.
Yes, you said major when I was a captain.
Did I?
I never know how to take you. Now, do you love me or don't you?
So very, very much. And when you're a colonel, I shall love you so much more
And what?
Now you will bring the men back for me, yes? And when they come back, I will kill them, Like that.
Oh, Cigarette.
Goodbye,
No, come back here, come. Little devil. Orderly.
Commandant?
Orderly. Tell the adjutant to send a messenger out to the 14th Company and order them back to barracks.
Order them.
Didn't you hear? Jump. Come in.
Commandant?
Well?
Corporal Victor is here, sir.
Victor? Who's he?
One of the survivors of the 17th Company, sir.
Oh, yes. I want to see him.
Commandant?
Come over here. Your name, Victor?
Yes, sir. 17th Company.
How many have you left?
8, sir. It was a surprise attack by C.D. Ben-Yusuf.
Yes, I know that. You're lucky any of you came out alive.
Yes, sir.
Corporal Victor, your company was on its way here to Saida. You were carrying food to Colonel Farrell's mess.
Yes, sir.
Well, where is it?
We haven't got it, sir.
Arabs take it?
No, sir. I gave it to the men.
What?
Emergency rations, sir, just after the attack.
Emergency rations? How long has caviar been emergency rations?
No complaints, sir.
Do you know those stores were for Colonel Farrell's private use?
The Colonel has excellent taste, sir. I might add that his wine is also up to the mark.
I see. Made up your mind to have one good meal before they finish you off, eh? Well, I think I'd have done the same thing myself.
Thank you, sir.
Corporal Victor, huh? Any military service before you joined the Legion?
Yes, sir.
British Army, of course. Yeah. How long in the Legion?
First year of my second enlistment, sir.
Good. I'll get you transferred to my battalion. It's the best battalion. I like to have the best men.
I like to be under the best commander.
That'll do, Corporal. That'll do.
Yes, sir. Oh, if I might make a request, sir.
Well?
There's another survivor, Legionnaire Rake. I'd like to have him transferred with me, sir.
Rake, eh? Friend of yours?
A very old friend, sir. He's been with me. We've been friends for years.
I'll arrange it.
Thank you, sir. Rick, I think I'm going to like the 14th. They're a jolly bunch.
Yes, sir. A bit noisy, sir.
Don't call me sir. You really must get out of that habit, Rick.
Tried it, sir, but it will slip out like...
Hello, my friend.
How are you, Ivan? Sit down. Rick and I were just about to open a bottle.
A bottle? Of course, I'll sit down. Blessed, cigarette, blessed. Here for...
Cascadee.
Yes?
Who's that man over there? He's one at the table with Ivan.
You like his looks, eh? This is Corporal Victor.
Oh, Corporal Victor. I think I must welcome you.
You will like it here, Corporal Victor.
I'm sure I will.
Corporal Victor, I welcome you to my cafe. I am Cigarette.
How do you do, mademoiselle? May we have 3 glasses, please?
What? But I am Cigarette, the master of the company.
Again, how do you do? I'll be first, if you don't mind.
But always, the first time you come, Cigarette gives you a bottle of wine.
Thank you, mademoiselle, but we have cognac, as you see. Now, may we have our glasses?
So, you refuse my wine. You insult me, my cafe.
Perhaps we should be glad of your wine later.
We have no glasses for you, now or later. You are too good for us here, Corporal Caviar.
If you're not going to serve us, mademoiselle, we shall have to go to another cafe.
Don't let him get away, cigarette. You lose a customer. Get on his lap, cigarette.
Oh, no. The corporal would not like for someone to sit on his lap. Like this.
That's quite all right, mademoiselle. But I hope you don't mind if I stand up. Like this.
Oh, you pig! You dog! You sit me on the floor, yes?
Yes. Good night, mademoiselle.
One hour a day for rest and recreation, and we've got to spend it here in the bar.
Well, get off my bunkie, then.
Don't push.
Oh, come on, get off.
Don't you think you better have a nap, sir? I mean, Corporal.
Thanks, Rick. I'd rather finish carving this model.
The horse, sir?
It's a model of Forest King. Like it?
Carved him a bit delicate like, haven't you, sir? His legs, I mean.
Perhaps I have.
Yes, you'd have a broken foreleg with a bone like that. You know, sir, at the time you almost hit the rail at Aintree.
He had a great heart, that fella.
The biggest in England. Oh, sir, it would be nice to see him again, wouldn't it?
He's about the only thing I'd care to see again.
Attention! Commandant going around. All ready, Commandant.
Listen, men. We're having a visitor. An English lady from the hotel. Now, act your best. At ease, men.
Is this the place, Commandant?
This is it. Come in, Lady Venetia.
I do hope the men don't mind.
Mind? Why, they're honored. Well?
Oh, the men must be tortured with the flies. Shouldn't they have screens in their quarters?
Screens? It's said in the Legion that when a fly bites a legionnaire, the fly dies. Is that right, Corporal?
Quite right, sir.
Oh. How do you do?
How do you do?
Corporal Victor, one of my best led men, Lady Venetia. English, of course. Got a fine record, in the Legion, I mean. Nothing to be ashamed of there, at any rate.
Thank you, sir.
This carving, is it your work, Corporal?
My recreation.
It's beautiful. A perfect model of an English thoroughbred hunter.
A hunter, is it? A lot he knows about those. He sees nothing but Arab ponies in these parts.
Might have been carved from memory.
Not likely, I should think. But that's dangerous grammar, lady. Better not look into their pasts.
I'm sorry, Corporal.
I'm glad you like the model, my lady.
Well, shall we get along, Lady Venetia?
Thank you, Commandant.
The other barracks, my lady, are...
It gave me the creeps when I saw the way you looked at her. For a moment I thought she knew you.
No. I've never met her before. She's beautiful, isn't she?
So it isn't Corporal anymore. It's Sergeant from now on. Sergeant Victor.
Thank you, sir.
Now, you know Arabic, Sergeant?
Yes, sir, some.
Good. I have an assignment for you. Important. Go down to the Arab horse market. Some new traders have just come in from the desert. And keep your eyes open.
For what, sir?
For any talk of Sidi Ben Yusuf. Any hint that he's collecting his tribes.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You may see an English captain down there. One of the party of visitors. He'll be buying horses. See that he isn't cheated. Huh?
I'll do my best.
So long now.
I'll take that horse here and service all like it.
Did you see that, sir?
Yes, our English friend has bought the same horse 4 times. Those Arabs are shrewd traders, Rick.
Shrewd, sir. They're downright thieves. That girl over there, you know, Cigarette. She seems to be helping him to buy.
Not helping him, Rick. I should say she's helping the Arabs to sell. Come on.
The Englishman will buy this green and this black one here. No?
Oh, but that gray one, I think I like him better.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey? Oh, good afternoon.
Buying horses, sir?
Yes.
What do you want here, Sergeant Caviar?
Oh, just looking on.
Look here, Cigarette says the black's a finer horse than the gray. You agree, Sergeant?
Since you asked my opinion, sir, I would take the gray. The black is a bit weak in the forelegs.
And what would a legionnaire know about horses? You take my word, mon captain. I know. There's one way to prove the black is best. I will ride him, and the other boy shall ride the gray. We will race.
Good idea. Excellent. That'll show.
It is a good idea, sir. But with your permission, I'll ride the gray. You see, the Arab boy might be inclined to think that someone wants you to buy the black.
What? Oh, I see. Yes, splendid, Sergeant, splendid. Look here, my dear, you don't mind if the sergeant rides against you, do you?
No. It will be a pleasure to beat him.
Well, forget that. Look here, I see you two. You know, you ought to bet on this. Let's say a bottle of wine to a kiss. What?
As the lady likes, sir.
Oui, I bet. Even though it would kill me to pay.
It's all right, mademoiselle. If you don't care to pay, it will be the horse who will win. We could compromise and allow you to kiss him.
Oh, you, I'll pay no one.
Hey, look out, she's riding off. You've made her jolly angry, Sergeant.
Cigarette. I didn't mean to. Come back.
After her, Sergeant.
Cigarette, wait.
There he goes, and I'll bet he catch up.
He will that, sir?
Look at him, going right out into that desk.
Cigarette. Stop. Pull up.
No.
You've got to let me explain.
No.
If you don't stop, I'll have to lift you off your horse.
Let me alone. Put me down.
I will when I've spoken my piece.
Look out, I'm falling.
Cigarette, are you all right? Can you sit up? Cigarette, look at me.
You fool. Why don't you leave horses alone if you can ride? Do you want to kill me? Do you want to break my neck?
No, I couldn't break that lovely little neck.
Oh, I hate you.
I'm terribly sorry if I was rude.
Sorry?
Yes, really. I didn't mean to offend you.
No? The first time you come to my cafe, you insult me. And the next time you see me, you tell me to kiss a horse.
You know, after all, you did say it would kill you to pay the bet.
Are you really sorry?
I am indeed. And you have forgiven me?
Would it have killed you if I had paid my bet?
I should say not.
Then, here. You like that?
Like it? Who wouldn't? I'm sorry we didn't bet some more.
Oh, but we did. 5, 6, 10 bets. And every time you won.
Huh?
What are you thinking about?
What? Oh, nothing much. Just watching the sunset.
I have been watching it, too. But I have been thinking.
What about?
Oh, about you. I did not know I could hate a man so much. And fall in love with him so quick.
Oh, what a strange little creature you are, Cigarette. Now we've got to go. Come on.
It will be a long walk without the horses.
Shall I carry you?
Oh, no. This isn't the first time I walk in the desert. Many a times I've marched with the Legion.
Yes. You told me you were the mascot.
That night at the cafe? Even though you did not look at me then, I knew that you liked me. And I like you, too. And tonight you will come again. And I will fix a little table so nice for you in the alcove. Then I think we will bet some more. You will come, yes?
My dear Cigarette, that's an invitation no soldier could refuse.
Before going on with our play, let us imagine for a moment that we're in a typical American home in which we meet 3 members of our unseen radio audience. First, you hear Joe's sister, Dorothy, who has come over tonight especially to listen to Under Two Flags with Nan and Joe.
It's a swell show, isn't it? I wouldn't think of missing the Lux program, and I couldn't live without my Lux.
Oh, seems to me there's always something or other you can't live without.
Now, there's a brother for you. I'm really very economical, Joe, darling.
Yeah.
But listen, Nan, I got 4 of the grandest dresses today. I'm going to be the best dressed girl in town. 4? Oh, Dot, you are getting extravagant. I'm not. Thanks to Lux Flakes. You see, dear, I can put more money into new clothes this year because Lux has been saving me so much money on cleaning bills, and my things last so much longer now. They really new looking. Besides, it leaves dresses so clean and sweet. Are you going to Lux everything? Yes, ma'am. I'm not buying a thing that isn't Luxable. Then nothing but Lux Flakes will ever touch them. I'm too thrifty to risk ordinary soaps or rubbing with cake soap.
Dorothy has found the way to dress well at very little cost. Nowadays, every store is full of Luxables that are knockouts for smartness. And they'll look as smart at the end of the season as they do right now if you stick to Lux. These Gentle Flakes are made to protect colors and fabrics. Remember, anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
Under Two Flags, starring Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Valez, and Lionel Atwill. It's later the same evening. Convinced that Sergeant Victor is in love with her, Cigarette sings happily as she prepares the private table in the cafe. But the sergeant has forgotten his promise. He's late even now, and Ivan, the Legionnaire, amuses himself by poking fun at Cigarette.
So it is the sergeant now, eh? You're in love with him.
In love? Oh, I hate him.
Of course. Maybe that's why you make up a nice table here, because you hate him.
He is not coming here.
You can be sure of that.
What do you mean?
I know he's not coming. And you know why?
Why?
Because there is a ball up in the English hotel. He's gone up there.
Oh, you're a fool, bad. Legionnaires are not permitted at the hotel. No.
But he has gone there. I saw him. And I bet you he does not come here.
All right, I bet you.
So you were expecting him.
Was Lady Venetia down there with the old Adams buying horses.
I've heard they're rather shrewd, Captain.
Well, of course, I had to watch my step, I did.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Sergeant?
Important dispatches just arrived, sir.
From Egypt?
Quite possibly, sir.
Sure, I must go. You coming, Lady Venetia?
No, I'll wait. Don't be long, Captain.
No, I won't. And thanks, Sergeant.
So, a sergeant now.
Yes, my lady.
Tell me, was there any such important message?
There might have been, but I didn't bring it.
It's very dangerous for you to be here under false pretenses.
It is indeed. Twice dangerous.
Twice?
A firing squad on one side. Your eyes on the other.
You're a daring man, Sergeant.
I had to come to bring you this.
Oh, the Medal of the Horse.
You were kind enough to admire it. Will you accept it from me? As a gift?
Thank you. I shall love it. Not only for itself, but because you risked so much to bring it. Do you know, this is the first exciting thing that's happened to me in all this monotonous country.
Africa, monotonous?
Well, look about you. Isn't it monotonous?
But this isn't Africa. It's just a ball in a hotel in any part of the world. Africa's out there. In the Arab quarters, the Jewish bazaars, the cafes, the Kabyle dancers.
Things I'm afraid I shall never see.
Things you ought to see if you want to know Africa. I could take you, you know. Or perhaps adventure doesn't appeal to you.
You're daring me, aren't you?
Yes.
You realize it's absurd, impossible.
Quite.
And that's why I might do it?
Of course.
Oh, you oughtn't to tempt me. When can we go?
Now?
Now. How can we get out?
Can you climb?
I used to climb apple trees.
Then come on. The balcony shouldn't present any difficulties.
Sergeant.
You've probably been missed.
Oh, what a pity Cinderella has to go home. We'd better say goodnight out here. Thank you for showing me Africa. It's been thrilling.
You didn't think that was Africa, did you?
But you said it was.
Did I? No. The real Africa's out there, in the desert. The Maibu Oasis at full moon.
Maibu. It sounds enchanting.
And only 3 miles out.
Are you tempting me again?
Yes. Are you tempted?
Dreadfully. But of course it's impossible.
Oh, quite impossible.
I'm afraid so. Unless...
Unless?
Will there be a full moon tomorrow night?
I shall see to it personally.
Good night, Sergeant Victor.
Good night, my lady. Out here after all.
Didn't you know I would? And after you ordered the moon especially for me?
There it is. Shall we sit down?
You were going to show me the rest of Africa.
It's all around you, my lady. The desert, the oasis, these ruins here.
How silent. How grave. And how incredibly old it all is.
Yes. That's Africa.
This place must have a story.
1,000 stories. Shall I tell you one of them?
I'd much rather hear another. Your own.
My story is much too long, much too dull to tell you.
Not dull, I'm sure.
No, perhaps not dull. And it hasn't seemed long. Till now. After this, it'll be endless.
After this?
Being with you. Feeling the nearness of you. You'll never know what it's meant to me.
Oh, please, you mustn't talk this way.
Do I frighten you?
No, but...
You see, it's the old trick. I'm just playing on your sympathy.
Oh, you had that from the first moment I saw you. You don't belong here. You're miserable here, aren't you?
I was. I'm not anymore.
You mean that I...
Yes. You've changed everything for me. Phoenicia.
Oh, don't say any more. I must go back now.
Do you want to go back?
No. That's why I must.
What's the matter?
How do I know? Am I the commandant?
Fall in, you men! Fall in! It's an attack. I heard the commandant say so.
Sidi Ben Yusuf's tribes, they have attacked Ain Sufra.
Commandant?
Men, we just received marching orders. Ain Sufra's been attacked. Be ready to move in an hour. Full packs. That's all.
Company dismissed! Sergeant Victor! Sergeant Victor!
What is it, Rick?
Sir, I've been looking for you. I've just seen Lord Seraph.
Lord Seraph?
Yes, sir. He's just arrived, sir. Gone up to the hoteliers.
He mustn't see me.
Oh, he'd know you, sir. He'd recognize you, sure. And, sir, remember that lady who came to the barracks that day?
Lady Venetia?
Yes. She's his niece, sir.
His niece? Rake, you got a pack for me.
But we're marching an hour, sir.
I can't help that. I gave the carving of Forest King to Lady Venetia. It has the name carved on it. I've got to get it back.
Oh, he'd know Forest King, sir.
Bring my kit. I'll meet you at the parade ground.
I'll meet you there. Meet you in an hour. Okay.
Victor! Wait!
Oh, hello, cigarette.
Oh, Victor. Where have you been? 2 nights I waited for you, and you did not come. Why?
I'm sorry, cigarette, but I couldn't.
Was it the commandant's orders? He gave you some special duty?
No, I was detained.
Oh.
Forgive me, cigarette, but I must go now.
You would leave me and not even say goodbye?
No. I was coming to say goodbye before I left. Believe me.
Goodbye? Is that all you were going to say to me?
Please. You must forgive me. I've got to go.
Victor.
Venetia, I climbed the balcony. I hope no one saw me.
Oh, thank heaven you've come. If you hadn't, I should have gone to you. I couldn't let you go without seeing you.
Venetia, there's something I'm going to ask you. You're going to think it very odd of me, but really it's important. It's the model of the horse. I've come to ask you to give it back to me.
But why? It's mine. I love it.
I can't explain, but I must have it. Will you give it to me, please?
Well, of course I will. It's in the other room. But you must let me have it again when you come back.
But you won't be here when I return. You will be in England.
No. I shall be here, Victor. I can't leave you, ever.
But, Venetia...
Oh, no, don't speak. I've thought it all out. I know nothing of you except yourself, but that's all I need to know.
Venetia, dear, do you realize what you're saying? It's madness.
Oh, no, when 2 people love each other like this and part, that's madness. And you won't always be a legionnaire. Someday your service will end.
It will never end. I can never go back to England. I'll only be exchanging my service here for a prison cell.
I don't believe it. You're trying to frighten me because you think it's hopeless. But it isn't hopeless. I won't let it be. You can't forget me, Victor. Can you?
No.
You want me to wait?
Want you?
Then I will.
Venetia, may I come in?
that?
Don't go. It's only my uncle.
No, I can't see him.
I shall be here when you come back. I love you, Victor. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Venetia.
Cigarette, where are you?
Yes, Commandant.
Look, my darling. You see this? It's my new commission. I've got it, Cigarette. I'm a colonel.
A colonel?
Don't you see? This is the thing we waited for, planned for. Cigarette. Oh, you're crying. What is it? Darling, tell me, what is it?
I cried because you go away. Maybe you never come back.
You lie. It's that sergeant. You've been different to me since the first time you laid eyes on him. Not a decent kiss have I had since that day.
It is not true. I hate him.
You're lying to me. Aren't you?
Yes, I am lying. It is the sergeant.
You're crying for him. I warned you once, Cigarette, that I'd never let another man take my place. No man ever shall.
What do you mean?
I warned you, Cigarette.
Commandant, you want to see me, sir?
Yes, Sergeant Victor. I've got a little special detail work for you.
Very good, sir.
You'll pick up 20 men. Cut across the desert, due north towards Iron Sifra. Hold a position 15 kilometers this side of the fort.
Excuse me, sir, I don't quite understand. You said 20 men, due north across the desert?
Well?
That's right through the heart of the Arab forces, sir.
I know that.
We'll never make it, sir.
You have your orders.
But with only 20 men.
You have your orders.
It's certain death for all of us. I suppose you know that.
Death is part of every soldier's equipment, Sergeant Victor. Pick your men and leave at once.
If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to ask for volunteers.
Do what you want.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Before we resume Under Two Flags, I am privileged to introduce a soldier who served under three national banners, the Belgian, French, and Polish. He spent 7 years in the French Foreign Legion, campaigning in Algeria, Morocco, Indochina, and the Sahara, rising to the rank of sergeant. In the World War, he became a lieutenant, was severely wounded, underwent 23 operations, and received several decorations, including knighthood in the French Legion of Honor. In recent years, he's been a military technical advisor in Hollywood. He worked for me on The Crusades, and most recently on Paul Muni's picture, The Life of Emile Zola. Ladies and gentlemen, a true soldier of fortune, Lieutenant Louis Van Den Ecker.
My thanks, Mr. DeMille. I suppose a lot of people are wondering what crime I committed to have joined the Legion. If I disappoint you, I'm sorry. But the law and I have never had any arguments. Men join the Legion for one reason: adventure. Criminals are not found in the ranks, and if one of them manages to join, he is soon arrested by civil authorities.
It was my impression that they ask no questions when you join the Legion.
That's true, but that does not keep criminals that does not keep police from chasing criminals.
What are the qualifications then for enlistment?
Only two. You have to be of age and in excellent health.
In our play, Van, we mention Ain Sufra and Saida. Do those towns mean anything to you?
A great deal. I served many months at both places. In fact, at Ain Sufra, there is a bottle embedded in the wall of one of the buildings. In it is a slip of paper with my name and the date. Just a souvenir I left behind.
As one who encountered the Arabs many times, what's your opinion of them as fighters?
Very high. Arabs have no fear. They believe that if they die fighting, they will go to paradise with many pretty girls. We had our hands full many times, and I've been just as scared as anyone could be. When marching, the legionnaires are always in square formation, ready for instant trouble. And at night, they pitch their camps in square formations too. They are never without their rifles or their picks and shovels.
No, they're overcoats, judging from what I've seen. Why overcoats in the desert?
Because the coat acts on the same order as a thermos bottle. It gets the heat out.
Well, after 7 years in their ranks, then, what's your most vivid memory of the Legion?
Their wonderful spirit of comradeship. They will not only risk their lives to save a wounded comrade, but there is case after case of as many as 6 men going to their death trying to recover the body of a dead comrade, rather than let it fall in the enemy's hands. In the Legion are men of every race, color, and religion under the sun. Men of every profession, living together, fighting together as brothers. If the world wants an example of brotherhood to follow, let the world look to the French Foreign Legion.
Thank you, soldier. Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill take up our story, Under Two Flags. One week has passed. The fighting has broken out at Ain Soufra, but no word has come from Sergeant Victor and his 20 men, doomed to perish trying to hold a hopeless position. In her room at the Hotel in Saida, Lady Venetia turns toward the door as her uncle, Lord Seraph, enters.
Venetia!
Yes, Uncle Harry?
I say, Venetia, where in heaven's name did you get this? This model of the horse here.
Oh, it was given to me, Uncle Harry.
But when?
A little over a week ago.
Curious. Very curious indeed. It must be an old carving.
Well, I'm sure it isn't old. As a matter of fact, I know it's new.
But that's impossible. Don't you see? It's Forrest King, Tony Brett's old horse. It has the name carved on the back.
Tony Brett? Who's Tony Brett?
Don't you remember the scandal? Tony Brett's younger brother committed a crime, and Tony shouldered the blame himself. Last summer, Tony's brother was injured, and just before he died, he made a full confession absolving Tony.
And where is Tony Brett now?
Why, he's dead, I believe.
The man that carved that horse and gave it to me is a legionnaire, an Englishman and a gentleman. He must be Tony Brett.
Impossible. But wait a minute. As a matter of fact, none of us ever saw Tony's remains.
I can't tell you how I know, but I have a feeling, I'm sure, that Sergeant Victor is Tony Brett. Isn't it said that the Legion is full of dead men?
Where is this man? I'd know Tony anywhere.
He's gone, marched away with Colonel Doyle's battalion. Can't we get him back?
I'll do what I can. You want him to come back very much, don't you, my dear?
I do. So much.
I beg your pardon, Lady Venetia.
Yes, Paul?
You asked to be informed of any wounded return.
Yes.
There's a train of ambulances just arrived, my lady.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Thank you.
All right, easy there. Handle him easy.
Phil, you're hurt bad, huh?
See, Father? It's good to see you.
Oh. Here, water, my Farrell. Excuse me. Is there anything I can do?
How?
You. I'd like to help if I could.
You're here to look for Sergeant Victor? You need not look any longer. He's not coming back.
What do you mean? You know something, mademoiselle?
Yes, I do know. The commandant has sent him to a post of death. Sergeant Victor will stay there until he dies.
Is this true?
Yes, it is true. I know from the wounded. Now you can go back to your own country. You will never see him again.
Why do you tell me this?
Because I love him as you could never love him. He does not belong with your kind. He's of the Legion, and they are my kind. Would you follow them into the desert, as I have done? Would you march with them and nurse them and close their eyes when they are dead? I have shot them. Do you hear? So that the Arabs could not take him alive. Could you do that? No.
Oh, you poor child, you do love him.
Yes, I love him. And I could save him, too.
You could save him? How?
In a way you could not understand. But why should I save him? Huh? For you?
But you said that you love him. If you really love him, can you let him die? Can you?
Go back to your hotel. Go back to your soft life and easy ways.
What are you going to do, mademoiselle?
I'm going to the commandant at Ain Soufra. I'm going to save Sergeant Victor. For you.
Here, man. There's not much water. Go easy on it.
Sergeant, how long are we going to be here? How long do we have to wait for help in this filthy hole?
Easy, Baron.
I can't stand it much longer, I tell you. I can't stand it.
Quiet.
They're out there, waiting for us. Waiting for us to show ourselves. Waiting for us to go mad.
Shut up. Sorry I had to do that, Baron. There were only 8 men here. 8 out of 20. We'll need our wits to get out of this.
It's this blasted silence that's got me. The Arabs are out there all right. Why don't they attack?
A wall 10 feet high between us and 1,000 Arabs. They could kill us both like that.
Let them wait. The longer they wait, the more chance for the relief to come.
Sure, if it ever does.
We were put out here to hold this position. We're going to do it.
We can't if they attack us. They'll swarm over us like flies.
Quiet, I tell you.
He's right, sir. We'd never hold out against another attack. We're too few. It's time we're working against now. Anything might happen if we had time.
Time. I might be able to get some. Until dawn, anyway.
How, sir?
If I could borrow the robes from one of those dead Arabs outside, I might be able to sneak into Sidi Ben Yusuf's camp.
What?
Pay the sheikh a little visit.
You're mad, sir. Why, they'd call me to ribbons.
We'll do that anyway, Rick. I'm not too particular about where I die, and it's worth a chance.
Qaid Ben Yusuf. What is it? One of our horsemen, Qaid. He would talk with you. Send him to me. Well?
Good evening, Sidi Ben Yusuf.
An Englishman. How did you get here?
It's a pleasure to renew an old acquaintance.
Old acquaintance? I don't seem to recall your face.
Oxford. You were at Balliol. I was at Trinity. You haven't forgotten those afternoons at Professor York's?
Oh. Dear old Professor York. Oh, how well I remember. This is amazing. Old classmates meeting here in the heart of the desert as enemies. Why have you paid me this most unusual visit?
To save my life. And possibly save yours.
Really?
A wise man is he who makes peace in time.
Peace?
Recently, a British commissioner arrived in Saida, as your spies no doubt have already advised you.
Does that affect me, my friend? I make war on the French.
You know best, of course. But if you are caught here, with the British troops behind you, it'll be a little awkward, won't it?
British troops in French territory? That is utterly impossible.
The secret was well kept.
Are you naive enough to think that I believe you?
You have scouts, I suppose? Send them out. Learn for yourself.
Well, I shall send them. If what you have told me is true, I shall be indebted to you for the rest of my life. If not, you will die, my friend. In a few hours, we shall know.
A few hours?
By dawn.
Dawn. Thank you.
Good morning, my friend. I trust you slept well.
Excellently, thank you.
And that you enjoyed your morning meal?
I found it a delightful relief from hardtack.
I am very glad, since it will be your last.
Really?
You lied to me. I've had scouts out all night. There are no British within 500 miles, and you knew it.
Quite. And I was quite surprised that you believed me at all.
And now it's my turn to amuse myself with you.
I'm curious. What do you intend to do with me?
Remember the old soccer games? We are going to play it now. With horses. You will be the ball.
It should be very amusing, Sheikh.
For me, yes. But for you, I doubt that you will care for. What's that? Qayed, the Legion, 4th Squadron. They ride from the north. So, this is what you waited for, my friend.
The relief, Sidi Ben Yusuf. We hope they might be here at dawn.
And so they are. It's a pity you won't be there to greet them.
I shall try my best.
Stop him. Stop that man.
Take your men to the fort.
That's right, I do. You want to be hitched? Turn your horse to your
back.
I'm riding with you. You said you saved him. Give up the bird. Stand your men. Stand the call.
Cigarette! Are you hit? Cigarette! Cigarette!
It was about here that she went down, Sergeant Victor. Why did she do it?
The commandant tried to make her stay behind, but she wouldn't. We saw her fall and we... Look, sir. There she is. She's lying over there.
Call some men from the fort, quick.
Yes.
Cigarette.
Oh, Victor. You're safe.
Let me lift you up.
No higher. I have seen so many men die. I know what this is. You can't do anything. There is something I must say.
Yes, Cigarette.
She said, an English lady, if I love you, I would save you. Tell her I'll try.
I will tell her. Is the pain very bad?
It's nothing. You laughed about me. It's so funny. When I waited for you, you did not come. Now you have come. And I must go away. You will remember that day in the desert?
I will always remember.
Victor, shall we bet just once more?
Cigarette. And that was the way she died. Out there in the desert. In my arms.
Poor Cigarette. She loved you too, darling. And she wanted to save you. For me. I shall always be grateful to her for that.
Venetia, that day you spoke to her. Did you tell her who I am?
No, darling. I'm glad now. She said that you were her kind. And wherever she is now, she'll be happier believing that.
With the falling of the curtain on Under Two Flags comes a promise from our stars to return to us before this hour is over. Standing beside me now is a woman known to theatergoers for many years. First as a dancer, then as producer of the famous Fanchon and Marco stage shows. From among her performers have risen such stars as Myrna Loy, Janet Gaynor, Lida Roberti, Martha Ray, and Mary Lewis. Her career reached a new high a few days ago when Paramount released Turn Off the Moon with Eleanor Whitney, Johnny Downs, and Charles Ruggles. It was produced by our guest and goes down in picture history as the first film ever produced by a woman at a major studio. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Fanchon.
For many years, ladies and gentlemen, the two names, Cecil B. DeMille and Lux, have meant a great deal to me. In fact, Mr. DeMille gave me my first chance to direct dances in pictures.
Miss Fanchon staged The Candy Ball for me in a film called The Golden Bed back in 1925. But she didn't continue in pictures very long. Didn't you like them, or didn't you like DeMille?
I assure you that it was only the pictures. Today, however, with the best in stories, actors, and photography, and with men like you still at the helm, I'm sure there's no medium of entertainment like the screen.
And you also mentioned Lux a moment ago.
I can't say too many nice things about Lux Flakes.
Did you mean you can think of something that your former orchestra leader, Melville Ruick, hasn't already said?
Well, I can say that at one time, Marco and I had as many as 1,000 girls performing throughout the country in our stage shows. And do you know, Mr. DeMille, that a part of the equipment of each of those girls was a box of Lux Flakes? It's by far the best way of keeping costumes beautifully fresh, and it's especially good for silk stockings. I've used Lux countless times myself when Marco and I were starting out. It was more important to me to keep my costumes looking right than it was to eat. When it came to deciding between a hamburger and a box of Lux, my stomach was usually the loser. That's what I think about Lux.
Well, as the first woman to produce a major studio picture, what do you think makes a good film?
Well, I hope to show that in my next two pictures, Summer Romance and Argentine Love. I believe in youthful romance, and comedy, music, and dancing. In other words, an entertaining, light, happy production. I found out that about 99% out of 100 people that step up to that box office to buy a ticket do so because they want to be amused. I'm going to try to satisfy them.
Education has some place on the screen, too.
Yes, but a tearful story can educate just as much as preaching. Such a story teaches everyday practical things like what's new in clothes, in dances, and an appreciation of good music. It teaches good manners, how to talk honestly, and how to live honestly. Lots of people turn to pictures as an escape from ordinary and very often sordid circumstances. They need hope and a little cheering up, a little laugh. And that's what I'm going to remember as long as I'm producing pictures. And now, Mr. DeMille, and all of you, my thanks.
Good philosopher, Madam Producer. A moment now with the evening stars. Herbert Marshall, Olivia de Havilland, Lupe Velez, and Lionel Atwill.
Again, my gratitude, C.B., for inviting me back to the Lux Radio Theater.
And mine, too. While I have an opportunity, a word of appreciation to Louis Van den Ecker for his splendid account of the French Legion.
Yes, it interests me particularly, Lionel, because in our research for my next picture, The Buccaneer, I discovered that one of the Legion's greatest battles was fought in Mexico.
I can tell you about that. Oh, please do tell us, Lucy. Well, Olivia, it took place in 1863 near Veracruz, at the time when Napoleon had made Maximilian Emperor of Mexico. Only 7 French soldiers survived, but the Mexicans admired the courage of the legionnaires so much that they allowed the 7 men to leave the battlefield with their rifles.
Well, perhaps it inspired Louise de la Ramée, for she wrote the book Under Two Flags not long afterwards.
Yes, and it may surprise you to know that she wasn't French, but English.
But why did she use the pen name of Ouida?
Because as a child, that was the way she pronounced Louise. She was a strange personality. Took particular delight in insulting everyone. Lived on a lavish scale for years and died almost penniless in Italy.
That should teach us all to save our money, like I do.
I wish you'd tell us how you do it, Lupe.
Oh, it's easy and lots of fun, too. I cook all the meals. I paint the garden furniture and the swimming pool for Johnny. You know, it's my husband, Johnny Weissmiller. And I don't let anybody put anything over me. I'm Mexican, all right, but somewhere I think maybe there was a Scotchman.
Excelente.
I'm pretty good now, Mr. DeMille.
Excelente.
Well, C.B., the clock moves around. And I know you have an important announcement to make a little later.
So we'll join the audience and say our adieu in a little verse from Trilby. You may remember it. It starts, a little work, a little play.
To keep us going, and so good day. A little warmth, a little light.
Of love's bestowing, and so good night.
A little trust that when we die, we reap our sowing, and so goodbye.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. Haviland, Miss Velez, Mr. Atwill, our thanks. The dramatic treat in store for us next Monday night will be revealed in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Assisting our stars tonight were Lionel Pape as Captain Mingus, Kenneth Hunter as Lord Seraph, Leonard Mudie as Rake, Michael Visseroff as Ivan, Lal Shan Mehra as Sidi Ben Yusuf, James Eagles as Cascadee, Lou Merrill as Pierre, Frank Nelson as Baron, David Kerman as Officer, Warren McCullum as Griffon, Ross Forrester as Farrell, Harold Daniels as Adjutant, and Charles Emerson as a Doctor. Mr. Marshall appeared through courtesy of Paramount and RKO Studios. Mr. Haviland, Warner Brothers. Mr. DeMille, Paramount. Lionel Atwill and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where the latter was in charge of music for the new film, Café Metropole. May I remind you now that next week will be National Cotton Week. All over the country, leading stores are featuring smart cottons attractively priced. Stop at your favorite store to see these exciting new clothes. A multitude of glamorous luxables to choose from. Smart stores everywhere are recommending the Easy Lux Way, which banishes wardrobe worry. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
A year ago at this time, I was up to my boot tops in preparation for my 63rd picture. In the marching panorama of events from 1865 to 1875, I hope to show the character of a group of great Americans, their mighty courage, and resounding struggles to open the western frontier to civilization. The picture is The Plainsman, and it makes me happy to announce that next Monday night,
The Plainsman comes to you for the first time on the air in the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in the roles of Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane will be the stars who contributed so much to the success of the picture, Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur in The Plainsman. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Say, would you ever think that a lumberjack fears anything? Now, you take a big, strapping bruiser like Frenchy DuSalle. How could that giant of a man fear any living thing? The big fellow has hands like bear paws and muscles made of steel. He stands 6'6" in his stocking feet and weighs 240 pounds. Frenchy afraid of something? Well, that's almost a joke, but it's the truth. The big, congenial French-Canadian has one fear even greater than that of forest fires. You'll find out what it is by listening to the story, The Log Jam. This is the sound of a swollen river. A river swollen with spring thaw waters from the snow-covered mountains. This is a sound that lumberjacks like. It means that now they can get their sea legs in shape by riding logs down the river. Of all the jobs a lumberjack does, this is one of the most dangerous, but yet it's the most thrilling. Pike pole in hand, he hops and jumps from one racing log to another. He spins the huge pieces of trees with his spiked boots. He shouts with joy as he outwits a log trap. Yes, the lumberjack is happy when he can ride logback style. Let's join Frenchy and his men as they get ready to send loose logs and log rafts downstream.
All right, boys. Let's pay attention now. Ole, you take your crew and move the loose logs out, so you will be way ahead of the rafts.
Yeah, sure, boss. Ben do that right away. We be on the spot that we stay 1 year up ahead of you fellas with them rafts. Come on, let's go, boys. Okay, let's go. Come on.
Tony, you and your men take the first raft. Give only about 3 hours start down the river.
Sure, boss. Tony and his men, they push the bigger raft down the river like a robot.
Never mind being a robot. That pile of log weigh 100 tons. I do not want it spill all over the river like toothpicks, understand?
Okay, Frenchy. We keep a watch out for big rocks in the river. Come on, man.
Come on, boys. Let's miss away. If we run into trouble, where will you be, boss?
Riding my private log. Frenchy, he has got his own private log, and he beats you all down the river.
Frenchy isn't joking about his private log. The big fellow's picked a perfectly round log, and he uses it to transport himself along the river as he keeps an eye on his men and rafts. With the skill of an Indian and his canoe, Frenchy guides the logs into midstream and then brings them back to the riverbank by making them spin under his racing feet. His men watch him with admiration. Here's a boss who can outdo any and all of his men, even though they're experts and specialists in their own fields. This is one way Frenchy keeps his testimony for the Lord alive and real. Yes, he's a Christian in every sense of the word since Bill led him to the Lord.
I got spring fever. I sure love the newness of spring.
Yep, every spring I can't help but think of the new life the Lord gave me when I accepted Him as my Savior.
That's right. Old and dead pastures turn to new and green fields. Trees grow leaves and flowers bloom. It's sign of new life.
Yes, nature shows us that what seems to be dead can come to beautiful life. We can compare that to ourselves, once dead in sin, but now through Christ having new life. And the new life is eternal.
Yeah. How can any man not believe in God? Well, look at those flowers, how delicate they are. Why, each one is the work of a master creator. Boy, I sure do enjoy the springtime.
We all do, pal. Yes, sirree. You can say that again, young feller. Say, where are we going now, anyhow? Oh, no place in particular. We're heading in the general direction of home. Our work's caught up for the moment, and I thought we'd enjoy taking the long trail back to town. Just enjoy ourselves.
It's plenty good idea. It does man's heart good to be in outdoor country.
Yep. It's the best nerve tonic I ever heard of. Even famous doctors prescribe it for folks who got the jitters. That's why we need to mosey along and drink in some of this medicine ourselves.
Have you got the jitters?
No, not right now, anyhow. Sometimes you fellas get me jumping pretty hard. You mean you get to be a jitterbug or a jerky turkey? Pretty good, Stumpy.
It seems that everyone's in a gay mood in this fine spring weather. The lumberjacks are taking their logs to the mill, and soon they'll have a rest from the tight logging schedules and severe winter weather in which they have to work. The gigantic log rafts are floating rapidly downstream in the swift current. Large wooden rudders, one on each side of the raft, are manned by several men. Frenchy seems pleased as he rides his private log and keeps an eye on the rafts. Suddenly, the big Frenchman comes alert as his eye spots a large rock right in the middle of the river.
Lean on those rudders and head for the right side.
What do you say, boss?
Rock ahead. Get over.
Rock ahead, boss. Lean on those rudders and steer her off the turn shore.
Get it over, Tony.
We ain't gonna make it, boss. The river she's too fast.
Jump for it and swim ashore. Go on, jump.
Jump for it, boys, and swim ashore. Jump out of here. Come on, jump out of here.
A gigantic pile of logs held together by huge logging chains heads for the large rock in midstream. The cumbersome raft can't be steered around the obstacle, so it'll crash into it, and there'll be logs all over the river. There they go. The heavy chains snap like paper straws, and the logs sprawl across the river and continue downstream. There are approximately 1,000 of the big trees running amok on the river, and this could mean trouble for Frenchy and his men.
I'm sorry, Frenchy. We could not steer the raft around the rock. She come on too soon.
Oh, forget it. What is done is done. You fellows, get dry clothes on. Grab your pike poles and get to work. We have lots of logs that need watching. They must be brought under control, or we have log jam when they get to narrow spot in river. Joe, you and your boys go up river. Stop other rafts. Tie them up, keep them tied up till you hear from me.
Okay, Frenchy. Right away. Let's go, man.
I don't think that there's anyone busier than a lumberjack on a floating log. He's got to maneuver the logs around him so they won't cross and jam. He's got to keep his balance because one slip and a fall between two of the giant sticks of wood and he'd be a goner. Tony and his men have caught up with Frenchy, and they work feverishly to keep all of the logs heading straight into the current. The narrow spot in the river is just ahead. Frenchy keeps the men alert and going full blast. He keeps right on working as he directs his lumberjacks.
Hey, Pedro! Look behind you or you wish you had. Ole, what you do up here?
I think maybe you need help. Our logs got through the narrows okay.
Stick with your logs. You see that they get to the mill pond. Frenchy, he's got enough help. Hey, Tony! You got cross log in back of you. Make it straight or we have jam.
Okay, boss.
Hey, do not let those logs ride on top of the others.
We can't help it. There's 3 cross logs here.
Straighten them up.
We can't.
Oh, what you tell Frenchy? Here, I show you.
We can't budge them, boss.
Hey, boss, look up at the river.
What you say?
The river's covered with logs.
Where did they come from? They're not ours.
Oh, no, Frenchy see everything. Those logs, they are wild. Everybody, get to Riverbank on the double, or you get killed.
We'll have a log jam now. That's a one thing for sure.
It's happened. A log jam. This is the one thing above all others that the lumberjacks fear. The Jacks watch as the huge logs slam into each other and pile up across the river, making a great dam. Thousands of tons of timber grind to a stop. The pressure within the jam builds to terrific intensity as it grows bigger. The logs wrestle each other, and the smaller ones are splintered like balsa wood. The great fear the lumberjacks have is of finding the key logs. These are the logs that cause the jam. While the men are looking for them, they are intensely alert for a cracking sound or any indication that the key logs are giving way. Right now, Frenchy's more concerned with the mass of strange logs that descended on them than he is with the jam itself.
This is a fine kettle of fish. What a mess.
Oh, you tell Frenchy nothing he do not know. When I find out whose logs those are, Frenchy put him in the kettle and boil him with the fish.
Ole, he's a coming up. Maybe he's able to tell us who is the brand on the logs.
What you find, Ole?
Well, those logs belong to Ben Larson, by yumping Yemeni.
Ben Larson?
Yeah.
Wait until Frenchy get his hands on that dumbbell. I make him wish he had not done this.
Maybe you better go and cool off, boss. You're too mad to talk to anybody.
Ole, you are right. Frenchy almost forget a Christian. Anger, she is not for Christians.
Hey, here comes the Ben Larson and his boys. Hello, Frenchy.
Hello, Ben. Why the long face?
You're not angry?
I was. But when Frenchy remember he Christian, Frenchy he also remember he make mistake too. Sometime very bad.
You mean you're not going to start a fight about the log jam?
Ben, we got enough trouble without starting fight. A fight only make our problem bigger, not clear them up.
Frenchy, for a long time, a lot of us have looked at your change to religion as sort of a softening up on your part. But I've just changed my mind. Religion hasn't softened you up. It's given you a change of thinking. It's made a real man out of you. I'm beginning to think that this religious stuff might be good for all of us. How about it, man?
Why, I try to live a Christian testimony in front of all you men. At time, I do not think I do very well. Thank you for those fine words. But I guess we better take a look at the jam, huh?
I'm sorry it happened. Got my dates mixed up, and I realized it after the logs had started down the river. It was too late then to do anything about it.
Frenchy, he has had worse ones than these. Let's take a look and see what we do, huh?
Henry, don't fall asleep in the saddle. Might fall off, really hurt yourself.
Huh? I'll be all right.
There, big rattlesnake.
Huh? Where? I don't see it. You guys are pulling my leg.
That's better than if you fell off and broke it, sonny.
Yeah, I guess so. Boy, it's really a day for sleeping under the old apple tree.
We not sleep anymore today. Look what come toward us.
Jumping tadpoles. The river's overflowing its banks.
You're not just joking, sonny. We got a flood on our hands. It's only a mile to the river. Let's get over there and take a look.
Come on. Even the horses don't like that high water.
I'll say they don't. They smell the danger.
I wonder about high water.
Yeah, so do I.
Water not this high 3 days back.
Don't say it wasn't. The river had a good flow to it, but not floodwaters.
And what do you think about?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question. Hey, the idea lights are going on in your eyes, Bill.
This is log floating time, fellas. All the lumber camps take their logs to the mill during the next couple of weeks. Yeah, that's right. Frenchy's the first man down the river every spring. I wonder if he's got a log jam downstream.
Man alive. If he hasn't, he's really got trouble. Tons of it.
Boss, she's a bigger beauty of a log jam. I can't find the key logs.
Frenchy not find either. Buried down under the pile.
The river's flooding behind the jam. If we don't break this up soon, we're going to have a real mess.
How about dynamite?
Yeah, that is what we use. Tony, Ole, get the dynamite charges ready, quickly. I'll help you set them. Maybe we blow the top logs off, then find the key logs underneath, huh?
Okay, boss. We get them ready quick like a rabbit.
How far down do we have to go before we know if there's a log jam?
I don't know, pal. All depends what caused the jam.
Rock and river could start key logs turning sideways and start jamming.
Hey, say those fellas got their hands full. Yes, sirree.
And how? I'd still like to know where the jam is.
Well, my guess is that it's at the Narrows. Yeah, that's the place for it, all right. Tailor-made.
They have jam in Narrows, then they have real problems.
Yeah. So do all the people in the valleys around, the river running over its banks.
Yeah, we did a good job of setting them sticks. They ought to blow the top logs all the way to the mill.
If that happened, Ole, then we quit trying to float them down the river and just blow them to the mill.
That way we'll stop the log jams.
She's ready to blow, Frenchy.
Oh, oui. Everybody, run for cover. I will set timer for 10 seconds. Blow the warning whistle, Tony.
Hey, boss, we just waste our time.
Yeah. All we did was blow a few of them top logs off the pile.
Boy, I sure made a mess out of things. We might have had to snake the logs off with cats one at a time now.
Do not discourage yet, Ben. Frenchy set these sticks deep this time. Bring the dynamite. Follow me. Blow whistle, Tony. Run for cover.
Okay, boss. Come on. She's no good, boss. The logs, they stick alike they nailed together.
And how they do. We better send for our cats and chains and start snaking the logs off the pile. We'll be here until the end of summer.
I think that's only...
No, take it easy, boy. It take 3 days to get the car and snaking gear down here. Frenchy, not give up so easy. Frenchy, scratch his head a while, eh? Maybe he come up with good idea, no?
I sure hope so. My boss will hang my hind to the highest tree for this if we can't break it up.
Hey, there it is. Right in the Narrows, like you said.
Yeah. Brother, that's a big one. Hold it up here, fellas. Hold it.
Close, easy, boy.
Matilde. What's up, Sonny? Why are we stopping here? You fellas take off down the valley from here and spread the word. Tell the people not to get excited. As soon as the jam is broken, the water will stop overflowing right away. I'm going out to the jam and see if I can help.
Right, Bill.
Okay. After you're through, come on back to the jam. I hope by that time it'll be undone and everything back to normal.
That's the whole story, Bill. Frenchy, he be glad to see you. Maybe your idea how we break up logs, eh?
Yeah, Tony see you do many things. Maybe you can help us.
I'm not a lumberjack, fellas, but I'll be glad to take a look at the logs.
That's very dangerous. We never know when key logs give way and then the whole yam move down the river in a hurry. Nobody ever lived through that.
Yes, I understand, Ole, but I think Frenchy's idea is the best. Try to get up under and inside the center of the pile and set the dynamite there.
Well, if key log not break loose, then, we be here week and week working night and day to pull these apart log by log.
Right. All the other lumbering outfits will be madder than hornets because the river will be tied up. And they can't get their logs to the mill before the river level is way down.
Well, we won't get anything done standing here. Let's get under the log pile.
Tony, Ben, Ole, you men stay here. Give us the dynamite and gear. No sense in all of us risking our lives. Frenchy got big problem to squeeze between logs. Not much room, eh?
I'm having the same difficulty, Frenchy. Say, it's almost like a small cave in here, where the under logs are held flat and the middle logs jammed up.
The middle logs are the troublemakers, Bill.
Yeah, I can believe that. Now we got to find out which of these overgrown rolling pins is the chief jammer-upper.
The big problem is that there is always more than one. This time, there be maybe a dozen.
If we knocked out a few, wouldn't that start the ball rolling? The explosion would build up terrific pressure underneath here.
How about these six? Frenchy think if we knock them out, maybe we start something, eh?
Yeah, they're in the center. I think they're the most likely to work on.
Frenchy agree. We get dynamite ready.
Right. Instead of tying bundles of the stuff to the logs, or stringing the bundles around several of them, why don't we wedge the sticks in between the logs carefully? Then wire them in series, and when they blow, I think they'll create a much more powerful pressure wedged in between the logs like that.
Oh, Frenchy, he think you got a good idea. Maybe that's what we should do before, eh? Here are sticks. Cups are in my pocket. I'll give you some.
What's the matter, Frenchy?
The cups Frenchy run out of. No get new supply. What a memory I have. We both better go back out while I get dynamite cups, eh?
I'll be all right here, Frenchy. You'll make faster time alone.
You're not afraid logs might shift?
Well, if they do, it won't make much difference. They couldn't get out anyhow.
No, either. Frenchy, hurry so we get out of this death trap.
You all set now, boss. This time you have all of the caps you need.
Frenchy go now. Bill and Frenchy be out soon, and we try break up this for good.
The logs are moving!
Come on, we got to help here! Well, Ben Larson, I hope you're satisfied. Your mistake, she just killed Frenchy's best friend.
Said he hoped the jam would be broken by the time he got back. He didn't say he'd be beneath it.
Frenchy, forget dynamite cups. Take valuable time, go back for more. Frenchy, he accused Ben of making mistake. Frenchy make bad mistake too. Frenchy just as guilty.
Oh, Frenchy, you can't blame yourself and you can't blame Ben. This was an accident. Bill's had many close calls. A feller can't defy death all his life and get away with it forever.
Stumpy, speak truth. Maybe you be dead now, too, if you had caps with you first time.
Isn't there any chance that he could get out? Not even one small chance?
Not even small chance, Henry. Bill crushed under thousands of tons of logs.
What am I going to do? I lost my father, my brother, and my friend all in one swoop.
Oh, Henry, you've got to take this awful bitter pill like a man, like a ranger.
Yeah, that's what Bill always said.
And boy, you can't dodge the realities of life, even as terrible as they are sometimes. Bill's the Lord's chief forest ranger now.
Everybody in this part of the country is going to miss him bad. And there's not another man who can take his place. There's only one Bill Jefferson.
Yep. Well, fellers, you better get about the gruesome job ahead.
What's that?
Find Bill's body so we can bury him.
We drug river 3 times now, and still not find Bill's body. Friendship think it no use.
Yep, I guess you're right. You might as well go home and try again in the morning.
Friendship fix place for you to stay out here, eh?
Thanks, but we have to go back to town. We got to tell Bill's mother.
Who's going to do it? You won't ask me to, will you?
You won't, Henry. I'll tell her.
We tell her together.
Well, let's get started. I'll lead Storm back to town.
Everybody will know when they see the empty saddle. Well, Storm's in his stall. Seems like he knew, didn't he? You see the way he kept turning his head, looking for Bill?
Yep. He didn't like them to saddle any more than we do. Let's go in the office, get a drink of water before we go and tell Bill's mother.
Yeah, I could use one.
Hello, fellas.
Bill! Wow, I almost had a heart attack. I'm not joking.
Man, we almost had 3 of them.
That is true.
How'd you get out alive? That's what I want to know.
Well, when those key logs began to move, I knew my only chance was underwater. You'll remember that the Narrows have rock banks. I knew that there might be small caves underwater. So I dove under the logs and swam for shore. The Lord sure helped me because I found a small cave in about a minute and a half, just when I thought my lungs were going to burst. Inside the cave, I was able to get my nose above water and breathe.
Wow. Boy, you've had some narrow ones, but I think this is the narrowest.
Bill, how you know when to come out?
Well, that's where the Lord guided me again. I waited until I thought the danger was over and came out. I didn't see you fellas around, or a living soul for that matter, not even Storm. So I walked to the highway and got a lift to town and changed into dry clothes, and here I am. Well, that just goes to show you. The Lord can do the impossible. Daniel got out of the lion's den, and Bill got out of the logjam.
Phew, I don't know about you, but the hair on my head is standing straight up. I really thought Bill was dead. But it was the Lord's will for him to live. We'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Hans Conried, Gail Gordon, Elliot Lewis, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Today, more Americans buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. Yes, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Well, George Burns is one of the millions of taxpayers who has until midnight tonight to file an income tax return, which explains the tense situation as we look in at the Burns home.
Now, let's see. Figuring our income on the basis of the community property law, that would make...
What law, George?
The community property law. That's a California law that says half of everything I've got is yours, and half of everything you've got is mine.
Oh? Then how come I only get 1/4 of the money we make?
Well, that's the way it works out, dear. Look, I'll show you. Here in my hand is $1 and change.
Yeah?
Now, half of everything I've got is yours. So here's 50 cents.
Ah, thank you.
Now, half of everything you've got is mine. How much have you got?
50 cents.
Half of it is mine. Hand it over. There. See how it works?
I see who it works. Now, let's try that again, and this time I'll start with $1.
Okay.
Now, half of everything I've got is yours. So here's 50 cents.
Thank you.
And how does the second part go?
Half of everything you've got is mine. How much have you got?
50 cents.
Half of it is mine. Hand it over.
Here.
Thanks.
Well, you were right, George. It comes out the same way no matter how you do it.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I'll bet you get tired of me being so stupid, huh?
Now, sometimes it comes in real handy. Now, let me figure some of the income tax deductions. Let's see. Business expense.
Now, what does that mean?
Well, whenever we have a guest star on our program, we always take him to dinner. That's a business expense. Let's see. Now, we took Cary Grant to dinner.
But he paid the check, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right. He did. Well, we took Bing Crosby to dinner.
He paid the check, remember?
Yeah, that's right. Well, last week we took Jack Benny to dinner.
That's one for us.
Yeah. Now we come to dependents. Total dependents and partial dependents. Gracie, what do I usually call your mother?
Surely you're not going to put that in writing.
I don't mean that. Does your mother live on just the money we send her?
Oh, she does right now. You see, my brother Willie got a job as a soda jerk, but he had to quit.
Why?
Well, a customer told him to squeeze a glass of orange juice.
Well?
And he squeezed the glass so hard it broke and cut his hand.
He's some soda jerk. In fact, you can leave off the soda. Now, let me finish this tax return. Come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, what are you doing, George?
Trying to figure out my income tax.
And I'm helping him.
Some help. If it weren't for Gracie, I could figure my income tax out much easier.
If it weren't for Gracie, you wouldn't have any to figure.
Listen, Bill, I used to do all right. When I first met Gracie, I worked alone.
So she told me, George. Did you ever pay the loan back?
You better run along, Bobby Clark. I'm very busy.
Listen, George, why don't you hire an income tax expert to do that for you? Now, the guy I've got knows all the deductions an actor can make. He's wonderful.
Really?
Sure. Takes off your entertainment, your publicity, your transportation, even takes off your clothes.
George can undress himself.
I doubt it, Grace.
Look, I'll prove it. First I take...
And you know something else, George? If an actor hires a secretary to answer his fan mail, that's deductible. Well, I keep a secretary running all the time.
You do?
Yeah. One of these days I'm going to catch her.
In other words, you don't get enough fan mail to answer.
What? I get baskets of fan mail. Well, some of it even comes with just my initials on it. WHG.
William Horace Goodwin.
Oh, no. Woman's Heavenly Gift.
That's really a shy little boy.
Yeah, well, he's got a point, George.
Yes.
I think Bill is one of the handsomest actors in Hollywood.
Me?
Well, sure, and I know someone who thinks you're even better than that.
Me?
That's the one.
I'll see you later.
Goodbye, Bobby. I'll never get this tax return finished. It's so darn complicated.
Oh, look, George, here comes Mr. Judson, the Texas oil man.
Oh, fine. Now I'll have to stop and listen to him brag about Texas. Come in.
Howdy, little lady.
Hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, little man. Hi. Say, you sound kind of depressed.
I am depressed. Right at this moment, I hate taxes.
Why, you miserable little Yankee.
Oh, Mr. Judson, put down that gun. He said taxes, not Texas.
Oh. For a minute there, I thought you had spoke treason. But now, you hadn't ought to hate taxes, neither.
I don't, Mr. Judson. It's just making out the return I hate. I'm glad to send my money to the government.
Me, too. It's a privilege to send your money to a city that's named after that great Texan, George Washington.
What makes you think George Washington was from Texas?
Well, wasn't he the father of our country?
Yeah.
Wasn't he first in war and first in peace?
Yes.
Wasn't he the greatest man we ever had?
Yes.
Bound to be from Texas.
Yes, he took his little hatchet and chopped down the cactus tree. Little Georgie. Mr. Judson, I'll bet your income tax must be plenty with all your money.
Oh, what money? I only got $29 million.
Oh, I thought it was $28 million.
Yeah, well, now, my wife run into a mite of trouble down home.
A little trouble?
Yeah, she did. The other night, she was milking the cow, missed the bucket, a big stream of milk squirted into the ground, and up come another darned Allwell.
You call that trouble?
Why, it got oil all over old Bossy.
Oh, old Bossy. You have the cutest names for your wife.
The cutest.
By the old mill stream. Gosh, Meredith, that song sure brings back happy memories of my old college glee club.
Toby, that song is full of memories for lots of folks. It's a favorite with all kinds of singing groups, from the corner barbershop quartet to the community chorus.
Well, that's just it, Meredith. Folks in this country have always been fond of singing. Yes, in the auditorium of the village church, in the local school hall, or in some genial neighbor's comfortable living room, the cheerful blending of friendly voices has long been a warm and well-loved part of the American scene. Yes, and just as much a part of this American scene is our taste for a friendly cup of America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. Americans love coffee. It's our national drink. And today it's a telling fact that more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. Flavor explains this nationwide preference. The superb good to the last drop Maxwell House flavor you can credit to the skilled blending of these choice coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for robust vigor. And Bucaramangas for fine, full body. All adding up to great coffee, rounded in flavor and radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection. Friends, why not start at once to enjoy America's favorite coffee yourself? Now, this you can do for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Just insist on Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Did you finish the income tax return, George?
No, I ran out of ink. So I called the drugstore, and they're going to send over a bottle.
Good.
By the way, that ink bottle was full last week. Where did it go?
Well, you know the blue socks I gave you for Christmas?
Yeah?
And your tan shoes didn't match them?
Yeah?
Now they match.
Gracie, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I was a fool to think you didn't. Go call the drugstore and tell them to hurry with the ink.
Yes, dear.
Why do I always leave this income tax till the last minute? Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
I'm the delivery man from the drugstore.
Good, good. I've been waiting for that ink.
I just started today. In fact, you're my first delivery.
Well, that's nice.
I'm so happy with this job. You know why I'm happy with this job? It gives me a chance to help humanity. I deliver things that people need.
I need ink.
Now, take this bottle of liver pills. I figure that's going to help somebody's liver.
Nice figuring.
I'm so happy with this job.
I'm happy that you're happy. Have you got my ink?
You bet I have. I deliver things that people need. Now, take these corn plasters. Likely as not, they'll help somebody's corns.
Again, you figured it out.
I'm so happy with There's nothing in the whole world as wonderful as working for a drugstore. What business are you in, mister?
I'm on the radio.
Go to work for a drugstore before it's too late.
I'll speak to Mr. Owl in the morning.
Drugstores have things that people need. Now take your bottle of ink.
I'd love to.
Just think of its possibilities. You could write a famous play or an immortal poem.
I could if I had the ink.
Maybe you'll write a cheery note to one who is ill.
Maybe.
Or a love letter to a beautiful woman.
I happen to be married.
Oh. Then if you wrote a love letter to another woman, that would cause trouble.
You bet it would.
Your wife might find the letter in your pocket.
That's right.
And when she read it, she'd get mad and leave you.
Look, Mr.
And all because the drugstore made me deliver this ink.
Look,
well, they can't force me to come between a man and his wife. I won't do it. I'll quit this lousy job.
All right, but give me the ink.
And break up your home, never. There. Your home is saved. Bye.
Well, that's fine. Now these shoes match my blue socks, too. Also the rug and the walls.
George, I thought Oh, my goodness. There's ink splashed all over the place.
Had a little accident.
Oh, there are even a couple of ugly blue spots on your face. Here, I'll wipe them off.
Take it easy. Those are my eyes.
Oh.
Now I get it. Take this income tax stuff down to the expert in the Taft building and let him figure it out. And here's $50 to pay him. I'll go get a mop and clean up this mess.
Well, $50 just to make out income tax? Oh, that's ridiculous. I can buy one of those dollar tax books and do it myself. That'll save George $49. And think what he could buy with $49. Hat, gloves, shoes, coat. Why, he can buy me lots of things. I'll do it. Dr. Miller, I just had to come by. I have some wonderful news for you.
What is it, Gracie?
Well, you know those treatments you've been giving me where I lie on the couch and tell you all about myself?
Psychoanalysis, yes. I treated your mind.
Well, you certainly helped me.
How could I miss? Any change was bound to be an improvement.
Oh, you'll be proud of me. I just did a brilliant thing. I figured out George's income tax.
Well, you are cured. No more of those long hours on the couch.
And guess how the income tax came out? The government owes George $30 million.
I'll arrange the pillows on the couch.
Oh, no, I'm not tired.
Gracie, how did you arrive at that terrific figure?
Oh, no starches and lots of exercise.
I mean George's income tax figure.
Oh, well, I bought a book on income tax and found out all the deductions. Now, for example, the book said that an actor can deduct up to $500 for dues.
Yes?
Well, in California, we have dues every morning.
Gracie.
And at $500 a due, that adds up.
Gracie, these dues are not the liquid kind.
Oh, no? I've stood knee-deep in California dues.
Well, even with deductions like that, how could you possibly arrive at $30 million?
Oh, well, of course, the big item was entertainment. The book says if an actor entertains people in the course of his business, that's deductible. And it's the rate of $2 per person.
Well?
Well, every time George goes on the radio, he entertains 20 million people.
This is unbelievable.
Well, now that's $40 million right there. But I know the government needs money, so I knocked off $10 million.
Well, it's awfully nice out here.
Yeah, live and let live. $30 million is plenty. Do you realize what this will mean to George, Doctor?
Yes, I think I do, Gracie. Speaking as a psychiatrist, I would say that George will develop a pronounced isolation complex induced by extended incarceration and complicated by severe claustrophobia due to prolonged inability to alter his environment.
Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
They'll throw him in the clink.
The clink?
Yeah, they'll put him in Alcatraz. You falsified his tax form.
Yeah. Oh, this is terrible. But he's not to blame. Let them send me away to wherever they send women.
To Hatchapi.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. It's George's return. Therefore, they'll hold George responsible.
Well, how long will they keep George in Alcatraz?
Well, that's hard to say, Gracie. I know a man who defrauded the government of only $20, and he was sent away for 20 years.
20 years for $20?
Oh.
And in George's case, it's $30 million. Boy, will he be old when he gets out.
Here's Meredith Wilson and the orchestra and Stanley Steamer.
Say, Gracie, I came as soon as I got your call. What's the trouble?
Oh, Bill, it's terrible. I falsified George's form.
Well, what's so bad about that? You've been padding his shoulders for years.
Oh, no. It's his income tax form. And they're going to send him to Alcatraz.
Oh.
Think what Alcatraz will do to George. Think of him with his face all pale and his little shoulders stooped, shuffling along with that hopeless, dead expression.
Yeah. And then think of him after a few years in Alcatraz.
Yeah. Well, maybe George can escape.
Oh, I doubt it, Gracie. It's an island in the Pacific. On one side is an ocean full of sharks.
And what's on the other side?
San Francisco?
Yes, San Francisco.
Yeah.
That's where my mother lives.
Say, that's right. Well, if George ever escapes, I know which way he'll swim.
Oh, me too. I hope the sharks don't get him.
I hope he never tries to escape, Gracie. They've got a terrible punishment for prisoners who do that.
Yeah, what is it?
They take away their Maxwell House coffee.
Oh!
Rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House, so wonderfully satisfying, good to the last drop. You know what happens then, Gracie? They go stir crazy.
Stir crazy?
Yeah. They go crazy because they can't stir that Maxwell House coffee. Ooh. It's the very best in coffee-drinking pleasure. Yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy.
Oh, I'm sure George will behave himself, Bill. You know, they might even let George sing to the prisoners.
No, Gracie. Taking away their Maxwell House coffee is the worst punishment they allow. That's fiendish enough. You know, with more than 1,000 brands to choose from, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world?
Well, maybe it's not too late to save George. I'll appeal to the governor.
Oh, that won't do any good.
Oh? Then I'll appeal to his wife, the governess.
Gracie, nothing can save George from Alcatraz.
Oh, dear. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll soften the blow for him. I'll make it sound attractive.
Attractive?
Well, sure. It'll be like a daytime radio serial. Alcatraz can be beautiful.
Gracie, it's an island, a prison with bars, a big ugly rock. How can you say that's beautiful?
Well, love will show me the way. When you're in love, you can imagine the ugliest thing in the world is beautiful. And I'm in love with George.
Good luck, Gracie.
George?
Yes, dear?
George, how would you like to live on an island?
An island?
Yes, in the blue Pacific.
Might be nice. An island with palm trees.
Yeah.
And sandbars.
Take away the sand and you've got it.
Huh?
Oh, it's a beautiful place. Once you're there, you just can't leave.
Holds you in its spell, huh?
Did you say spell or sell?
Spell.
Oh, sure.
I love the ocean. It would be nice to lie there and listen to the breakers pounding on the rocks.
Yes, making little ones out of big ones.
Huh?
Oh, you'll love this island, dear. The change will do you good. Now, for instance, don't you get tired of people always calling you George?
I never thought of it.
Well, now, on this island, they call you something else.
Like what?
Like 7293.
7293?
Yes, and your closest friends could call you 7.
7G Burns, eh? Gracie, this island is beginning to sound a little wild. Besides, I like the modern conveniences. Does this island have electric lights, electric stoves, electric refrigerators?
Even the chairs are wired.
The chairs are wired? Where is this place?
Hello, all. Gee, Bill Goodwin just told me the terrible news. He said that George is going...
No, Meredith, don't say it in front of George.
Very well. He said that George was going to the PEN.
PEN?
Because he defrauded the government on his income TAX.
I'm going to the pen because of my income tax?
Darn it, he caught on despite my precautions.
Gracie.
Wouldn't you like to live on an
Stop
island,
that.
dear?
How could I get into trouble on my income tax? It was made out by an expert.
Oh, thanks, but I don't deserve the compliment.
You made it out? Holy smoke, I'll go to jail for the rest of my life.
Oh, cheer up, George. I knew a chap who was sent to prison for a crime more serious than yours, and he was only there for 2 weeks.
Really?
Yes. Then they hung him.
Nice of you to cheer me up.
Oh, not at all. Another cheering thought is that Gracie might enable you to escape by sending you a cake with a file in it.
No, that wouldn't help much, Meredith. You see, George is going to Alcatraz, and it's surrounded by water.
Oh. Well, you might send a somewhat larger cake with a canoe in it.
Look, Meredith, will you please tell me... come in.
Is Mr. George Burns here?
That's me.
I'm from the Income Tax Department.
Oh.
Oh, goodbye, Seven.
Listen, mister, I can explain everything. You see, my wife is the
Now,
one who...
there's nothing to explain, Mr. Burns. I just came over to thank you.
Thank me?
Sure. Imagine a big star like you taking the time and trouble to write a comedy tax return just to hand us fellows a laugh.
Huh?
What a gag that was about the California dues.
Did you like that one?
You're a real comedian, Mr. Burns. How do you think of that stuff?
Oh, it's just a gift.
Well, the fellows wanted me to bring over this box of cigars as a token of our appreciation. Thanks again, and goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I'll be done.
Hand over those cigars.
Huh?
They're mine, and I'll smoke them if it kills me.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. There's a crisis here in America, perhaps in your own community, that threatens your children's future. Our educational system is becoming increasingly inadequate. Classrooms are overcrowded, schools are understaffed. Every parent, every American should help. How? By realizing the tremendously important job our teachers perform, by giving them your understanding and your support, by knowing personally your children's teachers, by joining local groups seeking to improve educational facilities, and above all, by making sure your community has the kind of school system every American youngster needs and should have. And now, here are our stars.
Well, Gracie, I've got good news for you. Next week, our guest will be Walter O'Keefe.
Walter O'Keefe? Oh, he's my favorite comedian.
Your favorite comedian?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you forgetting me?
Oh, that's right, I am.
Sure.
He's your favorite, too.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Good night, everybody.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. George and Gracie will be guests on Bing Crosby's Philco Show next week. Be sure to listen. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Keith Fowler and Paul Henning. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
say, Mr. Bates?
That's it, Cato. You saw the name printed on the side of those tank cars? It's a string of Robertson's gas tankers.
It isn't fast.
No, it's a slow freight, Cato. Dim the lights on the Black Beauty.
Yes, sir.
There's enough light to guide us along the road with the snow showing the way. I want you to trail that freight.
Oh.
I haven't explained before. There's not much time now, but I'll let you in on a little. Robertson is a big gasoline dealer. He's underselling everyone else in the state. Runs his own gas station. There have been a lot of rumors that he's working a racket. But so far, no one can put a finger on how he does it. And that's why the Green Hornet's out tonight.
I see.
Everything else has been covered. I have a feeling those tank cars hold the secret. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go. Get the Black Beauty going. We're going to tail that freight and see what we can learn.
Sure is rattling this trip. A lot of empties always make a lot of noise.
Sure is cool enough.
Hey, close that door. Hard enough to keep this caboose hot without you leaving that door wide open, Mac.
Yeah? Listen, Dutch, if you're so concerned, maybe you ought to take over my job.
Me go climbing over a lot of empties? Nuts. I'll stick in here where it's
Yeah, you would.
Got any kicks?
Nah, not me. My job's being brakeman. Say, Dutch.
Yeah?
What's the idea of you riding along every time we haul a string of Robertson's tank cars?
I work for Robertson, don't I?
What's he afraid of? Somebody going to swipe his gasoline?
You ask too many questions, Mac.
Besides, these here cars is empty. There ain't no gasoline in them.
Robertson don't like nobody tampering with his property, see?
Okay. Only who's going to look at the empties? I tell you...
I'll button your lip, will you?
You ain't a sociable guy, are you? You think it's a picnic, trotting over them cars, checking up like I got to do?
That's your headache.
This kind of weather. Any bum that hops a ride on the brake beams nights like this is bad.
Yeah. You rattle worse than these empties.
Sure they rattle. That's because they're so light. Makes them bounce around.
As long as they stay on the rails, that's all.
What a night. Ice in the steel, switches froze.
What's the matter?
Huh?
That's the first time you shut up since we started.
I've been watching that car.
Car? Where?
It's been trailing. It's on the state road. See it?
No, Oh, yeah. Sort of dark. Say, that's a big baby.
Streamlined, huh?
Not many cars out on a night like this. Why is he going so slow? A car like that could step away from a freight on 2 cylinders.
Search me.
There he goes into the underpass.
Yeah, we're taking a curve now.
Hey, what the...
Something's wrong. The train's leaving the rails.
What happened? Wait! The brakes are on already! Look out! The caboose is sniffling! Drive through it!
Phew. Are you okay?
Yeah. Boy, she almost left the rails that time.
Come on, let's get outside and take a look.
Watch out for that stove. Gone over, we'd be in a nice jam.
Hey, look, the train's off the track.
Must have been that switch back a ways. Must have froze.
There's a couple of tank cars turned over.
Yeah, lucky there wasn't full of gas.
Yeah.
Lend me a hand, will you? We got to put out some flares back a ways so the special don't climb all over our rear end.
Not me. I don't work for the railroad.
Why, you lot
My
here...
job's to watch Robertson tank cars, that's all. And... Hey, look at that.
Huh?
Those 2 guys down there, Max, they're looking at the tank car. Hey, you!
Let me railroad.
Come on! Stop! Hold on there!
They're running toward the road.
Max, there's that car.
They're getting away.
Step on it. Stop or I'll let you have it!
There they go.
Dutch, look out! I'll teach you that. It's going too fast.
Fast, Dutch. Did you get a good look at that job?
It's going like a streak of lightning.
That was the car of the Green Hornet.
Huh?
There, you hear that horn?
Dutch, you're right. The Green Hornet. And he was looking at them tank cars.
Wait till this gets out. The Green Hornet reckoned the slow freight.
Hey, Gunnigan.
Go away, Lowry. I'm up to my ears.
Yeah, well, get a load of this.
If it's another of those screwy human interest yarns of yours, I'm not interested.
This is big, Gunnigan. Came off the wire.
Shut up. 5 minutes of deadline and you can... Hello. Yeah, Gunnigan talking. Right. Put that snap of the center in big on page 1. Okay, that's the work. You can shoot page 1 down. It's all closed.
Page 1 isn't closed, Gunnigan.
Oh, I suppose you're the editor of the Daily Sentinel.
Can the sarcasm. Will you pop your eyes at this?
Okay. Anything for a rest. Give me.
Just came in over the wire service from upstate.
Slow freight has accident.
So what?
Read the last line, Chief. It is believed that the Green Hornet had something to... The Green Hornet?
That's the flash, Chief.
The Green Hornet was seen there.
Well, there's not much news yet, but we'll be able
We'll
to...
get it. Get a follow-up. Check with the railroad.
Okay.
This is news. Come on, come on. Hello. Make up. Gunnigan. Hold page 1. Yeah, I said hold it. We can slip in the box. The Green Hornet is believed to have caused a railroad crash. More coming.
The boss around, Gunnigan, he ought to know.
Reed, this time of night? Don't be silly, Lowry.
That's right. He's probably out night clubbing.
Wherever he is, he'll learn about this soon enough. Now get busy. I want a complete story in the late edition, or else Reed will start asking questions when he gets here in the morning.
Oh, it's you, Lowry. I thought it was Mr. Reed.
He's not in yet, Casey?
He'll do any minute. He phoned he was on his way.
Did he say anything about that Green Hornet yarn?
Not a thing.
No.
Well, you sound disappointed.
Well, after the way I scrambled around last night trying to get more dope on
I
it.
suppose you want to be knighted.
Okay, skip it.
Besides, I've been reading the Sentinel.
Well?
You got out there too late to do much asking.
Yeah, the car's all back on the rails.
I'm glad no one was hurt, Lowry.
Well, it wasn't much of an accident, Casey. The only thing that makes it important was that the Green Hornet was seen there.
How certain are those men that it was the Hornet?
Casey, they saw him. They saw his car.
Well, it seems inconceivable that the Hornet would deliberately wreck a train.
Don't ask me why, but he did.
Are you sure?
Well, there's nothing to show what caused it. But you know the Hornet. Wrecking a train is just the sort of thing that guy would do.
Well, we don't agree on that, Lowry.
Hey, you're not sticking up for him.
But good grief, what reason would he have?
For a guy like the Hornet, you don't need reasons, Casey. If he acted reasonably, the police would have nabbed him long ago.
You think so, Lowry?
Oh, boss, I didn't hear you come in.
You were pretty busy with your discussion.
Mr. Reed, do you believe the Hornet did this?
Why ask me, Miss Case?
Well, after all, you've made a study of the Hornet and the way he acts.
You were doing all right upholding his case yourself.
Can you agree with me?
Yeah, perhaps train wrecking is out of the Hornet's line, Miss Case.
But he was there, boss. You can't get around that.
Lowry, what was that train composed of?
Huh?
Well, I read the Sentinel on the way down this morning. That train was a string of Robertson's private tank cars, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Was there, much damage?
Oh, I didn't get a chance to see. There was some guy there that kept the spectators away.
Even a reporter?
Yeah, a guy named Dutch. He wasn't with the railroad. Said he worked for Robertson.
So you didn't see the tank cars?
Well, not up close.
Why, Mr. Reed, is anything wrong?
Oh, just checking, Miss Kate. Lowry, you've heard the rumors about Robertson's gasoline company?
I know he sells for half what the regular companies charge.
Is that all?
Gosh, Mr. Reed, you mean the rumors that Robertson's working a racket in gasoline?
Exactly, Miss Case.
Yeah, I heard those too. But where's the racket come in? Just because the guy undersells...
Well, isn't it odd that you couldn't get a look at those tank cars last night?
Huh?
Hey, Casey, where's Reed?
Are you looking for me, Gunnigan?
Oh, I didn't spot you right away, Reed. Robertson's in the clear.
Robertson?
You were clear about what? We were talking about his train wreck.
No, Casey, this is something else. You see, Robertson's underselling all the other gas dealers.
Yeah, but he claims that's because he eliminates the middleman. Buys his own gasoline, uses his own tank cars, and sells from his own gas station. Cuts down the overhead.
That's his claim. And it looks like he's right.
Hold it a minute, Gunnigan.
Now?
As I get it, the other gas dealers claim there was something phony about Robertson's ability to sell at rock-bottom prices.
Prices the competition can't even touch.
And now you say the investigation has gotten nowhere?
Yeah, dead end, Reed.
How about the octane content of Robertson's gas?
It's up to the standard specifications, Reed. All the way.
Been inspected?
Checked and double-checked. If Robertson's pulling a racket on the public, it can't be proved.
Boss, he must be selling inferior gas. It's the only answer. Unless he's losing money.
He's not losing money. He made plenty last year.
Oh, hold on.
Well, Miss Case?
What's this got to do with the Green Hornet?
Holy mackerel, that's right. Those were Robertson's tank cars, and the Hornet was there. What's the answer?
Perhaps more than we think. Lowry, you have an assignment. Drop in on Robertson tonight.
Yeah, boss?
I have a feeling that Robertson knows the answer. Now, you may not get the answers, but you certainly can ask the question. And make them strong.
That evening, in Britt Reed's apartment, the publisher spoke to Cato, his valet, and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
I heard today that the Robertson investigation proved nothing, Cato. Gunnigan thought it was news, but I'd learned that the day before.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Robertson must have tossed around plenty of money to get a whitewash. That's why we went out last night in the Black Beauty.
After the train?
I wanted to check those tank cars. They were made in a factory owned by Robertson.
That accident gave us a chance to look them over, and we found what we were looking for.
Very true.
That wreck was purely accidental. Because the Black Beauty was seen there, the Hornet gets the blame. And that means we've got to go ahead as the Green Hornet to expose Robertson's racket.
Yes, sir.
Is the Black Beauty all ready to travel?
The car's ready.
We had a long drive last night. From now on, we'll be operating right here in the city.
We're going out?
No, we're not going out, not just yet. I had Gunnigan send Lowry out on an assignment. He's to drop in on Robertson this evening.
Yes?
I want to make sure a note gets there when Lowry's around to see it.
I don't understand, Mr. Red.
Open that package, that one on the table.
Yes, sir.
It's writing paper. I had it purchased in such a way that it can never be traced to me. Careful how you handle it. You got to avoid fingerprints.
Yes, sir. There it is.
All right, I'll write the note. You're to go out in the Black Beauty. You wait near Robertson's place till you see Lowry.
Yes?
And get the note in so that Lowry can't miss it. On the way there, you can dispose of this pen as well. There. Hand me an envelope. You take a look, Cato. Have I disguised the handwriting well enough?
It's good, Mr. Red.
Fine. Now, once you deliver this note, come back here in the Black Beauty. Make sure Lowry hears the car. Do you understand?
I do so.
Meanwhile, I'll be making preparations for a final move. And, Cato.
Yes, sir?
Be careful as you drive through the streets. The newspapers are full of stories about the Green Hornet after we were spotted at that train wreck.
Before the next exciting scenes of our adventure, please permit us to pause for a meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable, conducted by the Green Hornet.
Good evening, friend. If you are between the ages of 15 and 21, please stop, think, and listen, because this message is intended especially for you. Undoubtedly, most of you are preparing yourselves now for the job of tomorrow. That's great. Keep up the good work. But along with preparing yourself for your chosen trade or profession, don't neglect to groom yourself for the job of good citizenship as well. Young Americans, America's hope for the future is in your hands. And that's why it's vitally important that you be well equipped to practice good citizenship, which in the final analysis is the foundation of good government. Incidentally, good government will not tolerate crooked politicians and dishonest officials. Consequently, racket cannot thrive or even exist. Boys and girls, learn all you can now about how your government works. Find out what makes it tick and why. Make it a habit to study both sides of every important political issue. And in addition, study the records of candidates who seek to run your government, locally or nationally. Vote for the candidate who's best qualified by education and experience, who has the best record for honesty, sincerity, and accomplishment. Now, tonight's story reveals how a racketeer named Robertson succeeded in his price-cutting gasoline racket at the expense of the public and the honest gasoline merchants through the judicious bribery of a few unscrupulous men in key positions. In a few years, it will be up to you, boys and girls, to keep unscrupulous men out of key positions by voting intelligently and honestly. Even though some of you are too young to vote now, you're not too young to watch out for racket. And incidentally, if you hear about or know about a racket, won't you write me a letter about it? And that invitation goes for all my listeners. Just address your letter to the Green Hornet in care of the station to which you are listening. And in the meantime, let's get on with our story.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Robertson. After the train was wrecked, I made sure nobody got a good look at them tank cars.
I don't like all this talk about the Hornet, Mr. Robertson.
Neither do I, Sue. That's your positive it was the Hornet?
Yeah, it was him.
If he planned that accident, so was...
No, that was luck. It was a frozen switch.
But when you saw him, he was near one of the cars?
I couldn't help it, boss.
Never mind alibis.
Robertson, do you think he had a chance to examine the tank cars?
That's what troubles me, Sue. We've been using false bottom tank cars, storing inferior gasoline in the false bottoms. That way we could pass the regular government inspection.
Yeah, as long as we bribed a couple of them not to be too inquisitive.
Yeah. There are always people who will take bribes.
But all this Hornet talk, it ain't so good, Robertson.
Well, let's hope it dies down. Once this scare is over, the public will continue to buy my gasoline.
And continue to think they're getting a bargain.
Listen, boss.
Well?
I was just thinking. Don't you have no kicks from car owners?
That stuff we pour into their tanks must ruin the motors in a hurry.
That's taken care of.
Yes, Dutch. The attendants tell them it's poor garage service that's responsible, and they fall for it.
Sure, they can't take the gasoline themselves.
Right. We pocket the difference and grab off the market.
Expecting somebody, boss?
I know. See what that is, Sue.
Okay, Robertson.
Anything else, boss?
No, you can get back to your job. Another trainload of empties going back. This time, keep your eyes open.
How about my pay?
What?
I've been asking for a raise for the last couple of months.
Well, it'll have to wait.
But listen...
Dutch, that's all. Remember, there was an investigation. It cost me plenty to cover it up. You'll have to wait.
Oh, that's all I hear.
Quiet. Coming back.
I told him you were busy, Mr. Robertson.
Who's this?
Lowry's the name, Robertson. Sure, you're busy, but never too busy to see the press.
He's a newspaper man.
Yeah, from the Sentinel. Huh? Well, if it isn't my old pal.
Hello.
Still keeping spectators away from train wrecks?
Your business is with me?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I was just wondering.
Then suppose you get to it.
About that investigation, Robertson, the Sentinel...
The investigation is over. My company has a clean slate.
What I want to know is who wiped it clean.
What?
Now, see here.
Come on. Don't blow up like a powder pigeon. How much dough did you pay out for a whitewash?
You can't...
Let me at him, boss. I'll slug that punk from here to...
Put away the brass knuckles, Bud. You'll have to end up in the hoosgow if you go on wearing those things.
Sit down, Dutch. As for you, Mr. Lowry, I have no statement to make.
Now, isn't that...
Sue, what's the matter?
The window. I just saw someone looking in.
You're nuts.
I saw a man wearing a mask.
A mask? Come on, let's see.
Nonsense. No one here now.
The car again.
There he goes.
What car? Who?
It's the Green Hornet.
The Hornet.
What was he doing here?
Maybe this will give you the answer, Robertson.
Huh?
This note. It was left on the windowsill. It's from him.
The Hornet?
Yeah, the Hornet.
That note is addressed to me. Give me that.
Okay.
Any private correspondence? Hey, this letter's been opened.
You don't say.
You open this?
Sure. So the Hornet wants $50,000.
$50,000?
You had no right to read this.
I don't blame you for being worried, Robertson.
Right. I don't know what you're talking about.
What I want to know is, are you going to pay him?
Of course not.
Yeah?
When did you open this note? When did you
three were gaping at the Hornet car. Now, come on. The Hornet wants $50,000. That means he knows something, and I want to know what.
That's ridiculous. I don't know what you're talking about. And if you print this in your paper, I'll...
You'll what?
Get out of here. Get out. Throw him out, Dutch. $50,000 to a crook. Ridiculous.
How do you like that, Gunnigan? The Green Hornet demands $50,000 from Robertson.
You saw the note?
With my big brown eyes. It's a McCoy. I saw the Hornet car, too.
What did Robertson say?
He hit the ceiling, and I hit the sidewalk.
Too many questions, eh?
Yeah, he got sore and had me thrown out. Is the Sentinel going to print it?
And how? I'm waiting to check with Reed on how he wants it handled.
This happened last night, Gunnigan?
Right, Reed. Lowry was there when it happened. We've been giving you space in the early editions. I thought maybe you could give us an angle for the late afternoon final.
Robertson could give no reason?
Maybe he could, but he didn't. Lowry said he just looked scared. Maybe it's just a plain extortion note.
You think the Hornet has something on Robertson?
I don't know.
Well, I'll keep it going. We may find out later.
I hope we do, Reed.
And
I
meanwhile,
hope
if
we do.
there's nothing further, I'm calling it a day, Gunnigan. Good night. Okay, so that note stirred things up. Hand me the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now it's time for us to follow it.
You call someone?
It's almost dark enough to go out in the Black Beauty. I'm getting Robertson ready.
Quiet.
Hello?
Let me talk to Robertson.
Mr. Robertson stepped out for a moment.
Tell him I'll be over around 9 o'clock.
Who is it?
Tell him to have that money.
Money? The Green Hornet.
Exactly. I'll be there.
He'll be waiting.
At 9. That's all. I told his secretary, Cato. Robertson will be expecting me.
I see.
Now I've got 2 more phone calls to make. One to that man who works for Robertson.
Who's that?
A man named Dutch. And the other to the police. You go ahead, Cato. Get the Black Beauty in shape. I'll meet you later.
Very well.
Hello, Dutch. Now listen to me and listen close.
A short while later, Britt Reed opened the secret panel behind his clothes press and went along the narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house, which connected directly with the adjoining building. The supposedly abandoned, this building was in reality the hiding place of the sleek, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
You're checking the motor, Cato?
It's all right now, Mr. Brett.
Okay, get the hood down. It's time for us to get traveling.
You called?
I spoke to Dutch, Cato. He's planning to leave on a train made up of Robertson's empty tank cars. But he'll be at Robertson's home tonight.
I see.
Apparently, Robertson doesn't take Dutch completely into his confidence. Dutch asks no questions. He'll be there, and he won't tell Robertson ahead of time.
Why?
Because he was told not to, and he'll do what the Hornet tells him. You take the wheel, Cato.
Very well.
I want the gas gun and the mask. Are they in the glove compartment?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Good. Now get this. You're driving me to Robertson's, but you're not waiting for me. You'll take the Black Beauty and wheel out of there fast.
But, Mr. Brett...
As soon as I signal from the window, you step on the gas. Do you understand?
The police?
Never mind the police. I phoned them and they'll be there, but you do as you're told.
But
It's the only way, Cato, now believe me. If anything goes wrong, well, we may land behind bars. But we're going to see to it that it doesn't. We're going to see that the bars close on Robertson, not us. Now step on it.
What's the time?
Almost 9 o'clock, Robertson.
Oh, that blasted Hornet. I only dared get the police in on his side.
But you don't.
How much does he know? Where'd he get his information?
I know plenty, Robertson.
What's that?
It's him, the Green Hornet.
Take it easy. You were expecting me.
Yes, but how'd you get in? You moved like a cat. Couldn't hear a sound.
Fortunately, this filing cabinet stands almost directly in front of the back window.
That's how you got in.
You have the money, Robertson?
Just a
I haven't
moment.
time. Now hand it over.
What are you going to do with it?
I might be giving it to charity.
Charity? From the Green Hornet?
Perhaps. In fact, I will. I'll send it anonymously. Have you any suggestions for a worthy charity, Robertson?
Now, look
there must
here.
be someone anxious to get charity from your racket.
Oh, stop it. Stop fooling.
You persist in thinking I'm fooling. Okay, let's get down to business. And the business is the money.
First of all, how much do you know?
I could use this gun and take the money, Robertson.
No.
Oh, wait, don't shoot.
But I'll hold my fire. I know all about those tank cars, Robertson. I know that they have false bottoms. That you slip them by the government inspectors. That you sell gas that's way off standard to the public.
But where did
I get that information? Well, first of all, I saw the tank cars, and they were empty.
But
I tapped them with a hammer. The difference in sound gave away the false bottom.
Oh,
That's why you guarded those empty cars so carefully. Just one thing, Robertson. Next time, be more careful who you choose to do your guarding.
What?
Some of them are open to bribery.
Robertson, he means Dutch.
A clever girl.
So that's it. Dutch has been talking.
For all you know, Robertson, he might be in with me.
Listen, Hornet, I'll make a deal. Take care of Dutch, and I'll pay you twice this.
The door.
See what it is.
But I...
Go ahead, it's probably Dutch.
Dutch here? He was supposed to be on the train.
I told him to come here.
He's working for you.
I'm open to a proposition, Robertson. Now, put out the light.
Huh?
Put out the light. Now, bring Dutch in.
Go ahead, Sue.
Okay.
Give me that money.
Can't we talk it over first?
Hand it over. That's better. There's enough light for Dutch to see us, dimly, but well enough. When he gets here, state your proposition. You understand?
You mean you'll consider it?
Make it clear for Dutch's benefit.
Well, I don't.
Quiet.
Hey, what's the idea? Talking in the dark.
Come in, Dutch. It looks like our little partnership is dissolved.
The Green Hornet, huh?
I'm on Robertson's side, Dutch, not yours.
You gave him the dough, boss?
You double-crossing little rat. Filling my affairs, huh? The Hornet's in with me now. He'll take care of you. Huh?
Oh, what are you talking about?
Joe gave him information so he could hold me up for 50,000. But the Hornet's tossed you over, Dutch. He's playing ball with me. And that means he's taking care of you.
Yes, you'll be well taken care of, Dutch.
Wait a minute. That gun. You ain't
I'm
gonna...
on Robertson's side
Listen,
now.
Don't shoot me. Robertson, listen. I ain't never talked. I'm no squealer.
Get away from him. I'll raise this shade. You get some light.
Take him, Hornet, and get him out of here.
No, I tell you don't.
Robertson, it's the police.
Police?
Help! Help!
Hornet, get him out of here.
That's the Hornet's car. He's going away.
What's going?
So the Hornet's crammed, huh? Okay, Robertson, this time I'll fix your racket plenty. Hear them guys outside?
Wait a minute, Dutch.
Wait, nothing. They're cops, see? Cops. I'm going out to get them. The Hornet ain't here to scare me, see? I'm going to tell them the word.
It's no use. He's gone.
Just a minute, I'll let him. Hurry up or we'll smash our way in.
That's too late. Dutch is trying to talk. He knows everything.
Robertson, we better beat it.
Yes, out the back way. This way.
No, you don't.
The Hornet. But I thought you'd gone.
That was my car you heard, but I wasn't in it.
Get us out of here. The police catch
That's exactly what they're going to do. Take it, Robertson.
No. I can't breathe.
You shot him.
Just gas. He'll be all right soon enough. And here's the same for you. You'll both wake up behind bars.
You shot me.
Goodbye, and thank you for the 50,000. Where are they? In this room right here. Put on the light, somebody. They're gone. They beat it out. As soon as the Hornet left, they must have scrammed. But you can pick him up. He tried to have me bumped off. I'll tell you everything. Okay, Dutch, you talk and the Sentinel will print. It's a racket. The whole weight. I can give you names, and figures, and dates, everything. Try to bump me off, will they, that dirty rat?
Hey, they are gone.
What? What's that, Moran?
Here they are on the floor.
Must have tried to go out the back way, but the Hornet dashed them. Yeah, that's them. That's Robertson. I thought the Hornet was gone. Otherwise, I've been too scared to let you in.
We're in now, Bud. I don't know where the Hornet is, but these crooks are going into a cell block. Now, come on, take up where you left off. The Sentinel goes to press with a racket story.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Through the generations, the citizens of the western United States have kept alive the memory of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains. They tell of his great white horse Silver, and of his faithful friend, the Indian Tonto. They still speak with gratitude of the courageous fight waged against crime by the famous masked rider of justice. And now, as the hoofs of Silver thunder down the trail, let us recapture those days of thrilling adventure once more. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver, old boy! Bolivar and Hacksaw have gotten into trouble again. We must help them. Hi-yo, Silver! As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said that two old friends of his needed help, Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings. Two cheerful but irresponsible veterans of the Civil War had collected the taxes in Las Palmas County with the aid of the Lone Ranger. Then, with their commission in their pockets, they rode westward to the Catamount Hills, where they decided to make their home in an abandoned cabin until another profitable enterprise came their way. As our story opens, we see Hacksaw in the Acme restaurant. Bensonville's leading eating place. He is seated at a table in conversation with Aggie McGuire, a waitress, and Bart Sidney, a friend of the proprietor, Pete Greer. Hacksaw, as usual, is boasting of his adventures.
I'm telling you, folks, me and Bolivar had them fellas in Las Palmas, Fair Buffalo. At first, they didn't hanker to pay their taxes. But when we'd ventilated a dozen of them, they changed their minds right smart.
You mean you shot and killed him?
No, it weren't our shooting that done for 'em. It was just that we left 'em so drafty from bullet holes, they catch cold and died.
Oh, my.
Did you get much cash out of it for yourselves?
Oh, offhand, I'd say we'd made us $11,000 or $10,000 in silver. 'Tain't much, but still it'll do for a grub stake, Bart.
You got all that cash just from collecting taxes?
Well, any darn fool knows it's more profitable collecting taxes than paying them.
I heard such a lot about how mean they are down in Las Palmas. You must have been awful brave, Hacksaw, to take a job like that.
Brave? Say, I'm so plumb full of courage, sometimes I scare myself.
Did you say you still got that cash?
Sure we have. We're hanging on to it till we find a good use for it.
$10,000 or $11,000, you say, eh?
Oh, maybe it'll run a mite over that. What's $1,000 one way or the other?
I suppose you put all that cash in the bank, didn't you?
No, sirree. Me and Bolivar are a sight too smart for that. We ain't letting no strangers have the use of our cash.
You see, Bart, that's what I always said. I told you plain that Hacksaw weren't only the bravest fellow I ever met up with, but one of the smartest, too.
Shucks, I was smart enough to be Jeb Stewart's right-hand man. Bolivar was his left. Or was it the other way round? Drat it, I never can recollect which is my left hand, which is my right.
I always remember but thinking of which hand to write with.
Uh-huh. That'd do for some, but I can't write. Never figured it'd be good for me.
I think you're just grand, Hacksaw.
Huh? What's that?
You're brave and you're smart and you're just the kind of a gentleman a woman would like.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes, you are, Hacksaw. And I'll bet you wouldn't never do harm to a lady or let anybody else do harm to her either.
Gee, is there anybody been doing you any harm, Miss Aggie?
No. That is, it's nothing I'd like. Oh, there's Peter. I'd better be seeing to my work.
There goes a mighty fine little lady, Bart.
Uh-huh. I ain't never heard nothing again her. Say, Hacksaw, being as I'm a friend of yours, I hope you got all that cash hid in a safe place.
Sure have. It's in the cabin, but there ain't nobody'd ever find it.
Well, I'm right relieved to hear it.
You'll never catch two old hands like me and Bolivar getting careless.
I reckon not.
Like I was saying,
By golly, Pete slapped Aggie.
Yes, that'll teach you to mind your business. Next time I step out, don't you be sitting down to gab with a customer.
Hey there! What's the idea of hitting Aggie?
Stay out of this, Gold Goat. Ain't none of your business.
Oh, Hacksaw, he hit me just because he saw me talking to you.
If you don't shut your mouth, I'll give you another slap.
Right, fun you will.
I won't. You get out of here before I throw you out.
My thunderation, that's just about enough.
Why, you...
Take that. And here's another. Get a lady with you.
Oh, Hacksaw, watch out. He's got a chair.
You blasted maverick. I'll fix you.
No, you don't. You missed me.
I won't give
Hacksaw. Bort's coming after you.
I'll show you gap for my partner. I'm giving you a hand, Pete.
Come on, Bart. He's trying to wreck the place.
I'll lick the both of you.
Shoot him, Bart. Shoot him.
I can't. Aggie's got a hold of my arm.
Oh, you beast, you brute. You ain't gonna harm Hacksaw.
Here's one for you, Bart, for mixing in. Now! Yowie! If Bolivar was here, we'd take on the whole town. Come on, you fellas. I'm a-waiting for you.
Then take this!
Oh, land's sake. Look off.
Close, Silver, old boy.
Hey, what in blazes let go my arm?
You've caused enough damage, Hacksaw. You're coming with me.
Take him away from here.
It's a masked man.
On your way, Hacksaw. Out of here.
Say, you're the masked fella me and Bolivar met up with before.
Yes, and I thought you'd learned enough to stay out of trouble. Now, come.
I ain't going without Aggie. Come on, Miss Aggie. Let's clear out of here.
I'm going with you, Hacksaw.
I saw your horse outside, Hacksaw. I want you to ride out of town as fast as you can.
Sure I will. Hurry, Aggie. We're leaving right now.
And don't come back here. Come on, Silver.
Blast you, Hacksaw. You wrecked my place. I'm sure going to see you pay for the damages. Hey, come back here.
Just try and collect. You started this fracas, and by golly, you can blame well pay for it yourself.
Bolivar Bates, suspecting nothing of what had happened in town, had just stepped outside his cabin when he saw Pete Greer, owner of the restaurant that Hacksaw had wrecked, riding swiftly toward him. Bolivar greeted Pete with a shout.
Hi there, Pete. What you doing up this way?
Hold there.
I'm right surprised to see you. You're the partner, Hacksaw Hastings, ain't you?
Sure, but...
And I want my cash.
Cash? What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. That blame fool sidekick of yours come into my place today and smashed it to pieces.
He did? The selfish old coyote. Fine places, couldn't he let me take a hand?
He lit out without paying for the damages. So as he's your partner, I reckon it's up to you to pay.
Me?
You got cash here, ain't you?
What if I have? I ain't paying none of it out to you. That eating place of yours ought to be smashed up. I had a slice of apple pie in there once, and I ain't never felt right since.
Hacksaw done $100 worth of damage, and by golly, somebody's got to pay me for it.
Maybe you did something to make Hacksaw mad. You ought to be careful. Him and me are fighting terrors. You didn't give him a piece of that same pie I had, did you? Now, don't make faces at me, or I'll go to town and finish where Hacksaw left off.
Reckon my place ain't all that old maverick done.
Yeah?
He run off with Aggie, too.
That's an out-and-out lie.
Well, Aggie wasn't so much as a waitress, but she brought customers into my place. There ain't many women a fella can hire out in this country.
Hacksaw wouldn't run off with no female.
I'm telling you, he did. Don't take my say-so for it. You can find out in town easy enough.
Well, he's done some darn funny things, but I never knew him to do something like this before.
From what I've seen him, I'd say he's likely to do most anything.
If he's run off with Aggie, where'd they go?
Aggie's ma's got a place at the edge of town. I reckon that's the place to look for him.
Hi there, General Sherman. Quit stuffing yourself with that glass and come over here.
Well, what are you aiming to do?
I'm going to town, that's what. And if I find you've been stretching the truth about my partner, I'll attend to you personal.
How about them damages?
Send the bill to Aggie's ma. Maybe she'll pay for 'em. But if you think you're going to get any cash from me, you're plumb mistaken. Get up, General Sherman. Get along with you.
Bolivar urged his horse along the trail to Bensonville, determined to learn the truth of the story told him by Pete. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger had returned to the small, well-hidden camp he shared with his faithful Indian companion, Tonto. The masked man told his friend of Hacksaw's fight, and then proceeded on to town. In the meantime, Hacksaw accompanied Aggie to the home of her mother. There, the waitress cleverly appealed to Hacksaw's sympathy.
Golly, Miss Aggie, you sure put me in mind of my sister back home.
Oh, Hacksaw, you're just saying that. Land's sake, I don't know why I should.
Honest, Miss Aggie, I ain't just saying that to make you feel good. It's the truth. I ain't seen Cynthia for a long time, but I bet you and she look a heap alike.
Well, if that's so, I hope she's happier than I am.
Huh? You ain't worrying about Pete, are you?
No, that ain't it.
I sure wish you'd feel free to tell me about it.
I'd rather not, Hacksaw. You wouldn't believe me anyhow.
Oh, no, Miss Aggie.
And besides, it's something I've got to face all alone, I reckon.
Now, you look here. I ain't the fella to let a real nice girl like you worry none when I might maybe be of help.
I don't know whether I ought to say anything or not after what Bolivar told me.
You mean my partner, Bolivar Bates?
Please, Hacksaw, don't you pay any attention. I didn't mean to let it slip out.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this. What about Bolivar?
Please don't make me tell.
Come on, speak up.
Well, when I asked him for the loan of some money for my mother...
Go on, don't stop now.
Oh, it was just that I didn't know where to turn for help. Ma needs doctoring so bad, and I don't make enough money to help her. And
Yeah?
And I heard Bolivar say something about how you both had plenty of cash. So I figured maybe you'd be willing to loan me some. I'd have paid it back. Honest I would.
Well, if that's all that's bothering you, Miss Aggie, I reckon it can be fixed up all right. How much cash do you need?
But Bolivar said you wouldn't let him loan it.
Huh? What's that?
That's the reason I didn't want to tell you about it.
You mean to sit there and tell me Bolivar claimed I wouldn't help you out?
There. I knew all the time you wouldn't believe me.
But,
I should have just kept still.
Now, don't get mad, Miss Aggie. I ain't saying you're fibbing.
Just forget about it, Hacksaw. That's all I ask.
I won't either. I ain't said I didn't believe you, have I? I want to know some more about what Bolivar said.
Oh, it was just that the cash belonged to both of you, and you wouldn't let him loan any of it to help me out.
Why, that concerned old skinflint. Using me to cover up his own orneriness.
I don't want to cause trouble between you.
I'll get the cash for you, Miss Aggie. And I'll tell Bolivar a thing or two.
No, don't do that.
Huh?
I wouldn't want Bolivar to know I said anything to you. You got to promise me you won't tell him.
Yeah,
but promise.
Well, if you says I has to.
Don't you see? It just makes things worse.
Well, It might at that. How much cash do you need, Miss Aggie?
I think maybe $75 or $100 would be enough.
Then, by golly, you're going to get it.
You're awful nice. But you won't let Bolivar know you're bringing it to me, will you?
Not if you don't want me to.
I was thinking maybe you might get it without his knowing and bring it to me tonight.
Sure, I will.
You could meet me outside by that big oak sometime after dark tonight. You see, Ma's got a heap of pride, and I wouldn't want her to find out I was borrowing money to help her.
Sure, I savvy how you feel. I'll wait till Bolivar's got to sleep tonight, then I'll ride back here.
Oh.
Huh? What's ailing you?
I just seen Ma coming down the path. You'd better go, Hacksaw. You can get out the back way, and then you won't meet her.
Anything you say.
And tonight I'll be waiting for you by the oak.
You got my word, Miss Aggie. I won't fail you. But by golly, I wish I could tell Bolivar what I think of his meanness.
Hurry, Hacksaw.
I'm a-hurrying. So long.
Ma won't be laugh when I tell him about this. Bolivar Bates coming to the front door while Hacksaw goes out the back.
Howdy, Miss Aggie. Can I come in?
Why, of course, Bolivar. Come right inside. I've been wanting to speak to you.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Hacksaw Hastings became involved in a fight in the Acme restaurant when Pete Greer, the proprietor, slapped the face of Aggie McGuire, a waitress. The Lone Ranger stopped the fight, and Hacksaw accompanied Aggie to the home of her mother. In the meantime, Pete informed Bolivar Bates of what had happened, and Bolivar rode hurriedly to town in search of his partner. He rapped on the front door of Aggie's home just as Hacksaw went out the back. We see Bolivar now a few minutes after Aggie admitted him.
Where in tarnation's Hacksaw? He's here, ain't he?
He was here, but I wish I'd never seen him.
Because he lost you your job? Oh, shucks. He had to fight, didn't he? Any fellow that wasn't a yellow coyote would have done the same.
Oh, it wasn't that I was thinking of.
So you've been crying.
I didn't mean to show it.
Was it that blamed Hacksaw that made you cry?
Yes.
Gosh, ain't he done enough already for one day? He smashes up the eating place in town, gets Pete Greer raving mad at him, and now he's got you crying. Why, he must have gone clean loco.
It'll be all right.
Just what's he been up to, anyhow?
I don't suppose I ought to tell you, but I was so hoping you and him could help me out.
Help you out?
Uh-huh. It's Ma. She needs a doctor so bad. We ain't got no money, and I thought you seemed so nice and kind that maybe...
That maybe what?
Well, that maybe you wouldn't mind the loan of enough money so that Ma wouldn't have to die.
Is your Ma that bad sick?
If I don't get that cash, she'll die for sure.
Why, shucks, miss. There ain't never been a time I wouldn't help out where I could.
You mean you'd loan me that money?
Of course I would.
But Hacksaw said you wouldn't. He said he'd be glad to, but you wouldn't let him.
Hacksaw said that?
I didn't think you was like that, but that's what he said.
Well, I'll be altogether mendaciously hog-tied if that don't beat all. How long's Hacksaw been gone? I want to get hold of him.
What are you aiming to do?
What am I going to do? I'm going to make him eat them words or choke on them. It don't matter much which. I don't savvy where he got the idea that...
But, Mr. Bates,
huh?
I wish you wouldn't do that. He'll know I told you, and there'll just be a lot of trouble about it. Please don't say nothing to him.
Well, by gosh,
you wouldn't want to make things worse for me than they are already, would you?
Hey, don't you go crying again. Gosh, I just can't stand the sight of a woman crying. I'll promise you. Stop them sniffles, and I'll promise anything.
You won't say nothing to Hacksaw.
No, siree. And I'll see that you get your money, too.
You're such a gentleman, Mr. Bates.
When do you want it?
Could you meet me tonight?
You just bet I could.
I'll slip out of the house after dark tonight if you'll be here. I'll be waiting for you by that big oak out in the yard.
All right. You just tell me how much you need, and I'll sure be there.
Aggie did not know that while she told her story, first to Hacksaw and then to Bolivar, the masked man was listening, just beyond a half-open window. When Bolivar left the house, the Lone Ranger rode swiftly to his camp where he met Tonto.
Tonto, I've learned more than I had expected.
What you hear?
Aggie is scheming something. Maybe that she only wants the money she asked them for. But she could have got that without making Hacksaw and Bolivar enemies.
Maybe her want all their cash, huh?
That might be her purpose. She believes, of course, that they have several $1,000s. This may be part of a scheme to get all of it.
Tonto been to town. Seen Pete. Him plenty mad.
What did he do, Kimasabi?
Him talk with fella named Bart. Them talk quiet.
Yes?
Pete, husband the girl.
He is?
Tonto learn.
If Pete Greer is Aggie's husband, it makes the whole thing look more suspicious than ever. It would be a terrible thing if Hacksaw and Bolivar became enemies after the years of friendship.
That's right.
Pete is Aggie's husband. He started that fight in his restaurant, let Hacksaw believe he had won. Then Aggie lied to Hacksaw about Bolivar and to Bolivar about Hacksaw. The plan might be... Tonto, did you say that Pete seemed to be scheming with Bart?
Well, Tonto not hear what them say.
But I believe I can guess. We're going to have some action tonight, Tonto. Aggie has made appointments with 2 men for this evening. But she's going to find 2 more men than she expected.
That night, Bolivar was the first to creep silently from the cabin he shared with Hacksaw. Outside, he hastily rode toward Aggie's home. But the Lone Ranger and Tonto were watching the trail to town.
There's our man, Tonto. Come on, Silver. Up, white fella. Hurry, old fellow. A rope for that rider, Tonto. Here, rope. I'll throw it over his shoulders. There they are.
Hey, what are you doing? Let me loose.
Go, Silver.
White fella. What is this? What? By gosh, you're the fellows we met before.
So you remember us, do you?
And I figured you was my friend.
We are your friends, Bolivar.
Then why'd you rope me? Why don't you let me loose?
Not just now. I have other plans.
But I got to get someplace. There's someone waiting for me.
You know what to do with them, don't you, Tonto?
Me know.
Then I'll leave Bolivar with you.
But blast it, you can't do this. You...
Hi-yo, Silver!
Wait! I want to talk with you.
Leaving Tonto to guard Bolivar, the masked man raced away. In the meantime, Hacksaw hurried to keep his appointment. He dismounted a safe distance from Aggie's home, then proceeded cautiously on foot toward the tree where he was to meet the girl. Through the gloom of the night, he made out a figure which he assumed to be Aggie.
Aggie, is that you?
No.
What?
Careful. Don't make any noise.
My gosh,
I've got a gun on you. Don't move or shout.
You're the masked man.
I am. And I'm here to help you.
You put down that gun. I don't need any help. I don't savvy what you're interfering for.
Quiet.
Say, who's that coming there?
It's Tonto and your partner, Bolivar.
Bolivar? Now, what in tarnation's he doing here?
You'll learn soon enough.
Tonto bring fella here. All right.
Good.
What in blazes? You got Bolivar all tied up and gagged.
It was necessary, Hacksaw.
Me take rope off now?
Yes, Kimosabe. Bolivar, we're going to untie you. But if you make a noise, that gag goes right back on. Remember that.
Well, I'd sure give a heap to savvy what's going on.
Have you got Bolivar untied yet, Kimosabe?
Me got rope off.
Now, look here.
There's no time for arguing. Just obey my instructions.
Say,
ain't that Hacksaw there?
It's me, all right, you ornery coyote.
I told you not to argue. Tonto, is everything ready?
Me stop in town on way here.
Now then, you two. You're mad at each other. So let me see you fight it out.
Huh? What was that you said?
If you're enemies, fight. Unless you're afraid of each other.
Me afeard? Say, I ain't afeard of any fellow that ever walked.
Yeah? Well, I've just been aching to get my hands on you. I'm going to punch some of that meanness out of you.
You ain't got the nerve.
I ain't, huh? I'll teach you to tell things about me that ain't true.
Why, drat your head, I'll show you. Take this.
Ow.
And here's another for you. There.
You can't do that to me. I'm going to give you the licking of your life. And here's one for a starter.
I'll tear you apart.
You ain't man enough.
Why, you blame storytelling old goat, I'll shoot.
Hey, what's that shooting?
Quick, ground.
Gotcha, you knocked me down.
Both of you stay down. Make believe you've been shot.
I don't savvy this.
Do as I tell you. Those men couldn't see Tonto and me where we stood. Those shots were meant for you two.
Huh? What's that?
Quiet, let me talk. The shots came from the house. The men who fired them will be here in a moment to make sure they got you.
Maybe I'm just plain dumb, but I don't get this atoll.
Don't move. Remain as you are.
Gosh, mister, they'd have drilled us if you hadn't pushed us down.
Yes. There come the men from the house. See them?
Pete and Bart.
Aggie told both of you the same story. Listen, I must speak fast.
Both of us?
It was arranged for Pete to slap Aggie's face so that Hacksaw would fight. Aggie knew that Hacksaw would sympathize with her and that you, Bolivar, would come looking for Hacksaw.
Is that a fact? Did you come looking for me, Bolivar?
Mm-hmm. He did. And Aggie made him think you'd refused her money, Hacksaw, just as she made you think the same about Bolivar. She knew both of you were generous and that nothing would rile you more than to be accused of being selfish.
Well, I'll be hog-tied. Say, them fellas are creeping closer.
Let me unload my shooting iron at them.
Wait, let me finish. You two were to meet here and fight. Then you were to be shot.
By God.
It would appear that you had killed each other.
But what for? Why'd they want to do that?
It was your own fault. You boasted all about the money you claimed to have. With you both out of the way, they planned to steal it.
But what did the woman have to do with it?
The scheme was Pete's. He's Aggie's husband.
Was you telling them we had a lot of cash, Hacksaw?
Well, maybe I did stretch it a little.
Not a word more. They're coming close.
I reckon we got him all right, Bart. But we won't take no chances.
We'll keep our guns handy. They ain't dead yet. We'll finish them all.
Uh-huh.
You will you?
What the hell's more of them? Shoot him! Shoot him! I can't. They give me a chance. We'll on you, you blasted scheming fool.
Let me at him.
There ain't nobody can lick us back to back, Bolivar.
I sure ain't. Yahweh! We're the fightingest wildcats that ever born.
Come on, you skunks. Take what you got coming to you.
Let me get in a few punches, Hacksaw. You're hogging all the fun.
Pete's down. He's out of the fight.
Just a second. There! And now so's Bart.
And serves him right.
All right, Sheriff. You can arrest these men now.
What's that? The sheriff.
So that's what you stopped in town for, Tonto.
Me tell Sheriff, watch this house.
That's what the redskin told me, sure enough. And I seen plenty and heard a lot more. Now I got the evidence to arrest these fellas like I've always wanted to.
Oh.
Get up there, Pete. You too, Bart. Come on there.
Stand up, blast you. So we can knock you down again.
That'll be enough, Hacksaw. You've got all the revenge you need.
When I think of them fellas trying to make me and Hacksaw enemies, I get to seeing red.
Perhaps this will teach you both a lesson, then. It wouldn't have happened if you had told the truth.
Well, shucks. I didn't figure they'd really believe me when I said we had all that cash.
What's that?
Pete, you planned this to get the money Hacksaw claimed they'd collected in Los Palmas, didn't you?
What if we did?
But you didn't know that instead of $10,000 or so, they had only $200 or $300.
You don't mean it.
It's the truth.
Well, of all... Pete, you and me got us in this trouble for nothing at all.
Bless them.
But it's the last scheme either of you will try. I'll see to that.
We'll leave these men in your charge, Sheriff.
All right.
Come, Tonto.
Thanks for what you both done. And believe me, there ain't going to be nothing that can get me and Bolivar mad at each other again.
See that you don't forget that.
Them think them beat schemer.
Yes. But I'm afraid if we hadn't been there, Pete and Bart would have had things their own way.
That's right.
But we won't let either Hacksaw or Bolivar know that they didn't beat those men by themselves. The belief that they're still rough fighting men will save their pride. Steady, Silver.
Maybe them tell truth now.
Well, we'll hope that the lesson will stay with them, Kimosabe.
Hi-yo, Silver!
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Tonto's waiting for us on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is air. A-I-R.
Really? You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Why doesn't that guy get lost? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try and take it away from me?
A pair of newlyweds, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Mr. and Mrs. Merton Bedford. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealer. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you win $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Is that clear?
Clear.
Well, you're quite welcome. Now, you're newlyweds, eh? Mrs. Rose Bedford. How newlywed are you?
Last Saturday.
Mr. Bedford, you're the happy groom?
I am.
I don't want to seem nosy, Mr. Bedford, but approximately how old are you?
61.
61. Well, you don't look it. And would it be asking too much, Mrs. Bedford, if I inquired as to your age?
Oh, we're about the same age.
We are? I don't believe it. I'll call you Rose. You don't care. You're married now, and you're out of my clutches. Now, what sort of work do you do, Merton?
I'm a carpenter.
A carpenter? What kind of a carpenter? Huh?
Finish carpenter?
Well, I mean, you start too, don't you? Huh?
Oh, yes.
When you say a Finnish carpenter, I didn't mean where you came from, your nationality. I meant, what kind of a carpenter are you?
A good carpenter.
How long did you go with Merton here before he proposed, Rose?
About 2 weeks.
Is that true, Mike?
That is right.
Do you remember exactly what you said when you proposed?
I said I planned a trip to Alaska. Will you go with me?
And was she to regard that as a proposal? How many proposals did you have before you married Merton, Rose?
4 or 5.
Well, you did pretty well. Why didn't you marry one of the other boys?
Well, I had 3 from him.
Why didn't you grab him the first time he proposed?
I did, but he pretended he didn't hear me.
Now, how did you meet Merton?
At his first wedding. You see, his brother was my sweetheart. And we went to the wedding, and Everett and I took Merton and Laura in a 1910 Rambler up to Estes Park for their honeymoon. Oh, I've been on honeymoon twice. He was married in 1912. Then I married his brother in 1914.
What was there about Merton that attracted you most? Do you remember?
His name.
Merton?
No, Bedford. My name was Rose Bell Bedford.
I see. And you just married him so you wouldn't have to change names?
Yes, that had something to do with it. And now I'd like to ask you a question, may I?
I've never had a Rambler, if that's what you're getting over. Okay,
well,
shoot. I'll answer anything within reason. Huh?
This is a problem that has been presented to my children by me marrying Merton. If their mother marries their uncle, then she becomes their aunt. And they become their own cousins. But he becomes their stepfather. So they are their own stepbrothers and sisters. Now, will eventually they become their own grandpa and grandma?
Do you want to go through that again, Rose? I think since he's a carpenter and they're all stepchildren, he can fix the steps, I think. Has anything embarrassing ever happened to you, Martin?
Yes. As a coach for the girls' basketball team.
I was a coach?
I was coach. We had a practice in the gymnasium. I was the only man present. I was standing in the center holding the ball for the jump up. Something out of my line of vision happened. And all the girls turned blushing away. I dursn't look back. By and by the girls came back, and later I found out one of the girls had lost her bloomers.
What was the score then? Do you remember? Well, I have forgotten. See, I'm a sportsman at heart. That's the only thing. Well, you seem like a very happy couple, and I wish you a long and smooth voyage on the sea of matrimony. Now, just watch out for a tidal wave about 5 pounds 3 ounces. Now, in just a minute, you're going to have a chance to make $2,000 in real cash. I don't know what other kind.
Friends, you know, it really pays to do business with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. For every one of these dealers from coast to coast has an assignment that means service to you. A dealer's creed, if you like. And it's carried out by each and every person you'll meet at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's, from the skilled mechanics in the shop to the folks in the showroom. That assignment is to deal with you fairly and squarely at all times, to give you the quickest possible service, and to charge you a reasonable amount, whether it be for a routine checkup or a difficult repair job. For the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers believe in one policy above all others, that the customer's wants come first. That's why you can count on friendly courtesy and genuine consideration whenever you visit an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now, let's see if a pair of newlyweds will get a chance at the $2,000. Send them and tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected important cities of the world as your category. Is that right? All of these cities are over 500,000 in population. You have $20. How much are you going to risk? Now, Rose?
5.
In what country is the city of Lisbon?
Portugal.
Portugal is correct. They're on their way, Groucho. They have $25.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 25 are you going to try?
10.
All right. In what country is the city of Nagoya? Nagoya.
India.
Is that the answer you two agree upon?
No, I think it was in Spain.
No, I'm sorry. It's Japan. That's a tough one.
They now have $15.
How much of the 15 will you try?
2.5.
In what country is the city of Lyons? Lyons.
Switzerland.
Do you agree with that?
France.
Do you agree? Which one do you want? Huh?
France.
France is correct, huh?
On the way again, they have $17.50.
I had a squeeze. $17.50, huh? Why, you can get a suit with 3 pair of pants for that. Here we go. It's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $17.50 you going to try?
$10 again.
$10. In what country is the city of Zurich? Zurich.
Switzerland.
Yeah, you're right. It's Switzerland, huh?
And they wind up with $27.50.
Now, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, stick around. You can still be high for the night and get a crack at the $2,000.
Groucho, the secret word is still air. Perhaps the next couple will say it.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a married man and a girl who works in a supermarket. And here they are, Miss Helen Noyes and Mr. Bert Cox. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Helen Noyes, is that right? Where are you from, Helen?
I'm from Ralph's grocery store in Burbank.
You were born in a supermarket? I thought supermarkets didn't make deliveries anymore. Are you married?
No.
You're the married man, huh? But
yes.
Mr. Cox, where are you from?
Right across from Covington, Kentucky, I was born.
In Ohio, huh?
Raised in Kentucky.
Some people out there have been flooded by the Ohio River, and they want... How did you meet your wife, Mr. Cox?
Back in the sidewalks of New York, back there in Buffalo, New York, and I was coming out of the restaurant.
Wait a minute. You're on the sidewalks of New York, back in Buffalo, New York?
Well, I just happened there, and I was coming out of a restaurant. It was very, very cold, and it was the streets were all icy and the sidewalks icy, and as I came out, she come in. And, and we both went flat, and she said, "Where you come from?" And I said, "I come from Kentucky. Where did you come from?" She said, "Oh, you did you? Wham."
She didn't like Happy Chandler, I guess.
I come from Scotland. Well, I finally slid her over.
Scotland, Buffalo, the Ohio River, and Kentucky.
Well, it was kind of like...
You certainly touched all the bases, but... Okay, anyhow, now you're in Buffalo, flat on the sidewalk, huh?
Scotland. I finally got her on her feet. I slid her over the telephone pole and lifted her up and...
What was that?
I slid over the telegraph pole and got a hold of it and grabbed her hand and we got up.
Oh.
And then I said, well, let's go in and
then
talk
you had a
about
Western Union, was that it? The telegraph pole?
Yeah,
When did you get married in the East?
I was only noticing her blue eyes, her dark hair, and her red lips, and I wasn't thinking of anything else.
I'll go along with you on that. Go on, you may fire when ready.
I took her a buggy ride.
You took her for a buggy ride?
The next day. She said she'd
Well, what
go
became of the Rambler, huh?
Oh,
no, that was another couple. This is really the Department of Utter Confusion here.
Niagara Falls, we took a buggy ride.
You took a buggy ride over Niagara Falls?
I was driving this horse, my hand got cold, and I kind of slid it up her sleeve a little bit to keep warm. She asked me to. And she said, "Well, there's corn in one finger, and I'll take it home mended." And just jokingly, I said, "Do you mend my gloves, and I'll buy yours?" And she took it seriously. She said, "Well, wouldn't that be romantic? We could get married right in Niagara Falls." And I said, "Well, I wasn't quite prepared. I haven't been saving much." She said, "You don't need any money to get married." I said, "Well, anyhow, I haven't got a ring and anything now." She looked in her hand was a ring, her mother's ring that she had with her. I said, "Well,
he certainly came well equipped, this gal.
We'll go to Buffalo and then we'll come back
He probably
tomorrow.
even provided the telegraph pole.
Then we'll come back tomorrow and we'll get married." She said, "I have my purse with me." And she paid the hotel bill and the preacher $5, and she's been taking care of me ever since like that. Nearly 50 years. Very happy.
Well, I think you ought to take a deep bow to the audience, and I think you ought to get a big round of applause. Huh? Anybody can start off a marriage, flop down the sidewalk, and then stay married 50 years. All the credit in the world, huh? Now, what do you do in a supermarket, Miss Noyes? I almost forgot about you, as charming as you look, huh?
I'm a checker.
You're a checker, huh? No wonder the boys in the firehouse like to play checkers. Huh? Let's go to Buffalo and fall on the sidewalk, huh? I don't want to appear particularly stupid, Miss Noyes, but just what is a checker?
Well, I check the prices. I'm a cashier.
Oh, you're the cashier, huh? Now it begins to register. Huh?
No.
What do you do, huh?
Well, seriously, I check the prices, ring up the things on the register, and see that the things are properly bagged.
How do you mean you properly bag the groceries? Is there more than one way to bag the groceries? Huh?
Sure, you have to put all the canned goods on the bottom and the soft things on the top.
I don't know why you bother. When I get home, the soft things are always on the bottom anyway. Do you have to know all the prices, Miss Noyes?
No.
That's too bad. They live next door to me, and they're very nice people, the prices. Now tell me, would artichokes go in the top of the sack or the bottom?
On the top.
You're just checking the checker, that's all. Now, Mr. Cox, I don't mean to be ignoring you, but I can't think of anything better to do at the moment. do any shopping for your family, Bert?
Not much.
Do you know the prices?
No.
Nobody seems to know the prices. You're a pretty nice couple. Although I must admit they stay pretty high most of the time. Well, if you don't know the prices, how can you sure you're not being cheated, Bert?
I'm not.
Gullible fellow, isn't he? Huh? Miss Noyes, how can he be sure he's not being cheated? Huh?
He can always check his sales slip.
How do you know he wears one? Now, where would you put tomatoes, on the top or the bottom? Well, you're fired. I was speaking of canned tomatoes. Well, now that my shopping is all done and I haven't got a dime in my pocket, let's see if you two will get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. You run your $20 no more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but George Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Bedford, won $27.50.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous discoveries and inventions as your category. Now, you have $20. How much are you going to try at the $20?
5.
Who discovered the law of gravity? Oh, I'm sorry. It was Sir Isaac Newton. Well, now you got $15. Remember, you're going for $2,000. That's the big money anyhow. Now, how much of the $15 are you going to try?
5.
Who perfected the first electric telegraph?
Marconi.
No. That's an Italian dish. No, this was... no, this was Morse. You know, you only got $10. Now, how much of the $10 you going to try?
$2.
$2? Okay. Who discovered radio? You got to talk.
Oh, you got to talk. Yes.
Oh, who is it?
Yes. No, I don't know.
You don't know? It's a good thing you only bet $2. Huh?
Isaac Newton, then.
Madam Curie.
Huh?
Madam Curie.
Madam Curie is right. Well, we're on the way again. Now they have $12. Now, is your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 12 will you try?
Shoot
10.
Shoot the works. 12? 12 or 10?
That's all
12.
12.
Okay. Who advanced the theory of relativity?
Einstein.
Albert Einstein. And they wind up with $24. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Well, our last couple will be out here in a moment, and then we know who gets the chance at the $2,000. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the newlyweds are leading with $27.50. And Groucho, the secret word is still air. We invited some Brownie troop leaders and some public school officials to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Rosalie Jackman and Mr. David Bilovsky, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kid. And if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he gets $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Jackman?
Yes.
Very pretty girl, Mrs.
thank
Jackman. You're the Brownie troop leader?
That's right.
What is a brownie? One of those chocolate nut fudge squares you buy?
No.
You get in the bakery, huh?
Brownie's a little girl. A little Girl Scout.
How long have you been married?
8.5 years.
I thought you were about 21 years old.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, it's nothing. Do you have any children?
Yes, I have two
You
girls.
have two. I bet they're beautiful, too, aren't they?
Well, we think they're kind of cute.
Do they like brownies, too?
Yes, one's a brownie, and she loves it.
What does your husband do?
He's a tool inspector from Manasco. They make airplanes.
Well, you said something, and you win $100 for that, huh?
What'd I say?
Are you waving to your husband?
Yes.
You ought to be what a nerve you've got of me flirting with you here all doing this. You just said air, and that's the secret word tonight, so you win $100 in cash.
Oh, gosh.
Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Now let's get back to business, huh? Mr. Bilovsky, you're from the public schools?
That's right, Groucho.
And how old are you?
30.
Well, you'd be in about the 7th grade in school now, would you? Well, judging from my experience. Just what do you do in school, huh?
Assistant supervisor of attendance in the city schools.
Oh, you supervise the attendance, huh? Why do the attendants need supervising?
I don't supervise the attendance. I supervise the attendance.
Well, why didn't you say so, huh? Would you be averse to amplifying that, Mr. Bilovsky?
I'm the liaison man, say, between the school and the home.
Well, you can. I don't know what you mean. But...
I'm the one they send out when they try to find out why a child is not in school.
You're the contact between the home and the school, is that it?
Right.
In other words, you drive a bus, is that it? You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were a truant officer.
We don't call it that anymore.
When I was a kid, we had other names for them, too. What's the difference between an old-style truant officer and an assistant supervisor of attendance? And don't say the spelling.
Well, it's a matter of approach. Today we try to find out why a child is not in school rather than just grabbing him by the seat of his
Steady
pants
now, steady it.
and dragging him into school.
Uh-huh. In other words, you try to find the reason they play hooky, is that right?
Right.
Well, I can tell you the reason, you know. They hate school. You must have some interesting stories about your job, Mr. Kozlowski. Could you give us one?
Well, I remember a time when I visited a home and asked for a mother of a boy.
I've done that, too.
Before I knew what was happening, I was helping in the delivery of a child. They had expected the doctor.
And you expected that kid to be in school? That's certainly grabbing him at a young age. And what happened?
The doctor arrived. So did the baby.
How are your brownies, Mrs. Jackman? Are they done yet?
They're fine, thanks.
And as a brownie troop leader, you get pretty good pay, I presume, huh?
No, I do it just for the fun of it.
Well, couldn't you have fun and get paid, too?
Well, it'd be nice.
What are your duties as a... I'll call you Rosalie, huh?
Sure, that's swell.
Your husband turned around the other way for a while.
We collect dues a nickel a week. And I buy the handcraft materials and just all kinds of things.
How many girls do you supervise?
I have 13 now.
18 girls at a nickel a week. That's 90 cents. That's not hay, you know. Pretty near hay, but it's not hay. You teach the youngsters anything about scouting?
Oh, yes, we take them on cookouts.
Mine is out on Thursdays. And with a hangover Friday, huh?
We take them out to a park or where they can have a barbecue or a fire. And
then what do you do? Then you call the roll? Huh?
Oh, yes, we always call the roll.
You cook the roll with the brownies?
No.
Well, I'm sure it's a very worthwhile organization. There ought to be more organizations like that.
It certainly is.
I'd like to join, too. Now, let's get back to you, Mr. Bilovsky. Pretend I'm a high school boy and I'm not in school. And you run into me in Sam's pool room. Now, that's your cue. Now, find out what's wrong, huh?
Hello, Groucho. What are you doing here?
How do you do, Mr. Bilovsky?
How do you do, Groucho?
How do you do, Mr. Bilovsky? If we keep saying that, you'll never find out what I'm doing in the pool room.
It's only fifth period now. You should be in geometry class now.
I'll play the six ball on the side, huh? Now, what'll happen if I don't go back to school?
Well, if you don't go to school, Groucho, you'll be a shiftless ne'er-do-well, or maybe even worse.
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, I must say it's been very educational having you two here tonight, and people like you who devote their lives to youngsters are doing an important job for the community. Now, you're going to play the DeSoto Plymouth game, you bet your life. If you beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds are still ahead with $27.50.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected Latin songs as your category. Is that correct? Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
10.
What's the name of this Latin song? Play, Jerry.
Siboney.
Siboney. And they're on their way with $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
20.
Jerry Fielding will play. You identify this song. Mademoiselle is right.
And now they have $50.
Listen, you're not spending all your time with those brownies. You wouldn't know that. Okay, you got 50. How much you going to try?
40, I guess.
Okay, give me the title of this song.
Amapola.
Amapola.
Sarah Kleiman with $90 now.
Not a silly name, Amapolak. Isn't that a silly name for a song? All right, you got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
40.
What's the title of this Latin melody?
Green Eyes. And they wind up with a total of $130. And that means that they get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. Do you know what makes it possible for a car owner to get really expert service at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers? Well, for one thing, the training their service mechanics get. Factory training. Not just when they first go to work for a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, but constant training to keep them up on the new service and maintenance methods that are constantly coming out of the factory. And it's important for all you car owners to get this expert service at a fair price. That's why it pays to go to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, whether it's an emergency or a routine checkup. So, for the best from your car, drive in where you get the best service at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the Brownie troop leader and the school official, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho.
Well, that's a lot of money. You can buy a lot of brownies for that, huh? Here we go for $2,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully. And please no help from the audience. Here it is. The last emperor to rule on the North American continent was driven from his throne in 1867. Who was this last emperor in North America? What's the answer you two have decided upon? What is it? No, I'm sorry. It's Emperor Maximilian.
Same place.
He was driven from his throne in Mexico by Benito Juarez. That was a tough one. I'm sorry. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $130 in the quiz plus $100 for saying the secret word. Congratulations and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $2,500.
Well, it's almost time for Bingo the Crosby. So good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Remember, you can't stop quick when streets are slick. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.
Thank you.